Nowadays, Python programming language is booming day by day, and it's required for every industry in automation, in data science, in data analysis, artificial intelligence, and many. I made this course for absolutely for beginner from basic to advanced level in easy way, and you will find it out the complete resource on a GitHub. That link is available on description. Let's first discuss what topic we'll cover in this video. So first we'll start with the overview where we will discuss about history and why should we learn a Python, what their competitor, why should we learn a Python for data science if there are lots of programming languages available. Then we'll install the required software like PyCharm, Jupyter Notebook. Anaconda is a software where Anaconda is providing the Jupyter Notebook and Spider. So initially we'll start with a Jupyter Notebook, and after that we'll also discuss somewhere PyCharm as well, depend on the requirement. And then we'll discuss about their basics of Pythons, like we'll discuss variables, keyword, indentation, comments. So these are a topic we'll first discuss, and after that we'll enter the very important topic, which is the backbone of data science, the data types. So numeric, string, tuple, dictionary, set, these are a data type. This is the primary data type, we can say. We'll discuss them, and after that conditional statement and loop. Okay, so all the topics in a conditional statement and loop will cover, and after that function. So user defined function, inbuilt function, recursion function, anonymous function, return statements. So lots of topic is there in a function. Will cover each and everything. And then package and modules. So Python becomes strong because of large standard libraries. So library is made with packages and module. So we'll discuss that topic as well. So user defined, predefined, and find search path and some namespace. Lots of topic is there. We'll discuss in this video tutorials. So we can say these are a topic. It's a basics and intermediate, and advanced Python is also there. Which one is file handling? We'll discuss exception handling, object-oriented programming, and multithreading. Let's discuss about the complete overview of Python. So here in the market, there's so many languages is available, but why should we learn a Python, right? So our entire tutorials is focused on the data science. I'll take the example of the data science, and in that direction, we'll discuss. So basically, machine learning and artificial intelligence, obviously it comes under the data science, build on the mathematical principle like a calculus, algebra, probability, statistics. So we have to choose those programming language which is very much compatible with this mathematical concept, because nowadays this AI and automation concept is booming, right? So we have to choose those language. So Python obviously is the best for them, but what is the reason? Before going to the Python, let's understand the concept of the machine learning. Okay. So machine learning basically a application of artificial intelligence. When a machine can learn automatically from the previous experiences. Let's say, for example, you meet a person after 5 years. Okay. And suddenly you start predicting that the person can be the Priya, Raju, and Mohan, any name you are just start predicting. And how we able to predict it? The reason behind that, because that kind of pattern is already stored in your brain. So accordingly, you are predicting. Okay. So in a real life, so we have the large amount of data. Let's take an example of Instagram. So Instagram, the huge amount of data, they are recognizing the pattern and accordingly is giving the suggestion to you, right? So in that algorithm, in that in pattern calculation, we required those programming language which should be compatible with the mathematical concept. So Python is one of them. But why Python? Why only the Python? Why not other? Like only the Python can be used in the data science? The answer is no. We can use the any programming language in a data science, in a machine learning, but we have to choose those which is comfortable with a mathematical concept. So let's understand that. So in a real life, there is a two type of categories there of a programming language. The first one is a static, and the second one is a dynamic. What is a static? Static in the sense, so we'll take example of Java in a static and Python as a dynamic. Okay. Java is a static programming language and Python is a dynamic programming language. So basically, we are writing Java like in this is the script of a Java. We are writing the code, but here when you are assigning the value is 9 in A and 4 in a B. So after the calculation, A divided by B, the answer should be the 2.25, but you will get the answer is 2. The reason I already defined the data type. Okay, define the data type, which is an integer. Because of the integer, it will print only the 2. So what is the concept behind that? Because it will take the values, the 2.25, it will take the inputs, but after the translation, it will start comparing the target values, which is the C. This is the target variable and value is a 2.25, comparing with the input values, which is a int C. After comparing with whatever values we get it, and that is showing as a result, which is a 2. All right. So the translator in a Java programming language, we are calling the compiler. Okay. So compiler is nothing but a translator. Not in a Java. In every programming language, compiler is exist. But in a Java, we normally calling compiler. In a Python, we have a different name, but the compiler is there. The different name is interpreter. Okay. So we understand that the Java is a static programming language, but how the Python is working. So Python is a dynamic programming language. It directly take the inputs, translate it, and getting the result. How basically is working? You can directly assign A is equal to 5, B is equal to 8, and C is equal to B divided by A. And when you just divide it, you'll getting the proper decimal values. I'll show you some real example. Okay, I'll show you some real example so that you can easily understand. So suppose I have a value is A is equal to 5, B is equal to 8, and C is equal to B divided by A, and get the value C, that will getting 1.6. That is the proper floating values. But when you just take the data type of A, you'll get the values is integer. When you check the data type of B, you'll get the uh, data type of B, which is an integer. But when you check the data type of C, which is a float, automatically converting the data type. So the conclusion is that in a static and dynamic, in a static programming language, we have to take care about the data type, where the dynamic programming language, we don't need to take care about the data type. But again, so as I said that every programming language have a compiler, means the translator have also the compiler. But why it's not comparing you the input values? The reason behind that, so whatever source code you have, so again, the compiler will help you to convert your source code into byte code. And there is a virtual machine is available in every programming language. Like in a Java, we have a JVM. In a Python, we have a PVM, Python virtual machine. So here the compiler and virtual machine is running together. That's why we are directly getting the answer. And in a JVM, the translator and virtual machine is running separately. So that is the reason we are getting the result based on the input values. So which one is a dynamic programming language? Which one is a static programming language? We can say the Python, JavaScript, JavaScript and Java is both are a different language. Script and R language and Julia, these are a dynamic programming language, whereas a Java, C, C++, these are a static programming language. Okay, so these all are a dynamic programming language. R, MATLAB, Julia, SAS, JavaScript, Scalab, Python. This all are a dynamic programming language. Then again, why we choose a Python, right, for a data science? Why not we are choosing the R language? Why not a MATLAB? So again, these all are good to choose for data science, but every programming language have a limitation. Python have also the limitation, but it available almost every field. If I want to use a Python programming language in the web development via Django and a Flask, we can you easily implement the web application. If I want to go in a cloud infrastructure, that Python option is available. In a data analysis is there. In a testing field is there. So almost every sector Python is available. Because when you go in a technology field, so it's not like that you're doing the analysis on in some PPT and dashboard you show it and finished. No, behind that, the lots of pipeline is running. So in the pipeline, so Python is also very good in a data engineering as well. So that is the reason Python is become very famous, and most of the companies are using this Python. So let's conclude it. What exactly the Python? This will be the definition of a Python. So Python is nothing but whatever we discuss, we'll just summarize it here. So Python is first of all high level programming language. High level in the sense those language which require the translator is a high level. So almost every programming language is a high level. There is two language, is a low level and high level. Low level in the sense machine language, which is a binary which computer understand, but we are not writing the code in a binary format. We are writing the code in the normal format like a plus b divided by 2. So it is a high language source code for computer. The high language is not for a human, not for a student. It's for a computer. So computer is saying that, hey, I understand only the binary and you're writing something. So I need a translator. So that is the reason the computer is saying that it's a high level. Second one is interpreter language, which we just discussed. And uh, for translator, we are using this interpreter and dynamically type language. Okay, just now we discussed, and it have a large standard libraries. Almost every field, the Python is available just because of large standard libraries. Okay, so for if I want to do anything, just have to install and start implementation. It's not like, like that easy, but yes, the option is available to work in any domain with Python. So it's a portable in the sense it's comfortable with any operating system. We can use with the Windows, Linux, and Mac. So even in the Linux, it's by default the Python is available. The reason behind that I'll discuss in a history of Python. Okay, but it's a comfortable with the all the three operating system. Acha, the main thing of the portable language is that suppose I wrote a program in a Windows operating system, and one of my friend is using Mac or Linux, so they don't need to change any kind of environment. They can directly use it if they have a Python. Okay, so that is a mean of portable. It have a extensibility features in the sense inside a Python, I can also write the R language. I can write a Java language. J Python option is also there. So we can extend our Python programming language. So Python is also supporting the object-oriented concept, which is very, very important for a software development. Almost 99% of software is making with the object-oriented concept. So that is the reason Java is become very, very famous because of this OOPS concept. And again, the last concept, last topic is the free and open source. Free means you don't need to pay anything. Open source in the sense, so that source code is available for us. We can also check it. Okay, so whenever you install the Python, that any if you have any libraries, like if you install the pandas, okay, which is famous libraries for data science, if you install the pandas, so behind the pandas, whatever source code is there, we can also check it. So that is the meaning of source code. So let's discuss about the history of Python. So history of Python is very interesting. Um, the Python is old language or a new language. In a nowadays, the two languages are very, very famous is Python and Java, right? So Java is a versatile language, like almost every field is available. It's captured the market. Um, but the people are thinking that Java is old, but Answer is no. Java is not old. Python is old. Those who made the Python, the name is Guido van Rossum. Guido van Rossum. So this guy is may started implementation in 1989. So he was a mathematician. He was a very famous mathematician. He got many medals in the mathematics. He did a master's in mathematics and computer science. So he started doing researching in the mathematics. So his main focus was that to solving the mathematical problem. So when he started the Python in a 1989, even the Java comes in the market is a 1996. 1996. Okay, so he started in the 1989, and he released the first version is Python 0.9, which supportable for only in Linux. After that, he released for everyone. He released for everyone, and uh, that is supported for Windows, Linux, and Mac, all the operating system. And this um, the Python programming language is start becoming famous after 2000. Okay, when he released the 2.x version. So even nowadays we also confuse that which one we have to use, 2.x or 3.x. That I'll discuss after this history. So here, when he released the 2.x, this Python programming language is properly entered in software development field. Before that, this programming language was in research field, in mathematical research, you can say. So before the Java is entered in you know in a software development field, that's why we think that the Java is very old, but actually the Python is old programming language. Actually, this guy is working in a many famous companies like Google, Microsoft, and Dropbox. So these famous companies is worked on it. So Python has become famous when he was in Google. He was in Google in a 2005 to 2012. 2005 to 2012, he was doing half of the work to developing the Python. So when he released the 3.x version after 2008, so that time the Python started booming in all over the world, especially in the data science and artificial intelligence field, because the Google company is already doing a lots of research in artificial intelligence. So he got a very good opportunity, and the Python we implement. Python is become the versatile programming language, and the people are start using after 3.x version. So sometimes we confuse that what is the difference between the 2.x and 3.x. Actually, when he released the 2.x version, 2.x, so he forget to implement the object-oriented concept. So later, when he tried to implementing the object-oriented concept in a 2.x, so the programming become very unstable. So that is the reason he started a 3.x version, and even the many people are already started the 2.x, so that's why he didn't delete it, that version. But we can say the 2.x is a kind of legacy. But if you are if you are a beginner, started uh, this Python programming language, so obviously you have to use a 3.x. You don't need to use 2.x. Okay, because when you write the syntax of the Python 2.x and 3.x is a little bit different. It's like if you want to write a print statement, for example, uh, print hello world, hello world. So in a 3.x, we are writing like this. But if you want to write in a 2.x, so you have to write print double quotes hello world. So there is no any bracket. So the syntax is also different because the 2.x is not a completely supporting the object-oriented programming language. Installation of Jupyter Notebook, we have a multiple option is available. You can choose anything. So like we have a Anaconda, Let me just change the color. Yeah, we have anaconda, we have mini conda. Okay, so multiple option is there. So even you can directly install the Jupyter notebook via the command prompt as well, but we will choose the anaconda. Okay, because anaconda is giving the three options for a data science, which is really useful for us. So you will find it out a Jupyter notebook first. Okay, you'll find a Jupyter notebook, and you also find it out the spider, which is very helpful for data science. Even in anaconda is a predefined the many libraries, so which you don't need to install it like a pandas, numpy, matplotlib. This libraries is pre-installed. You don't need to install it separately. So many option is there, so you can use it. So we'll install here the anaconda, and after that we start the installation of spider and Jupyter notebook. So let's do that. So you can directly go to the official website anaconda. Just go there. You'll find it out the free download option. Just click on download. That's it. Your downloading process will start when you just check it. Let me just cancel it this. My downloading is already on, I put on a run. So it will taking a max to max 1 minute to complete it. And after that, I'll start the installation. So yeah, downloading process is completed, I think. So I can also check it in a download. No, it's still downloading. I think it's taking, now it's downloaded. So you can go there. It's showing the this icon. Double click on it. It's very simple. Just double click on it. Okay. So it's verifying, and just click next. I agree. Just me. Next. You don't need to change anything. Just next. Install. You can just add the Anaconda 3 in your environment. If you're not adding, it's not creating any problem. Just click install. That's it. Now it's completed, I think. Just click next. So you can see here the Anaconda and Jupyter Notebook logo is mentioned there. Just finish it. Okay, it's giving the for registration for free and so many options. Don't do anything. Just close now. Back. Click on Windows. And all app, whatever which one you are using, Windows 10, Windows 11. You'll find it out the Anaconda 3 folder. So where we have a Anaconda navigator, where in case if any Jupyter notebook or a spider, anything is not working properly, go to the Anaconda navigator that work like a setting, and you can use it. So Anaconda prompt is a kind of command prompt. Okay. So I think start opening the Anaconda navigator. Even I'll show you as well. So in this Anaconda prompt, you can install any libraries with pip or Conda environment. So this is like a prompt which we have a local machine as well. So this Anaconda is a provided their own prompt. Okay, so this one is the navigator. Let me just close it. This one, yeah, navigator. The so many option is showing in case if anything is not working, you can launch it from here, like PyCharm or yeah, PyCharm Professional, RStudio. So many option they are showing, but you don't need to do anything. This one. Let me just close it. Okay, back to that folder again. Anaconda 3. Yes. So you'll find it out a Jupyter notebook and a spider. You can just open on it. So for Jupyter notebook, you can open from here, or else you can directly search Jupyter notebook. Okay, we'll search Jupyter notebook in this location. So automatically the Jupyter notebook is opening on the default location, which is it's showing the prompt here. It will open the Jupyter notebook in this location. C drive, you can see the serving notebook from the local directory C user, your PC name. All right, so you can check it. So where it is store opening? So always opening in this location. So my Jupyter notebook is open here. You can just directly click on new Python 3 and start writing the code is here. Sometime your Jupyter notebook is opening on Chrome, or sometime opening on a Internet Explorer. So which one is your default web browser? Okay, so you can write here print hello world. Let me just type it here, hello world, and click on run. You'll get the answer here. So now Jupyter notebook is properly installed. Let's discuss about the third module, basics of Python, where we'll discuss about variable, keyword, indentation, data type, comments, and lots of things. The very first one is a variable. Variable is nothing but a memory allocation which store the data according to their data type. Okay, for example, I have one data I want to store somewhere, so we need a container, right? So variable working as a temporary container which store the data, and we need a data type to define that. So if you storing the data and is defined with a data type like a hello store in a 5 store in a b, so hello is stored according to string data type and it is storing in the variable a. 5 is storing in a b according to integer data type. So whenever we define the data types, it release the identification number. So every data is storing in memory allocation and define the identification number. Let's understand with the practical implementation. So I already created the proper Jupyter notebook file. You can easily find it out on a description in the link, that Jupyter notebook file. Okay. So hope you know that how to open the Jupyter notebook in particular locations. So I have created my proper folder. So where file is available, basics. So when I click on there, so I can easily open my basic file. That's IPYNB file. We can say Jupyter notebook file. Let me create a new cell and write it down here. No normal variables like a is equal to hello. So when I click this button, I can easily run it. And when I just check the data type, so there is a function, predefined function is a type. So even the type, this topic is there, function. So where we'll discuss, we'll create a function as well to check that what exactly the data type we are using, the type of a. So that's a string data type. When I check that b is equal to 15 and check the type of b, then you can find it out. It's a integer data type, and Python is showing as an int. So now, as I said, variable is nothing but a memory allocation. If it's a memory allocation which store the data, that means it release some identification number as well. So we can easily find it out like a ID. There is an ID function where we'll find it out the identification number. When I pass ID of A, so you can see here, this is the identification number. Okay. When I just check the ID of B, that is a identification number of your B variable and A variable. Actually, when you see the difference between the variable A and variable B, so lots of gap is there because A is a string data type, whereas B is an integer data type. Suppose I have a variable C is equal to 19 and check the data, check the identification number. So ID of C, this is the ID of C, and simultaneously I'm also checking with the ID of B. Then you'll find it out the gap is not there. Gap is there obviously because the number is a different. So when I just check it here, you can see the last few digits is only change. Okay, last few digit is only change. But when I check with this one, the lots of gap is there. Reason, we change the data type. So it release the memory allocation, memory ID depend on their data type. If I'm taking the different data type, the number that will also be number. D is equal to 19 plus 19.8 and check the ID of D. That will be the different identification number. It's not only the few digits change, so lots of values change also. Reason, we change the data type because the D is a floating data type. When I just check the type of D, that's a float data type. So these are a variable. Hope you understand how the variable is working. But as I said, when I define any variable like a b is equal to 15 and it store the data according to the data type. So now what is a data type? So in a Python programming language, the lots of data type is there. So here Python have a main category of the data type: numeric, dictionary, boolean, set, and sequence type. Where we have the main data type is an integer, complex, and float. Integer, complex, and float. Okay, so we have also the another data type like a dictionary, boolean, set is also there, and a set. Set is there. String, list, and tuple that comes under the sequence type. So these are nothing but just a category. So in the coming videos, we'll discuss about very details way each and every data type: dictionary, set, string, tuple, each and every data type we'll discuss in a very details way. But let me just show you how the list is look like, how the tuple is look like, how the string is look like. So as you already see that how the integer look like, if any number which define without any decimal, that's a integer. So here, so data type, we have different data type is available. Like we have a string, like if I'm defining with a double quotes, so like hello here, so that's a string data type. If you define b is equal to in the square bracket, that will consider as a list. If I define with a round bracket, that will be considered as a tuple. If I define with a curly braces directly passing the values, that is considered as a set. If I define the same value with key value pair, e is equal to key value pair like 5 colon 4, 4 colon 7, and 9 colon 8. So if you define like this, that will be considered as a dictionary. Okay, so that's a dictionary, that's a set. Okay, so what exactly the mean of this hash? This hash symbol is nothing but a comment. We are defining as a comment. So that's a set, that's a tuple, that's a list. Okay, so these are a different data type, and this one is nothing but a string. So in the coming video, we have to discuss in the very details of each and every data type. Now let's discuss about the keyword. What exactly the keyword? So keyword is nothing but a reserved word which can be used for only specific purpose and cannot be used as an identifier. Let me just write it down. Keyword is reserved word which used for only specific purpose, cannot be used as an identifier. Cannot be used as a identifier. Now the question is, what exactly the mean of identifier? Let me make as a markdown, so that markdown in the sense it will taking only statement, it will not consider as a code. Okay, normal statements. So cannot be used as an identifier. So what is an identifier? So identifier in the sense any variable name, any function name. Okay, any variable name, any function name, any class name, that will be considered as an identifier. Class name, that will be considered as an identifier. Okay, so now the question is, how many reserved word is available in Python programming language? So here in the lots of reserved word is available, but to check that how many reserved word is there, so there is one module is called as keyword module. Keyword module. And when you pass it here, keyword dot kw list, then you'll find it out how many keyword is available. False, none, true, the lots of keyword is available. Is lambda, lots of keyword is there, which is stored with a square bracket one container, and that container we are calling list. Okay, so as I said, keyword is a reserved word which is used for only specific purpose, cannot be used as an identifier. What exactly that mean? Cannot be used as an identifier. Like if I'm creating any normal variable, Okay, let me create one normal variable. My variable name is a is equal to 8. So I can easily define it to not create any problem. We can easily define it here. A is equal to 8. Can I use any keyword like if I'm using if? Okay, small I f. If we are using if is equal to 8. Can I define it like this? No, it will giving the error because this if is reserved for only the conditional statement. You can't use as an identifier. You can't use as a normal variable. So if is used for only conditional statement like if, elif, else. True false is used for only a boolean purpose. Okay, so class is used for only object oriented. Break is only for breaking the loop. So these are a reserved word which cannot be used for a normal purpose. Now I want to see that how many reserved word is there. I want to check that how many values is available. First thing is that you have to just calculate one by one. So this is the not a right way. So the better is we can use like this. There is one function is called as len length, which will be count each and every element and tell you how many element is available in that container. So I'll use the keyword .kw list, and when I run it, will showing you 35 keyword is available. Okay, so whenever you're using any ideally, right now I'm using the Jupyter notebook ideally. So that time you can easily check it, and the future definitely the Python will increase the keyword. Okay, so right now I'm using Jupyter notebook, which is considered a 3.9 version, which have the 35 keyword is available. Hope you understand this keyword. Now let's discuss about indentation. What exactly the indentation? Indentation in the sense is define the block. I have some program like if program, conditional statement program. If a is greater than, let me first define it, a is equal to 9 and b is equal to 8. And I have a program is if a is greater than b. Okay, so in other programming language we are using the curly braces and put inside a statements. So here curly braces is not acceptable, so we have an indentation. We have to use a colon. After the colon, it automatically taking the 4 space. Okay, automatically taking the 4 space. If I'm writing here, if you're going with any other ideally, maybe it will taking a 2 space, 8 space. But in a Jupyter notebook and a PyCharm is taking the 4 space. If I'm writing here the hello. Okay, so if you want to define anything like a hello, if I'm writing here, and hi if I'm writing here, and hey if I'm writing here, print hey. Okay, this hello, hi, hey, yeah, we can say line number 5, 6, 7, that comes in if block. So defining the block, we are using if colon and automatically taking the 4 space. If you're using the backspace and write it down here, print by. So that line number 9 will consider as a outside of the block. So that by it's not in if condition. Okay, by is not in if condition. So here we can say we are using by outside of the block because I am not using these 4 spaces. So that's called as an indentation. If you have a single line of comments, so we normally using like I have a statement as a print hello world, and just use the hash. If you're using the hash, it will be considered as a single line comment. Like if you run it here, you're getting the answer is hello world. I'm using the hash here, so it will making as a comment. So single line comment we are using hash, and for a multi-line comments, suppose if you have multi-line of statements, I have a same thing. Yeah, this one I want to make a comment. So for that you have to use a triple quotes, 1 2 3. Okay, start with triple quotes and end with 1 2 3. Normally when you just run it without using this triple quotes, it will showing the answer, perfectly showing the answer, hello, hi, whatever the program is there, accordingly showing the answer. But if you are using a triple quotes, 1 2 3 and 1 2 3, run it, you're not getting the answer. You're not getting the answer here. Actually, it's showing the as it is statements. This triple quotes is also used for string as well. So in a string time, we'll discuss that. Okay, but it is also used for a multi-line comments. So this one is a single line comments and this one is multi-line comments. We are also using the double triple quotes like this one. Okay, so we are also using a double triple quotes. So it's a multi-line comments we are using. That's the same thing, but we're mostly using this hash for a single line comments. If you have the multiple lines, we using the multiple lines as a single line of comment with hash. Now, input and output function. So suppose if we have any normal function like y is equal to 3x plus 5, some mathematical equation is there. I want to apply some input and output function in this equation. So where x will working as an input, because when you are passing the different input like a 2, 3, 4, if I'm passing 2, so 2, 3 is 6 plus 5, 11. When I'm passing different input, accordingly, you'll get the output. So here, let's take x as an input. X I'm taking as a directly 8. Y is equal to 3x plus 5, 3 into x plus 5, 3 into x. So define the multiplication, we are using star symbol, x plus 5. And I want to display it. So for a display, for an output purpose, we are using the print statement, print function. I'm writing here x. So when you run it, this one, run button, or else we have a shortcut is a shift enter. When you click this cell, you'll find it out the shift enter, run the cell and select below as well. I'm using it here, shift enter. Okay, shift enter. So it will showing the answer is 8. Now I want to this one as a user input. So we can take is a input. There is an input function and pass the statement is enter the value of x. Take a space. So this one will taking the proper user input and pass it here 3 into x plus 5 and accordingly generate the answer is 8. If I'm passing 2 is here. So let me just run it, asking the question enter the value of x. I'm passing the value is a 5. I'm expecting that 3 5 is 15 plus 5 is a 20, but it's showing the error. Reason, because this input function by default taking as a string. So in saying that can only concatenate with a string to string, not to string with integer. Actually, the x variable is taking as a string. When I just check it here, type of x, that's taking as a string. And x is taking as a string, 3 is an integer, so cannot be multiplied with string and integer. So we have another function is int. So likewise, other data type like int, float, complex, we have a function as well. I'm using int, open the bracket and close it here. When I run it, it will asking the question, enter the value of x. I'm passing here 5. Then it will be calculate and showing the answer is 5. Now I want to define it properly. Like result is 5. So the result is 5 with the statement. I'll define in the double quotes. Result is, and then 5 will display here. So result is nothing but your double statements or string, and x is your number. So we have to separate it with a comma. When I run it, asking the question, enter the value of x, 6. So sorry, not to display x, we have to display y. Let me run it again. Enter the value of x, 4, and accordingly is getting the answer is 17. Now this time when I just check the type of x, showing the answer is integer, not to string. Okay, so where x is taking as an input, we took the in function is input function. So this is the input and this one is the output. Okay, this one is the output. So based on this input, output, and variables, so I define the exercise. So you can easily find it out description in this video, and that exercise is also available. You just run it, then you'll understand with a different scenario of variables, data type, and input output function. Continuing the basics of Python, last topic operator is remaining. Let's finish it, and after that we'll discuss about the next topic is the data type. So operator is nothing but the symbol which is responsible to do any operations. For example, I have a 5 plus 7. So the plus is responsible to do addition operation. So this one we can say it's an operator. This one is an operator, and 5 and 7 is called as an operand. Operands. Okay, so there is so many symbols is available in the programming language. So we categorize in many way, so that categorize in such a way so that we can easily remember it. So there is a 6 main operator is remaining. The first one is arithmetic operator, assignment operator, relational operator, logical entity, and membership operator. So one operator is also there is a bitwise operator, which is not much required for as a programming perspective. If you belong to the any embedded field, so that time is really important. But still, I'll give you the resource where the bitwise operator is also available. So you just run it, you will also understand the bitwise as well. But this main operator, let's try to understand it in a theoretically and a practically both the way. The first one is arithmetic operator. As I said that the symbols are available. Plus, minus, star. So I think you guys is already aware about that. So the meaning of the plus is nothing but using for addition. Minus is for subtraction. So we can directly use this kind of symbol. So only this double star modulo, that percentage symbol and double slash is something new for you. So let's discuss about that, and we'll also discuss some, this basics of this operator as well in a very short way. Let's jump on a practical implementation. Like if you're writing here the 4 plus 7, then you'll get the answer. When you just run it, you'll get the answer is 11. So plus is responsible to do the adding two things, adding two numbers, right? But if in case if you're using this both this operator plus for a string like a hi plus hello, which is responsible to do the concatenation that we'll discuss in the very details in a string topic. But plus is responsible to do some operations, right? I was discussing about the modulo operators uh, uh, and a flow division operator. So I have created the complete Jupyter notebook file. So you will find it out below this video. You'll find it out the link. You can go through it and just run this file. You can see here what is the mean of plus, minus, everything is there. I properly create it here. You just click here and run it. You'll find it out the answer. In case if you find it out any confusion, anything, you can just put the comment below. Okay, so everything just you have to run it, you'll understand easily this how the symbol is working, right? So this is the arithmetic operator. And when you go to the next operator, so that we have assignment operator. Assignment in the sense assigning the values, right? If I'm writing the a is equal to 7, the meaning is that 7 is assigning to the a, right? So but if you're writing the a is equal to 7, that is meaning is totally different. You are comparing a with 7. So here the assignment operator is available. Like when you just use a is equal to 7, and the same time if you're using a plus is equal to 7, the meaning is that plus is equal to 7 is that a plus is equal to 5 is meaning is that a is equal to a plus 5. So again, you will understand very easy way if you're doing the practical. Okay, so I've created the all the assignment here, all the arithmetic operator. If you're using is equal to, like minus is equal to, star is equal to, slash is equal to, you'll get these values. A minus is equal to 7 is equal to a is equal to a minus 7, right? It's very simple way. Go back to the practical. So here you'll find it out the assignment operator as well. So like here a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 3. I have assigned it. Oh, where is that? Here. Shortcut key to run this Jupyter notebook shell, shift enter. So a 5 is assigning to the a and a 3 is assigning to the b. A is equal to a plus b. So you're getting the answer is A, whatever values is the available 5 plus 3, that 8 will be assigning to the A. You can see here. But the B, you're not assigning anything. So B will be the original values, which is 3. Right? This all the values I have just created. You can perform with all the operation, all the combination. You'll find it out any confusion. You put the comment. You will find it on a GitHub. You will put the comment, or YouTube itself. A comment. You can put it. I'll reply you. Okay. I consider that is very easy things, because in school days we already learned this kind of things: addition, subtraction, multiplication. So only this modulo and flow division is something new for you. When you just run the Jupyter notebook, you can understand easily. Let's talk about the third operator. Sorry, not a operator, operation. Third operator is a relational operator. Somebody is also calling the comparison operator, because you are comparing. A is equal to 5 is there, B is equal to 7 is there. If you're writing A greater than B, you can also write B is less than A. That means you are comparing. The answer is always the logical format. What is the logical? Logical format can be true, can be false. True or false answer, right? Your answer will always be the true and false concept. You're comparing, like A is less than B, A is greater than or equal to B. This is the symbol for not equal to. This is symbol for not equal to. This is symbol for equal to. Equal to in the sense A is equal to 5 is already assigned. Let me assign some other values. C is equal to 18 and D is equal to again 7. Okay. So if I'm writing the C is not equal to A, so obviously C is not equal to A, right? So you can see you'll get the values is true, because C is 18 and A is 5, which is really not equal to true, not equal to both the values. So you'll get the answer is true. It's really not equal. Okay. So this kind of thing is mostly using in the conditional state. This name have also one more name. It's a conditional operator. Yeah, this one have a 3 name: relational operator, comparison operator, and the third one is a conditional operator. Conditional operator. Okay, so we can provide the condition and you'll get the values is either true or false answer. Go back to the Jupyter notebook. You can just perform the operation like here. When I just run it, result is always in the boolean. This values is a boolean. Okay, this values is a boolean. Logical in the sense, logical is an operator where true and false is the value, is a boolean values. Again, see, the next operator is a logical operator. This concept will be clear. Okay. So A equal to B, A is less than greater than. When you just run it, you will get the either true or false answer. Why it's A is so A and B is not the same. That's why it's giving the answer is false. A is greater than B. So the answer is giving the true. A is not greater than B. Okay, maybe I didn't run this command. That's why. Yeah. It's taking the previous A and B values. You can see here, A is not equal to B. I wrote it that getting the answer is false, where A is greater than B. So A is 5 and B is 7. That giving the answer is false, because 5 is not greater than 7. Okay. It is not equal to. You can also write the concept like if uh, A equal to 5. Actually, the A is a 5. I assign the values and I'm also writing the 5. When you just run it, you'll getting the answer is true. Okay. The next operator, which I discuss in this operator as well. Let me just remove it. The next operator is, yeah. Okay. So next operator is logical operator. As I said that this is always giving the logical format. We can say the value is a Boolean. True and false is a Boolean. Okay. Logical operator is and or not. Okay. And or not. So A, b, let's consider as a variable, and if your value is a true, if a is a true, b is a true, so a and b become a true. So this is the rules which you are following in the logical operator. It is there in physics and mathematics everywhere. In a programming language, we are not changing anything. Whatever you learn in the engineering or 12th, so that is the same thing here. So A and B, if anything, let me just remove, if anything is a false, that will be the false. See here, true, false, that value will be the false. In case if the value is a true and true and false, the answer will be the false. If any one value is a false, and operator will give you the value is false. Here is a false, that's why it become a false. If everywhere is a false, like here and here, is become a false. Or operator is a totally opposite. If anywhere is a true, giving the answer is true. So here both are a true, that's why it is true. One is a true, that's why it's a true. One is a true, that's why it's a true. And false, both have, the places have a false, that obviously it's become a false. Okay. So where when you're talking about the not operator is a totally opposite. False to true, true to false. Go back, you can find it out the practical as well. So you can see here, I perform the lots of operation here. So here it's something interesting. So here I assign the values A, B, C. C and A both are the same values. Here I assign A is greater than B. So which is a Boolean values. That can be true, that can be false. So currently A is greater than B, which is obviously, it's a false because 5 is not greater than C. And B is greater than C, with 7 is greater than 5, that is true. So false and true, that become a false. So likewise you can just run it, you will find it out the values. Not operator is a totally opposite, right? So not operator, like you'll getting a false, this one become a true. Okay, so here sometimes the confusion is that we use this symbol and sometimes we use this symbol. What is the confusion? Both are the same or both are different? Okay, let's discuss that. So to discuss that, so we have to go a little bit in a beatwise operator as well. So as I said, that is not more important as a programming perspective, but you should know about that. You don't need to go in a very details way because the beatwise operator is very, very big concept. Okay. So here, we have a two symbol. We have a and D, and we have this one as well. We have OR, we have this one as well. We have a not, we have this one as well. So this one we can say it's a logical values. Logical values. And this one is a binary values, bitwise values. Okay. This one I can say logical, and this one is say the bitwise values. So if you write the values is like this, let me just compare it. Suppose the A value, A is you're writing here, we already have a ABC, right? So the A true, okay. A is greater than B, which is false, and B is greater than C, which is a true, then getting the answer is a false. But when I just go with that, this different symbol and symbol, this one, you also become false. I have to get some example where getting the opposite values. Then I can explain you in a easy way. I think this one is the best one. 15 is greater than 16, which is a false. 5 is less than 8, that is true. So here the giving the answer is false because this one is a false and this one is a true. So answer become a false. So when I just perform the operation is here, here is the and symbol and here is the and is giving the different answer. What is the reason is giving the two different answer? As I said, that is both are very similar, not the same. Okay, so But if I'm just use the bracket here, you'll get the answer is false. What is the difference here? So don't be confused. Anywhere you can use and, anywhere you can use and symbol. The only you have to take care about the brackets. But why is value is changing? First, I'll just explain you, and after that, I'll go to the next operator. Okay. The value is changed because, so you can see here the AND operation is directly apply the logical, right? This one is taking a true, this one is taking the false, this one is taking the true, this one is a true, this one is a false. But when you're talking about this one, so actually it will be in because of the order wise. So the preference of this relationship operator like less than, greater than, is a below as compared to this. So this one is a beatwise operator. Actually, the 16 and 5 is apply the operation and getting some different number. How it's working, I'll show you. Okay, why it's not removing? Okay, sorry. So you can see here. Let me just remove first. Okay, you can see here. If I'm just perform the operation is a 16 and 5, you'll get the different values, right? 16 and 5. And when you just perform the operation is a 16 and 5, you'll get a 0. Why is it totally different? The reason behind that, when you just perform the operation, the 16 and 5 will converting in the binary format. So there is a proper concept is there, like the 16, if you want to convert in a binary. So we have the binary format like uh, power of 2 only. So 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 2, 2 to the power 3, like this. So this one become a 1, 2, 4, and this one become 8. So if you find it out the value of 16, okay, and this one will be 2 to the power 4. That will be 2 to the 4 to the 8 to the 16. So when you're talking about the binary concept, so you will get the value is somewhere around 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. That is a 16. And when you're talking about a 5, so 4 plus 1 become a 16. So 1, 0, 1. Then it perform the AND operator. So I'll not go in a very details way, the explanation of how the number is converting into binary and then performing the operation. There is a lots of function is available, not a lots of function, one function is available to explain this concept. Okay, so when you just use the bin of 16, you'll get this 1, 0, 0, 0, and when you just use the bin of 5, you'll get this, and it will perform the operation and operation. 0 and 1 is become a 0, right? 0 and 1 become a 0. So when you perform the operation here, you'll get a two different number. That is the reason is giving the different values. So avoiding this kind of confusion, the conclusion is here, avoiding this kind of problems, we always use a bracket if you're using this AND symbol. Okay. Otherwise, to understand in a very details way, I can make a separate video. I'll not go in a very details one here. So you can just run is the bitwise operator, how the number is converting, how the value is performing the AND operation and OR operation. Okay. So here I just giving this some example. You can use it. I'll go a little bit details here. You can just run and you can understand. I wrote it just now 4 hours ago. You can just use it. Let me discuss the last two operator, which is identity operator, and one more operator is there, which is the membership operator. Let me just remove this one. Again, if you want to know in the very details of bitwise operator, I can make a separate video for this, but this is not much required for as a programmer because we already have a function. Okay. So identity operator is very similar to the equal to, and uh, is not is very similar to not equal to. So it identify the values like a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 7 and c is equal to a 5 again. So a is c. So it's very similar to the equal to equal to. It also giving the Boolean answer. Okay, giving the Boolean answer which is a true and false. Boolean is nothing but a true and false values that we are calling Boolean values. Membership operator. Membership operator is in, not in. Okay, the value is a particular member variable or not. Suppose I have a one variable which have a list is a 5, 7, 8, 9. So 5 in A or not, like this. Practically, you can easily understand. So the identity operator is basically working with a memory allocation, which is or is not. Let's say, for example, here I have some values. When I just run it, so A equal to B, which is a 5 and 7. Is getting the answer is false. But A is B is also giving the answer is false, which is correct. A is not equal to B, we can also make it as similar as A is not is equal to B. But again, this operator is working for the -5 to 255 range only. If you have the values more than that, that time this is and not will be not be similar as not equal to and equal to. I have these values, you can get the values is true, 7 and 7. But again, you have a two different values, which is a 399. Okay, and making equal to, you're getting the true. But n is m, the answer is no. The value is different. So the last video I have explained about ID, how the memory allocation is working in a variable concept. When you just see the memory allocation of n will be the different as memory allocation of m. So -5 to 255, the range, the memory allocation is working the same, whereas this one is working not same. Okay, the same thing here. So you can see if the value is this one, g is equal to the big statement. If the memory allocation are same, then it will be considered as a equal to. The whole conclusion of this identity operator is that this identity operator working with a memory allocation. If the memory allocation are same, it will be say that is, and if not same, is not. Okay, you can't directly say that the is nothing but a equal to, is not is nothing but a not equal to. Is and is not working with the memory basis, and equal to not equal to working with a number basis, value basis. The last one is a membership operator. As I said, it's the particular value is a part of the member or not. So in and n not. So here I have a big list and checking that a 5 the particular member or not. So it's saying that yes, it's member, but 77 no. So but I wrote the statement is not in. See, the Python programming language is very similar to the English language, right? So the whatever operator, whatever statement you are writing is will be it's the statement have some sense. It's not like that whatever here is writing the in, here is a not. Not like that. It's a proper statement. In not, sorry, not in. Okay, in not is not make sense, but not in have a sense. Is it true? And so likewise, I also perform some operation like the T, A, I displayed in the, the sequence wise. Here I will not explain that why is displayed in the sequence wise. It's a for loop. Okay. So the coming video, you can easily find it out how the for loop is working in the practical and theoretical way with a flowchart. I'll go in a very, very details way. Okay. So I request you, please run this all the operator. I'll share with you these files on a GitHub. You just download it and run it. We entered in a fourth module, which is a data type. So we already discussed the last, already discussed the data type in the last video. So I think this PPT you already aware about that, because in the last video, the overview of Python I already discussed, right? So what is an integer, what is a complex, what is a float? So the so many data type is there, especially in a Python. So you'll find it out some new word like the set, string, list, tuple, and dictionary is also there. Just not there in C++, Java, and C language. So which is something new for you. So in this, from this modules, so we'll discuss in the very details of the data type, right? In the last video, we just give the overview. So here we have to enter in the depth of the data type. And see, the data type is a very, very important concept for interview perspective, because the 99% probability that the interviewer will ask the question related to a data type. Actually, this data type is using in almost every places if you are making any application with a Python programming language. This data type, like it's easy to implement, it's easy to understand, but you can easily forget as well. The reason, because the small topic is there. Okay, it's not much difficult. We'll learn it one by one and we'll make the proper structured way. Because of the lots of data types, so Python is creating the data type with the two different category. The first one is immutable data type. The second one is a mutable data type. So which one will consider as a immutable data type? Like a numeric. Numeric data type, numeric data type will consider in a immutable. String we also have, and we have a tuple. Okay. And mutable, we have a list, we have a dictionary, we have a set. So mainly three is a main data type is there. So numeric is also one of the category. We are not saying that numeric is a data type. So in a numeric, we have mainly the integer, float, and complex. So let's understand it. All the data type is one by way. This completely a 6 data type is there. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Let's understand it. The first one is a numeric data type. So numeric data type you can understand is like a numbering concept which is learned in a 10th class or 8th class. That's normal numbering concept. Numeric data type. Data type. I think you are aware about the real number, right? So real number, let's start with a real number. A number which is really exist in the real life, we can say it's a real number. It's a very simple definition of the real number, right? That number can be start with a minus infinite to any number like minus 2, you can say minus 1.0001, minus 1.00005, like any number which is exist in the real life. And 0 is also considered that, and 1 and 1.5, any number till infinite. So inside a real number, we have a different subset as like a whole number, integer number. Currently, I'm in numbering concept. I didn't enter in the programming concept. Okay, let's first understand with the numbering concept, and after that, we'll relate with all the topic with the programming language. So that we have a real number. Okay. So inside a real number, we have also the different numbering concept is there. The first one is integer. Okay. So integer is basically there is no any decimal point is there. Like it start from minus infinite to, it will take a minus 2, and after that minus 1. Okay. And after that 0, then 1, 2 till infinite. There is no any decimal point. And we have also the whole number is also there. Natural number, let me just first define natural number. Natural number is basically start with a 1, 2, 3, 4 till infinite. That is a positive values is defined as a natural number. Why it's saying that the positive values are defined as the natural number? Because in a naturally we are using the only positive things, right? So you can relate like this. This is not a definition. Okay. Third one is a whole number. Whole number, which is start from 0 to infinite. This is the normal numbering concept. I think you learn in the 8th class or 7th class. Okay. So, and those number which cannot be defined in a real life, we are calling the complex number. The simple way we can say, like if you have a number is like a root of 5, some values is there, right? So 2.23 is there. I don't remember the exact number. 2.2 something is there, right? You'll get the some values, but when you're talking about the value of -5, root of -5, that cannot be defined. So that we are defining is like root of -1 into root of 5. So root of -1 we are calling the iota in a mathematics, which is defined with the I, and root of 5 whatever value is there. So in suppose if I'm considering 2.2 something, 2.23, so 2.23 I, that will be the values. So that we are calling is the complex number. Okay, complex number. So when you enter in the real life, this is the real life numbering concept we are using. But when you're talking about the programming perspective, so we have a only integer, float, and complex. Okay, so we have a int. So whatever we learn in integer, that is nothing but in that we're defining here the int. We have a float, like if any value is -1, -2, sorry, -2 will be the less, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, like this till infinite. Okay, so floating point, that can be any decimal points. So like a minus, it is also start from the you know infinite, and if you have a -2, that will be considered as an integer, but if you have -2.0, that will be considered as a float. Any values which we have some decimal point, we are calling the floating point number. Okay, so -1.02, so kind of that values. So complex number, how we are defining complex number, like in a real life we are writing the a plus ib, but here we are defining the any number 5 plus 7g. We are not using the I. Okay, that can be any number like 5 plus 7 I. So any number which is defining the iota concept, we are calling the complex number. Let's try to understand with some practical implementation. Okay, suppose if you have any number like a 5, if you have any number is like uh, 5.86, any number which have some decimal points, we are calling the float. If you have a number is like 5 plus 7g, which I said. Okay, so when you just take the data type, so we can just type here the type A, you'll get the values is integer int, and a type of B, when you just check it, that is a float. Type of C, which is a complex. To understand in the very details way, so I already created one files, the data type. You can find it out on a GitHub link. Okay, so I'll share with this file. So you'll find it out like which one is integer, float, and complex, and as well as you'll find it out the type conversion as well. Like if I want to convert a float to integer, integer to float, float to concept. So how can we do that? It define it here. Okay. So hope you understand the concept of uh, in numeric data type, where mainly we are using the three data type here: int, float, and complex. Let's jump on the next data type, which is a string data type. Okay. So string data type is mostly using in a data science perspective as well, because let me give one example. is a chat GPT. I think you guys already aware about that chat GPT. So chat GPT is a totally based on the natural language processing concept. It's a little bit a high level of a data science, but let me just give you the overview why the string is very, very important. See, the chat GPT is always needed the string command, right? Statements. You're writing some statement and accordingly it will be finding the pattern and giving the result to you. And if I'm talking with you, so that is the voice command. The voice command first is converting in a text and after that you'll perform some operations. So wherever the text is available, we are applying string command. So that is the reason string become very, very important because it can be easily connected with the real life because in the real data, text is also there. So let's discuss the string data type. Okay, string. So first of all, string is a immutable data type, and ordered data type. So like in interview perspective, the interviewer is asking that what is a string? String is immutable and ordered data type, which is very, very important to say that this ordered data type. Okay, some data type is unordered as well. So I'll discuss that like dictionary and set that is the unordered. So here, what is the mean of immutable? Immutable in the sense we can't change anything. If you define the value is like I take the variable a is equal to India. First of all, let me discuss that how to define the string. String is always defining with the single quotes. Like I'm writing here the India single quotes. We can also define with the double quotes as well. Make sure that if you started with a single quotes and with a single quotes, if you started with a double quotes and with a double quotes. And if you have a multi-line of statement and string is there, so we can also define that with triple quotes, one line, two line, three line, wherever you end, one, two, three. So same as for single quotes as well, one, two, three, one line, two line, three line. So you can increase the line, two, three. Okay. So that we are defining the string. And the string have, uh, as I said that it's immutable. That means you can't change the values in between. Why I'm saying this word? Because of the ordering concept. So this India, if I define it here, I, N, D, I, A. So where we have a positive and negative index is available. So index is always start with a zero in a Python programming language. This concept is not for only string. Everywhere in the Python, the values always start with a zero. So the value started here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is the index. And when you're talking about the negative index, that is always start with a -1 because there is no -0, right? So -1, that is starting with the right hand side, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. It's a 5, huh? Okay. So you can access the values as well. So those a data type have the positive and negative indexes there that we are calling the ordered data type. Okay. So string have the positive and negative index, right? So here, because of this ordering concept, we have a different operations as well. So we can easily slice it. So in case if I'm just printing, let's do it in a practical way. Okay. So string, I have one string, which is the India. Okay. So because of this ordering concept, so we can also slice it as well. So a square bracket to using of slice always using the square bracket. As I said that the index is always start with a zero. So if I'm writing the zero in between the square bracket, you'll get the values is I, right? If I'm writing the a of uh, 3, a of 3. So let me just write here a of 3. So which is the small I? 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So in case if I'm writing the minus 2, so minus 1, minus 2. So you'll also get the values the same, minus 1. Uh, sorry, minus 2, that you will get the same values, minus 2, right? So the index of, the value of index 3 is I, the value of index minus 2 is also I, right? It's the same values because we have a positive and negative index as well. So in case if I want to assign some values, if in A of 2, which is a B, I want to make it a capital letter. Can I do that? Capital D, it will giving you the error. So if you define the particular order, you can't change it. If you can change it, that's become the mutable. If I change the order, if I change the values in between, that become a mutable. So obviously, in a Python, everything is possible. If you want to change it, it's possible in a different way, but the string is not giving you any kinds of method to change the values directly. You can't assign directly here. Okay, that is the reason is a immutable. Immutable, immutable means in the sense non-changeable. Mutable means changeable. All right. Okay. So based on that, we have a different operation is available. We have a concatenation. Suppose India, and I have a B statement, which is the country. Okay. So the A plus B, if I'm performing the operation, I'll get the values India country. Okay, India country. In the sense, in case if you want to define some space in between, so A plus, you can provide the space. The plus operation is used for concatenation. Plus operation is used for concatenation. If I'm using, so India space country. Perform the operation like this. So let's go to discuss about method and function in a string data type. So let me just conclude what I discussed. Okay. So I discussed the slicing. I discussed the concatenation. And we have also one more thing is a repetition. Okay. We can also repeat it with a star symbol. Slicing, we are using the square bracket. Concatenation, we are using this plus, and repetition, we can use the star. So for example, I have the value is variable is A. I want to multiply with a 5, then you'll getting India, India, India the 5 times. So that is a repetition. Okay, the small thing is there. To go in a very details way, again, you can go to the data type. If you already aware about these things, so you can skip, or you can just make this video either 2x or 1.x faster and just complete it and go through this Jupyter notebook and run this file. You'll get a better idea. But don't forget to run this Jupyter notebook file. Okay. So here I already explained. Okay. So you can just run it, just shift enter, run it. And you'll understand each and everything. But again, in case if you make any doubts, if you not understand anything, you can just put your question on a comment. Definitely I'll reply you. Okay. So let's discuss about, okay, I need a space. All right. I need a space. Keep. Because I don't want to remove it. Okay. So let's discuss about the next thing is a function and method, which is very important. Every data type have a different method and function. Okay. Let me first write a method and some function. So actually the method and function both are the same. There is no any difference. Just have a very small difference is there. If function is always defining like a def. Here I'm not explaining you the details of the function. Whatever inbuilt function, whatever inbuilt method is available in a string, that I will discuss it here. Okay. So why the both are a difference? See, method is always calling with a dot. Like I have, suppose A is a variable, which is the India. Okay. So method is always using like a dot upper, a dot lower, a dot capitalize. Okay. A dot count, a dot index, small I, there is no capital, index. So other method is also available. But when you're talking about function, so function is like a len, and we are passing the values a. Len means length. We have mean, we have a max. Okay, so these are, and we have a type. So actually this function is a very common for all the data type. So when you just enter in the list tuple dictionary, so you'll also find it out the same type of function that will not change, but the method will always change. The difference between the function and method is that if function is always defining like this, and then function name, fun, if I'm writing, defining like this. If the function is separately available, we are calling function. Simple. But if the function is available inside a class, we are calling the method. Class name is A. Okay. If it's available inside a class, we are calling method. So when I start the object-oriented programming, I'll go in a very detailed way. Just now you can just understand like this. The method is always using with a dot, and a function we directly call it. And to know that which one is a function, you can directly understand, like if you find it out any statement after this bracket, that is a function. That can be either function or method. If you're using dot, method, not using function. Okay. So few method I will discuss it here, and after that I'll stop. Okay, because no need to explain each and every method. When you just run this Jupyter notebook, you can easily understand. Okay. So as I define all two variables, A which is India, B which is a country. I want to make it A dot upper. So that will make it is a uppercase. Okay, it will be make as a uppercase. A dot lower. That will make it a lowercase, small I. And currently the A variable is already the capitalized. Capitalized in the sense, first letter is a capital, the second letter, remaining letter is a small one. Let me make one variable is equal to, I'm using Python programming language. Okay, so let me just use small I. When you just use a C dot capitalize, okay, sometimes when you just forget your, you know, that the method when you make it spelling is a little bit wrong, so it will giving you the error. So the best practice is that after this variable, put a dot, put a tab, you will getting a different suggestions. I'll make a capitalize. I don't need to write everything. Capitalize is already there. Okay, when I just run it, you'll get the values. I'm using Python programming language. So the first letter make it as a capital. The rest of the letter will make as a small one. So C dot title. There is one more variable. One more method is a title. Everything make as a first uh, letter is a capital of the particular word. Okay. So again, to go in a details way, so you have this one string data type, which is immutable and ordered. So you can find out here all the different method, and description is also there. It's very understandable way. So when you just run it, shift tab, shift shift enter. When you just run it, you can easily understand. So again, I'm also there in case if you face any problem. Okay. So these all the options are available till here. Okay. So suppose I have a statement. Um, Rahul got 78% marks in mathematics exam. Okay. So this is the one statement. I want to make this statement in dynamic way. Like the name, which is the Rahul. Okay. And marks, I'll make a m variable, which is 78. So 78, which is the integer, and subject, which is nothing but a mathematics. Okay. These three variables. I want to make a statement in the dynamic way. So making the statement in a dynamic way, we have a three way to define it. Let's discuss the first one, string formatting. The first one is we can print here. So the first one is Rahul. So Rahul is a subject. So I'll make the name is a string. So I'll make a percentage of s. Okay, that percentage of s I'll make it the dynamic way. Rahul got 78% marks. So percentage of s, percentage of I for integer marks in mathematics exam, which is the percentage of s for a string and I for integer, percentage of s exam. Okay, and after that, after a double quotes, you have to use a percentage, and in a bracket, you have to pass the values one by one. The first one is a percentage of s, which is nothing but a name. I'll pass it. The name is here. Second one is m, which is nothing but a marks. Third one is a subject. I'll pass the subject here. The name will be passed in the percentage of s, m will percentage of I, which is an integer, and subject is that mathematics. So here showing the 78. So the best part of is that in case if you have some decimal numbers is here, like let's say for example you have a 78.67. When you just run it, still you'll get the answer is, let me just run it here again. Still you'll get the answer is 78. The reason behind that, because I passed the values is the integer, right? So in case if you want the proper decimal point, you have to make is a float. You have to make as a float. So by default, that floating point is giving the till 5 decimal point. Yeah, 6 decimal points. So it's on you. You can easily, dynamically you can just change it. I can pass it here only the 2 decimal point. So 0.2, when you just pass it, you will get the values is 78.67. In case if you're passing the 1 decimal point, so 67, it will be converted into 7, because after 6, the 7 values is a greater than 0.5. That will be round of 7. Okay. But here the percentage symbol is not visible. So when you just pass the 1%, it will be throw the error because unsupported format. Because here the considering that if you pass the 1%, the meaning is you will pass some the data type here as well. That can be string, that can be float, that can be integer. So avoiding this confusion, we always using the double percentage. So that will consider as a percentage. Okay. So 1% will consider as a, like, you will pass some data type, but actually you don't need to pass some data type, right? So double percentage you can use it. So here, uh, like as we are calling string, we are calling the integer. So again, in the data type, already the values is available. You can just make it string, integer, float, character, everything is there. Okay. So this is the one way to defining the string formatting. There is also one way is also there to defining the string formatting. You will just write a print, and whatever values is available, like a Rahul, so we'll make a double quotes always there because of the string. This one, curly braces, you will consider as a dynamic values. Rahul got curly braces percentage marks in curly braces exam. Okay. So here the curly braces, you have to pass the values is here. Like I will pass the value is name. I will pass the value is M. I will pass the value is subject. Just before you have to write F. This is also the very simple way. But again, if you make the statement is a very dynamic, especially in the number format, so this one is also useful. You can also use this one also. So both are very same. You can use it. Sorry, we have to give the space and yeah, full stop. So again, everything you can find it out here. You can easily find it out here. One more thing, one more is also there. Dot format option. Okay, so you can just use it. The same thing here. Curly braces. Got Rahul got curly braces exam. Curly braces marks in curly braces exam. Okay, and after that just dot format, and you'll pass the values is one by one. Okay, so here when I just pass the value is name, first one will be consider, and then M, then subject again. So KSUPJCT. So again you will be confused that what is the difference between that. Okay, this option is available, then why I will use this. So this one also have some plus point, is that suppose um, here you have to pass the proper order, otherwise the value will be swapped. So, but in case if you pass the different order, I'll pass M is here, I pass name is here, I'll pass a subject is here itself. When I just run it, you'll find it out the value is 78 got Rahul percentage. It's very weird statement, right? So actually the by default, this one, uh, the indexing point is also there, 0, 1 and 2. So when I just run it, so by default the values is there. But actually this the 0 index, it should be here. So I'll make it 0 here. Okay. So you can see you'll find it the 2 times because I also pass the 0 is here as well. So here I'll make the 1. So you can change the order as well. So all three have a different positive points. We can use it. Okay. So one more topic is also there in string formatting. So string formatting is done. In a string, there is also one more topic. It's a very small topic. Is skip sequence and raw string. Skip sequence and raw string. Let me put the heading here. Skip sequence and raw string. Okay. Skip sequence in the sense, suppose if you are writing some statement and the value will not be print in the place of that symbol, it will be showing the meaningful result. Let's say for example, I'm writing here, hi, I'm working in Python programming language. Okay, which is uh, dynamically typed language. Okay, I just want some statement after the hi, I want to print in the next line. I'll use the slash n. So slash n is basically going to the next line, right? It's not like that. It will be print the slash n. Okay. And after the statement, again, I want to in this next line, it will be in the next line. I want uh, dynamically typed language have some space as well, slash B for a backspace. Okay, B for backspace. I'll make the T for a tab. Okay. So when you just run it, you'll get the values is because of the slash n is giving the next line. Because of this slash n is giving the again next line. Because of this slash t is giving the again some spaces here. So that's why it's giving the uh, that meaningful result and not exactly the printing the values, right? So this one we are calling the skip sequence. So I just define it here as a different type of skip sequence, like slash n for next line, slash t for tab, slash b for backspace, slash r for reserved, and slash a for alert. So different skip sequences there. Sorry, it's a skip sequence. Okay, skip sequence. And what is a raw string? So raw string in the sense, sorry, raw string in the sense, if you want all the statements as it is, I don't want to print the meaningful result. I want as it is values. So just before you have to write R, that will consider everything as a raw string. So the value is not displaying it here. Sometimes it's very useful whenever you're reading some particular files from local machine or in particular server. Okay, suppose if you are reading and somewhere the double slash is available, single slash is available, so Python is giving some meaningful result, but you don't want, you want as it is path. So that time we are using the R, especially for reading the CSV file in the data science, we mostly using the R to avoiding the errors. Okay, so that string topic is finished. So we covered everything. We covered four things here. The first one we discuss about what is the string, which is the immutable and order data type, and we discuss about the positive and negative indexing that can be easily sliced and concatenate and repeating values. And we also discuss the method function, and we discuss the string formatting, skip sequence, and raw string. So that complete the details. Again, if you have any confusion, you can just put on a comment, and please refer that uh, Jupyter notebook file. Your confusion will be clear there. Okay. So let's discuss about the next topic, which is a tuple. So tuple is one of the smallest data type, like a number. Number is very small. That was only you know the integer, float, and complex. But the tuple have some values, but it's not as much of big topic. So let me just cover it in this video only. Okay. So again, the tuple. The first we have to clear that what is the definition. The tuple is again it's a immutable and ordered data type. Ordered data type. Okay, when you're talking about the how the tuple is defining, the tuple is defining in a round bracket. Suppose I have a value is a 5, 8, 7.0 and high. Okay, so that I store in the variable t. So first of all, this tuple is a comes under the sequence. Sequence means is a particularly order and that collecting the data, right? So the 5 is an integer, 7.0 is a float, high is a string. So that is that's why the tuple is become a sequence which store the different data type. Even inside a tuple, you can also store the list as well, dictionary as well, anything. So the tuple list dictionary in the set that working as a container. So the container is nothing but a sequence. Okay. So here, as I said, it's the order data type. So again, have a positive and negative indexing is there. Okay, sorry. Uh, oh, why is showing like this? Okay, have a positive and negative indexing. So 0, 1, 2, 3 have a positive indexing, and as well as we have a negative indexing as well. -1, -2, -3, -4. So like the tuple, we can also apply the slicing order, like the t slice with uh, 2, you'll get some values. Obviously, you'll get the value is 7.0, right? You'll get the value is 7.0. In case if you pass the t of a 3, you'll get the high. But in case if you pass the -3, then the value will change. That will be 8, right? So we can also apply the concatenation here. We can also apply the multiplication here. So this symbol is used for concatenation, and this symbol is used for repetition. Okay. So, and the likewise, the uh, string, we have also the method and function are available. So the best part of this tuple is that not a best part, but yeah, the tuple have a very less method. When you're talking about a method, have very less, and a function. Okay. So method have a very less. Just we have a count method like t dot count and t dot index. That's it. We don't have other method is here. So again is a tuple, again is a immutable. So that means we can't change the values in between. And the function when you're talking about, so it will be the same as the which we discussed in the string, that like what is the max values, what is the min values, what is the type. Okay, there is also one more function is available, which is a tuple, which will be responsible to convert any data type into tuple. Okay, so min max is there. Yeah, and we have a len, which is very, very important. Len, which will show you how much data is available inside a tuple. So let me just clear it in the practical way. It's very small data type, we can say. So again, you have to refer the data type Jupyter notebook. You will find it out. The practice notes there. Okay. So tuple, I can define it here in the round bracket. I'll make this the T1. We can define in the round bracket 4, 7, 7.9, and high is here. We can define it, and hey, we can define it. Okay. So let me also define one more variable is a T2, where I can define it 4, 5, 6, 2. There is very small values. So the T1, if you access it with the 2, so the value 0, 1, 2, which is a 7.9 value will generate. Sorry, it's a T1, not a T. 7.9 value will be generated. But again, I want a 7.9 high, both the values. So you will start with 2. You will start with 2 and end with high. Start with 2 and reach till 3. So the Python have a rules that it never end with the last values. So if you write 3, that it will be considered as a range. The 2 to 3, it will start with a 2 but not end with a 3. Okay, so it will showing the value 7.9. So you have to write here the 4. This rules is not for only tuple, it's rule for everywhere in the Python. Always start with the index, always start with 0, first thing. Second thing, never end with that values, always ending with before 1. Because of that, let me write it here. Always start with the index 0, and in case if you pass the range is 9, meaning is that the value will start from 0 to 8. Okay, so here when you just pass the 2:4, the meaning is that will be 2 and 3, like this. So this will be applicable for everywhere in the Python, not for a tuple only. Okay, even the last data type which is discussed, that was a string, it's also applicable for them also. Okay, so we can also apply the concatenation T1 plus T2. You'll get the value is the complete concatenation. We can also apply the repetition as well. So if I'll multiply with the 3, then you'll get the 3 times that same values. Okay, so these are the values are available, and we have a different method as well. Before going to that method, let me just do the negative indexing and some more values, try to get it. Suppose I want this both the values 6, 7.9 and high from negative indexing.
So T1, this is the values. I want to start with 6. So that I will take the value is -1, -2, -3, -4. So I'll write the -4 here. And when you just print it, you'll get the values is you'll get the values is 6. And when you click only colon, then it will be start with a -4 till last. Okay, but I don't want a high. So this the value is -1 and I want to end with here. So when I just write a -2, so you know that it never end with the last values. It's always ended before 1, right? It's before 1. So definitely it will end here. You can run it and check that. So better you have to use -1. -1 in the sense it end with -2. This is the rule of Python is that it never end with the last values and always start with a 0 if you are not defining. And the values is always start with the same if you are defining. This is the way. And one more thing, suppose I want to make this order as a reverse. How we can do that? So the T1 you can make it, and when you make a colon, that meaning is that start with the 0th index and with last. Okay, and after that, suppose okay, after colon you can also increment and decrement. So by default start with a 0, 1, 2, 3. In case if I'm writing the 2, so it will be jump like this 0, 2, 4. Now just run it, you'll get the values like this. But if you make it -1, okay, the first place become the -1, then again it will be decrementing. So it will make the reverse order. Okay, oh sorry, T1. The T1 values are this and you can make it the reverse order. All right. Here, if uh, if I'm applying the method and function, the T1 dot count, okay, count, you can just count it the how many times that values is available. I want to know that how many times a high is available. It will tell you yes, it's a one time is available, right? So in case if you have a multiple times high is there, like T2, how much is there? Okay, so let me make a T3 is equal to T1 plus T2, T1 plus T2. So this one T3, I want to perform some operation. How many times 4 is available? Let's make it T3 dot count and make it 4. You'll get the values is 2. Okay. So again, the when you apply the index order, dot index will tell you where is exactly the position. Suppose I want to know the position of 7.9. 7.9. It will give you the value is, sorry, it's a T3. Give you the value is 2, 0, 1, 2. But the confusing part is here. Confusing part is here. If I want to know the position of 6, so T3 dot index of 6. So what will be the values? It's the 1. But I want to know the what is the position of this. If you're working in the Jupyter notebook, click on it here and inside a bracket, just write Shift tab. You'll get the complete notification. Okay. So it will tell you where the position are starting and where is ending. So ending is a huge number and starting is a 0. So always start with a 0. But if I'm start traveling from the 1, sorry, 0, 1, 2. If I'm traveling from the 2, so that means it will not check the previous one. So here, if I start a start, start is equal to 2 if I'm writing. So that means the 2 is here. It will check only this part. So what is the position of 6 in this part? Okay, start. Take no keyword argument. Okay, let's remove it. So you don't need to pass the keyword there. Okay. So when you just pass the 2 here, that meaning is that it will be start from 2 only. From here, it will not check the previous one. So this way we can find it out. Acha, last thing, I didn't discuss that why it's called as a immutable, because I have the T1 in case in the place of 7.9, which is the second position, I want to replace with some values like hello. So you can't do it. That is not supporting in the tuple. So tuple is mostly used for a security purpose. The value when you're defining in any any metadata, or we can say any storage place, we always using the round bracket, so that when you start working on a Python, it should not be changed by mistake to assigning some values. Okay. So now the tuple topic is finished. This is the topic is there in a tuple. So if you have any confusion, you can put on a comment. We completed the three data type: numeric, string, and tuple. So now let's discuss about the next topic is a list. That is the fourth data type, list. So list basically mutable data type. So whatever we discussed, the previous one is a tuple, string, and numeric. That was an immutable data type. But this one is a mutable data type, mutable and ordered data type. Again, so mutable means changeable, ordered means to have a positive and negative indexing. So list is always defining with this is ls is a variable defining with a square bracket. That can be the any data type. You can just write it like integer, 5.8 is a float, high, okay, and 7, 5. So you can define like this. So it's a square bracket. All right. So have a positive and negative indexing as well because of its order. So we have a 0, 1, 2, sorry, 3, and 4. Have a negative indexing as well: -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So when you're talking about the operations, so it have also the same operation like a tuple and a string. So we can perform the operation like slicing. So like ls of for the particular slice, if you do it like 1, so you'll get the answer is 5.8. So if you just slice is the multiple values, like 2 to 5, so you'll get the answer is high. So that will be the single quotes here: high, 7, and 5. That is a more than one values is always in the square bracket. Okay. So we have also the this symbol, plus symbol, which is denoting as a concatenation. Concatenation. Okay. And the star symbol, which denoting as a repetition. Okay. That will repeat the values in the many times. And the same as the tuple, we have also the method and function are available. But because of this mutability, because of the changeability, we can change the values. So we have so many method and functions are available. So here I will discuss a few method and function, and later you can just run the Jupyter notebook file. You'll understand easily. So method and function, our function is the same. That will be len, that will be mean, that will be max, that will be list, list also the function. Okay. And that will be the type. Okay, this function is very common. We are using in every data type. So only this one, like for a list, we have a list function. For tuple, we have a tuple function. String, we have a str function. Okay. So method, when you're talking about, so method is we have like we have a dot count. Okay, um we have a index that That is a common. It's there for a tuple and uh, in string as well. And we have also the other method is like append, which is very famous. Append, insert. Okay. So many method are available. So again, when you just run the Jupyter notebook, you will find it out all the methods there. So few method I will discuss here, few, and I'll discuss in some practical implementation here. Okay, you will find it out in the Jupyter notebook, each and everything. Okay, as I implemented almost every method here. But still, if you'll get any confusion, I'm there. So let me create one uh, heading is a list. Okay, so ls is a variable. I'll making some values here: 6, comma 3, comma 8, comma 4.7, comma h, comma k. Okay, so if I want to change the value is h to hello, so what is the position of h, which is the 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the fourth position. So fourth, I want to, which is nothing but a h. I want to make as a hello, hello. And later, when I just check the values is ls, so yes, I can see the value is hello. So it's very simple. We can just do it, right? We can just up change the values because of it's a mutable data type. We can easily change the values which is defined inside that, right? So here h is changed. So whatever index is defining for a h, so in the place of h is showing the hello, but you can't do it in a tuple. Okay, so we can also slice it many things like ls of 4. What is the values is a hello. Ls of uh, 2, which is the 8. From the 8, I want to define with the last values. So you can see the last value is this one. But at the same time, if I want to print till a fifth only, 5 only, so it's saying that it's ls, not s. It's saying that 8, 4.7 and hello, right? 8, 4.7 and hello, it reached till 4 only, right? So it will take 2, it will take 3, it will take 4. It will not reach till fifth values. Okay. So we can also perform the operation like a concatenation and repetition as well. I have a ls2, which the list is containing the 7, 4, 2. And when I just perform the ls plus ls2, so you'll get the value is combining the all, right? So adding the all the values is here. So concatenation we can perform the repetition as well. It's repeating the values, right? We can perform the functions as well here, all the function. In ls, I want to know the what is the length ls. So you'll get the values is 6. There is a 6 elements are available. So inside the list, tuple, dictionary, and set, so that values we are calling the elements, right? These elements are available. There is a 6 elements. And when I just perform the operation of min of ls, so you'll get the error because these all are a number, but the hello and k is the these both are a string. So string cannot be compared to each other, right? Less than greater than symbol is not supported between the string and integer. So what we can do it here, so we can just remove it, or else you can just take the any other like other variables. So here when I just check that what is the minimum values in ls2, so which is the 2, and ls2, what is the maximum values? What is the maximum values? So you will get the values is 7. So we can find it out this way. But again, so when I just competing with the tuple and list, for example, you have a tuple. I already defined, I think. Let me just use T1 tuple. I want to change the values. Hi, I want to make is a hey, not a hey. I want to make as a hello. Okay. So we can directly convert this tuple into the list. So when I just make the list of T1, so it will make the complete list. But in a list, we can perform the operation, right? So I can store in the temporary variable, temp variable, I store it. You can store in any variable, obviously. So temp, I store it, and I just pass the value is the position of high, which is a 0, 1, 2, 3. So when I just pass the value is 3, you will get the answer is high. And when I just perform the assigning the values, perform the this assignment operation, hello here, and check the value system, you will get the hello. Later, again, you will perform the operation like a tuple. You will convert your list into the tuple. So you'll make the values is this. Okay. So we have this option like the list, we have a list function, tuple, we have a tuple function. So because of that, we can change the values, right? So lots of method is also there that we discuss the function. So method is also there. For example, I have a list ls. I want to add some values. So ls dot append. We can add some values here. Suppose 400 I want to add it. I can add it here. ls. So 400 is added. But at the same time, I want to add in the position of the 2, or we can say just beside the 8. So you have to find it out the position where you want to add it. 0, 1, 2, 3. In the position of 3, I want to add it. So append is always adding in the last. But when I just use the ls dot insert, so this is also one of the function, insert. So you can, what you want to add, you can just take the help from Jupyter Notebook, Shift tab. It will tell you where you want to add. Sorry, first where you want to add. Index is where you want to add. I want to add in the position of 3. What you want to add? I want to add 1,000. So when I just run it and check the values is ls, the 1,000 is adding in the position of 3. Okay. So the 4.7 is just transfer in the one position. So that means it's a mutable, right? The position is changing it here. But when you're talking about the list and when you're talking about the tuple and a string, that cannot change the positions. Okay, because that is immutable data type. Insert we can perform the deletion operation. So here append and insert we mostly use for adding the values. If I want to perform deletion operation, so that remove operation here, I want to remove hello, we can directly remove it here and check the values is ls, so value is removed. So that value is removed from the uh, values. I just pass the values here, but I want to pass the index. So ls dot pop is there. Pop is taking the index. I will pass the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll pass the index is 5. I'll pass the index is 5, then it will be removed the k values. To check the ls, that is remove the k. And here you can perform the min max, right? There is no any string values is available. You can perform it. Max, obviously, it's 1,000. So you can perform here. Okay. So likewise, we have a lots of method is available. Remove is there, pop is there. Okay. So other method is there. You can just check it in data type. See, sorting method is there. If applying the ascending order, descending order, right? We can apply the clear. Clear will remove the all the values there. You just run it. The shift tab, run it. You'll understand everything. It's very simple way. So much method is there. Again, you don't need to remember each and everything. But you should know that that option is available in a list. Okay, you don't need to remember because it's a very small thing is there. Okay. So in a list, there is one topic is very famous, which is the list comprehension. List comprehension. So this list comprehension is mostly used for optimizing the code. So whatever code you can write in 3-4 lines, so because of the list comprehension, you can make it to one line, and it's very fast. Okay, so suppose I want to display the 1 to 10 number. It's very simple example, 1 to 10 number. So with the help of for loop, I can display it here. For I in range, I can pass the values is here 1 to 11. So this is the rule of Python programming language, is that is always starting with that particular values. And if you're not assigning, that will be considered as 0 and never end with last values. Okay, because the range of 1 to 10 or 1 to 11, the 10 values should be printed. So another programming language, why it's not like that? Because their indexing start from 1 and here indexing start from 0. So when I print I, so it will showing you the 1 to 10 number. Okay, I want to perform the operation based on that. I want to perform like make a container of the uh, the cube of all the values. So when I just make it cube, because when you have the particular list and perform the I want to store in, okay, like that. Suppose if you have the particular list, I want to make it all the values as a cube format. But in that time, when you just directly perform the operation, like suppose I have a ls, and when I just performing a cube to the power of 3, it will show it saying that it's not supported. So in that situation, what should I do? So we can directly, uh, you know, display all the values, display all the values with a for loop. It's iterating all the values is one by one. What is happening here? It's printing all the values one by one, right? So like here, ls is this, ls is this. I want to perform the cube operation based on that. So can you do that? No, it's not possible. When you just apply it here cube, it will giving you the error. So likewise, we have the one of the requirement is that I want to make a list of the cube of 1 to 10. So here when I just make it cube of 1 to 10, so the displaying all the values, I'll make one particular list like ls3 is a blank list, and every time I'll just append it, append with ls3. Sorry, not ls3, I will append it. Let's make it result. Okay, here I'm just using the for loop, but after completing of this data type, I have to go in the very details of conditional statement and loop. So again, if you have a confusion, if you are okay with that, then you can just listen to here. Otherwise, you can just take the video of the for loop as well. I have already created, not already created. After that, you'll get the for loop. Okay. So append, why it's not working? Okay, I have to write ls dot append. Okay, so when I just check the ls, you'll get the ls3, ls3, not ls3. You'll get the values 1, 8, 27 like this. So, but with the help of list comprehension, you can easily do it. Just one line of code. List comprehension syntax is like that. So, so you'll apply the for loop for variable in sequence. So before just we have to write variable. Okay, this is the sequence. This is the syntax of the list comprehension. So what I'll do, I will just use the for I in range, which is a uh, because a range is a sequence range, which is the 1 to 11. And before that, whatever want to print, you can. I'm just printing the only I. So that is showing the 1 to 10 number. But I want to print the cube. So it will showing the cube. Okay. So as I said that in the ls, I want to make it the cube. Directly, I can't do it. But if I apply the list comprehension there for uh, b in ls3. So before when I just pass the only v, you will get the as it is values because it's just iterate the all the values is one by one, right? It's iterate. So you have a freedom to do anything with a v. So I am applying it here, the 3, you'll get the values is completely the cube of all the values, right? So here ls3 previously was like this. Not a ls3. Let's perform the ls. You can see here Previously, the ls was like this. Let's apply the cube in all the values is one by one. So with the help of list comprehension, we can perform this operation. And in real life, in the real application, we are using this one. So based on the list comprehension, I've just given some exercise. You can just try it. It's very easy. I also given the solution as well here. You can just try to understand and do it. Okay. So each and everything I just apply it here. You can check out and just run it one by one. You'll understand everything here. Okay. So I also created the 2D and a 3D list, right? So 2D and 3D list, let me just explain a little bit. 2D and 3D list, 2D and 3D list. Okay. So ls, if you have a list like this, that means it's a 1D list. Okay, it's a 1D, one dimensional only. If you have ls2 is like a particular list is there, the list inside a list. So list inside a list like 4, 6, 8, comma. In the second list we have 3, 5, 7, like this. So that means there is a two rows. There's two rows and three columns. So that means it's a 2 cross 3 matrix is there, right? So when you have the same kind of with a three-dimensional as well, like ls3. So this is the particular one time, it's a 2D list. I'll make it a 2D list. At the same time, I will also make it this 2D list in a one particular wrapper. So let me change the values is like a 15, 16, 18, 13, 15, and 17. And everything I'll make one particular wrapper. Then it's become a 3D list, right? In a 3D list, that we can say that it's a this was a two rows, three columns, and I apply the one more D there, right? Which is the 2. So 2 cross 2 cross 3. The value will be the 2 cross 2 cross 3. It will be, right? We can, if you want to iterate it, the for loop will really help you. So if I want to slice the values, ls3, this is the values. I want to change in the position of 16. Okay, I want to change the position of 16. First, you have to find it out. So which block it's available? This is the first block. This is the second block. So available the second block, that means 0, 1. So I find it out this block. And again, it's a which block? It's because I want to change the value is 15, right? Again, is a which block? It's a zeroth block. It's a one block. It's 1. Again, what is the position? It's a 1. I want to change the values is a high. Change the values when I just take the ls3, obviously ls3, get the values is high. So this way we are performing the list operation, and we can also iterate with a for loop, like for I in ls3. So it will be iterate. The one list will be iterated here. One bracket will be iterated here. Like print I, you will get the values in one list and the second list, right? So again, I want to iterate it. So for j in I, print j. So when I just display, so you'll get the value is the j iteration. So again, I can iterate it with a j as well. For k in j, so then you'll get the value is k. Okay, so you'll get the all the values. So if you have a three dimension, you have to apply the three for loop to iterate each and every element. Okay, so this is the list. 2D, 3D I also completed, and list comprehension I also completed, all the methods and function as well. Please check out this Jupyter notebook. Your all the doubts will be clear. Now we reach till fifth data type, which is the dictionary. So dictionary is little bit different with tuple and list. What is the different? Different is that there is no any positive and negative indexing is there in the dictionary. That means dictionary is unordered data type. But it's a mutable data type. If it's a mutable, let me just write it first. It's a mutable and ordered data type. Sorry, unordered data type. Unordered data type. Okay. So there is no any positive indexing for a dictionary. No any positive and negative indexing. So dictionary is a defining like key value pair with a curly braces. Key colon values. Okay. Curly braces close. So if I want to define any dictionary, so we can define the dictionaries like this. So suppose the variable is a D. In the curly braces, I'm defining the value is A colon 15 comma B colon 18 comma Z colon 19. Again, I told you there is no any restriction for a data type. If you started with any string is here and I want to put it here is an integer, you can do it. There is no any restriction in any data type. As I said in a tuple topic itself, right? So likewise, the tuple, this is also one of the container, but it's contain the data as key value pair. So likewise, uh, tuple and list. So we'll also discuss about the operations, their method and function. So when you're talking about the operations, so we can also slice the values, but with a key, because there is no any 0, 1, 2, 3. There is no any positive and negative indexing is available, right? So we can't directly access it. Suppose if I want to access the value is a 15, so I will write a D of A. Okay, we'll write a D of A. Then you'll get the value is a 15. If I accessing the value is a D of Z, so you can get the value is 19. This way, we are accessing the values. But here you can't perform the operation of the concatenation and multiplication. Means this star symbol, you can't perform it. This plus symbol, you can't perform it. So I'm gonna remove it this part. Okay. So likewise, the list and tuple, we have also the method and function is available. So let's talk about a method and function. Method and function. So here, this is not a sequence, right? Which have a positive and negative indexing and defining in the one particular uh, brackets. So we can't use it a mean and max is here, but we can use a length. We can use a type. We have also own uh, function, which is a DICT. This function is also available. So when you're talking about the method, so may also have lots of method is available here. Like we have dot keys. Like if I have a if I have a variable is a D, so D dot. Oh, why it's not running? Okay, wait a minute. Just me just open it again. There is some web problem. Okay, so let me just continue with this. Okay, so we have a keys, we have the values as well. Okay, we have pop. Okay, we have the uh, keys, values, and items. So the lots of method is available. Let's do it practically. Let me jump on a practical implementation, this one, and we'll also discuss about their application as well, where we can implement the dictionary in a real life. Okay, okay, yeah. Let me just remove it, these things. All right. Let me create one file here. All right. I already created. Let me just take it. Experiment. Yeah. Again, you have to follow this Jupyter notebook, which is already there in our description. You can just access this link via GitHub and just run it. You'll find it out all the information here, right? But I'll just run it few, method and function here. Yeah, the same dictionary, same Jupyter notebook. Let me create here dictionary. I'll create one dictionary. Is the D1 is equal to in the curly braces. Suppose like R and pass the value is 19 K. I'll pass the value is 8.8.9. I'll pass the value is E colon hello. I will also pass the value is the 5 colon 19. So there is no any restriction for the data type. So like you started with the here is the string. So the key always should be a string. It's not like that. You can pass anything here. This restriction is not there in anywhere in the Python. All right. So D1, if I want to access any values, I'll pass the value as a K. You will get the values as 8.9. And D1, I want to access the hello. You'll get the value is, oh, what's the problem? Oh, sorry. I just accessing the value is hello with a T. That is not possible. I can access the T. I can access with the T and get the value is a hello, right? This way it can be performed. Okay, so when I just perform some operation methods here, like a D1 dot keys, you'll get the all the keys here. Okay, so R, K, T, 5, these are the keys. And what is the values? D1 dot values, you will get the values here. Again, if you already aware about that, you just the run this file, which is I shared with you the dictionary. Run this file and run this video in a 2x or 1.5x. You don't require to listen each and everything, right? These are a very basic things is there, and just when you run, you'll understand. So I'll just give you the complete overview here. Okay. So it's suppose if I want to add some values, so there is no any append option is there, right? There is no any append. I want to add some values. How can I add it? So the D1 pass any keys. I'll passing the keys here like you. I'm assigning the values here 1000. So when I just run it and get the values here D1, you'll get the U in the last values. Okay. So like we can also assign the values. So dictionary have some applications. So I'll discuss about that. Again, I will not write each and every line code. So I'm taking the help from here. Suppose if I'm defining the values here, okay, here, this is the list. Okay. So question is why I'm creating a list here? Why not, sorry, this is the tuple. Why I'm creating the tuple here? Why not a list? The reason behind that, tuple is very much secure. Secure in the sense we can't change the values. So most of the time we are using the a tuple as a key in a dictionary. Okay. So it's not like that you can't create a list. You can, but most of the time we are using the tuple because of the security purpose. Okay. So T1 is a tuple. I want to make each and everything as a dictionary. So you know that the curly, if you make the curly braces like a blank curly braces. So for example, D2 blank curly braces, when you check the data type, that you'll also get the data type is a dictionary. Dict. Here is showing the dict, not a complete name is a dictionary. All right. So this D1 I want to make as a uh, dictionary, dictionary key. So D2, which is nothing but a dictionary, dot from keys, there is a one method from keys. I'm passing the values is keys, which is a D1. So you'll get the values is like this. Name as a none because I didn't pass anything. college is a none, like this. So I'll store these values in the D3. Even you can store in the same variable as well. It's on you, right? So let's assign some values. So D3, D3 this, I want to assign some values in the place of the name. So I'm assigning the value name. Okay. Here you can assign directly any name like a Rohit. You can assign it, or else you can create the completely a list here. It's on you. Like inside that, you can define one key in the values. You can pass n number of sequences. Sequences in the sense in one sequence you can create it like a list and tuple. You can define the multiple values. What is my target here? I want to create a complete table. I think you aware about Excel. You seen Excel somewhere, right? At least I'm expecting this time. Okay, so in a table, suppose I have one name, I have a phone number, and I have marks, something like this. So okay, so the keys is this values is always constant. This is nothing but a column name. So when you talking about the terms of the dictionary, that will be calling this part as a keys, and all the values will consider as a values. Okay, so values of the particular key. So likewise, I want to define some value. Suppose the name is uh, name is like Rauhit. Okay, Manoj, John, and their likewise their values is available. So you can define it. So in a terms of dictionary, when you're talking about, let me just remove unnecessary things. Yeah. Okay. I want to create the complete table in the terms of the dictionary, which will be the pair of uh, list and a dictionary. Okay. So I have a many name is available. I'll just copy paste from this file. So this one I'm just defining it here. Okay. I'm just defining all the values. So name I define the Mukesh, marks I define the 90, subject I defining the maths, and college I defining the Mumbai University. Okay. So when I just run it, so you'll get not info, obviously. You have a D3. So D3, D3, D3. Okay. When you just check the D3, you'll get the values like this. At the same time, if you have a multiple values, you can also define it. Mukesh, I'm defining with the other name is John. So again, if you have one values, you don't need a container. Container or a sequence, we can also say. If you have one values, we don't need a container. If you have multiple values, we need a container, which can be either which can be either list or tuple. I'm just making here a list. Okay, you can make a tuple, it's not a problem. Okay, and I'm just passing the values 56 and any values. So maths, let me pass the English. Okay, let's store it. And Mumbai University, and okay, IIT Bombay. All right. So when I just run it, so you'll get the values is like this. So here, the Mukesh and John, you'll get the same time. If I want to make it this as a table, this does not look like a table, but there is a library which you'll learn maybe after 8 9 videos. Topic is the package and modules. There is a inbuilt packages available is the pandas. Import pandas. Okay, I'm importing the pandas, which is an inbuilt package, and it's already installed in a Jupyter notebook and Anaconda. If you're working with any other libraries, then you will not get it pandas directly. You have to install it. Import pandas and pandas dot data frame. So I'll just make it completely a frame. Okay, frame. And when I just pass the values at D3, run these values, you'll get the complete table where the name, college, subject, and marks is considered as keys, where the other thing considered as a values. So when you just enter in the data science part, currently you are just learning the Python programming language. When you enter in the data science, so everything you are dealing with a table. And that table we are reading in the data frame format, then you will start the operations. So if you start the operation, if you're already aware about that, yes, this table is nothing but a collection of the keys and values, right? So Mukesh, John, Mumbai University, IITB, this is nothing but the values. Where is the name and college that's considered as a keys. So let me just define is the variable df data frame and df when I just pass the values dot keys, you'll get it the keys because this is nothing but that data frame is also nothing but a combination of list and dictionary. So when I just pass the df dot values, you'll get a values as well. See, everything is a values. There is no any keys. Okay. And some other method is also adding here, like a df dot columns, which is not there in the dictionary, but this is the method of a data frame. You'll get the values. But you can see the keys is very much similar to the df dot columns. But if you perform this operation, dictionary dot column, you will not get it. This is the method of a data frame. Don't apply it. I'll just remove it here. Okay. When you enter in the data science, then you will understand. Here, just try to understand that a table is made with a dictionary and list. So again, I request you to run all the files. You don't need to create anything. If you want to do experiment, do it. But at least run this file. This all the values is available, like how we can get the keys, how we can get the values, items, how we can perform pop, a clear operation, how can get the values, how can add some values, how can update the values, right? So this is one line of code. You just run it, you'll understand easily each and everything. Like here, creating some particular data frame is here. So likewise, list, we have also the dictionary comprehension. Dictionary comprehension is the same as list comprehension. The only thing is that the syntax will change. The reason, structure of the dictionary and a list both are different. Let me first remove it this. I'll write the syntax and after that finish the dictionary comprehension. All right. Okay. Dictionary comprehension. Okay. Dictionary comprehension. When you're talking about the syntax is very same. Curly braces. So again, we have the key values pair. Suppose if you apply the operation is like for each in sequence. So here you have to perform the key colon values. Is mandatory. I want to print a 1 to 10 number. Okay, I want to print 1 to 10 number, but at the same time, I want to show the values as well. Suppose if you have a list, you performed like for I in range which start from 1 end with 11, and before you just wrote the values is I, and you'll get the 1 to 10 number. This is I, you'll get the 1 to 10 number, but I want the cube of this all the number with the same numbers should also be defined, like 1 colon 1, 2 colon 8, 3 colon 27, 4 colon 64, like this. So that was a list. Here I'll make the curly braces. Make sure that you have to use key values pair. So I colon, I'm just using I cube. Okay, I cube. You will get the values is like this: 1 to 8, 327, 464, 5, 6, like this until 1000. Okay, so dictionary comprehension is the same as list comprehension, only the structure is changed. The set is a mutable and unordered data type. It's an unordered data type. Okay. So unordered meaning is that there is no any positive index, there is no any negative index. Mutable means we can change the values easily in between. We can delete it, we can update it, we can append it, we can insert anywhere, right? But it's a unordered. The meaning is that we can't put any index so that we can access it. So defining the set, we are defining like this is the curly braces. Even dictionary is also defining with the curly braces, but have a key value pair. And here, the curly braces and with the values directly 5, 8, 7.9, high, k, like this. So this is a set. So there is no any, the same data type concept is there in the entire Python. Again, when I said this statement the many times, again, I'm saying there is no any data type. Okay, so that don't be confused anywhere. So when you're talking about the method and operations, so I think set concept you already learned in a school days, set theory, right? So whatever you learn like a union, intersection, and a difference update, this same thing, same concept is also available in the programming language as well. When you're talking about the operation, so we can iterate it with the for loop like other programming language. For loop concept, we can apply it, but we can't access with any index. Even in the dictionary, we had key so that we can access it. Here, we don't have any key. If you want to take a values is one by one, you have to apply the for loop. Okay, even the for loop, you can apply in any data type. So even I will not write it here. Okay, we'll directly jump on a method and functions. Okay, let me just write it here, method and function. Again, there is issues. Okay, leave it. Method and function. So method is basically, let's first discuss is the union. Okay, and the second one we have intersection. I'll just write a small. There is not a capital. Intersection. We have a difference. Okay, we have a difference. Yeah, here is a point. Okay, so set if you have defined with a s, so s dot s dot s dot. So let me just explain you a little bit about what is a union, what is intersection, and what is the difference. Okay, so suppose I have one set S1 which define the value is a 5, 7, 8, and 10. I have a different set S2 which define the value is 3, 7, 11, and 9. Okay, so when you just created the complete set, let me change the color, complete set. So there is one set where the values are available is a 5, 7, 8, and 10. There is one set S1. And when you're talking about the S2, so S2 is like this. Okay, 7 is also available. It's a 3, 11, and 9. When you're talking about uh, the union, when you're talking about the union, so union will take S1 union, which define the symbol like this in S2. And in a programming language, we are writing the statement S dot union with S2. Okay, so it's there is no any symbol concept is available in a set programming, set data type. So in a set theory, in a mathematics, that symbol was there. So the value will be 5, 7, even 8 is also there, 10, and 3, and 11. Okay, 11 I already defined. Okay, here let me just write it at 10, 11, and 9. Okay, so this will be the union. So union is basically like this. We'll take all the values. We'll take all the values. Better the same way. We'll take all the values here. All right. Okay. So when I talking about the next concept is intersection. So S1 intersection S2. So it will take only the common, which is the common values here. So here only one values is available, which is a 7. So intersection will be like this part, only 7. Okay. Only 7 will consider as an intersection. So this part will be a intersection and you know, and if you're taking entire things, that will be the union. If I'm talking about the difference, there is also one more concept is a difference. So difference, let me just make a blue color. Okay. So if have a value is S1 and S2, here is a 7, 5, 10 and 8, 3, 11 and 9. Okay. If I have a value is this is the S1 and this is the S2. And if I have value is S1 difference S2, if I define like this, so from the S1, I'm removing the S2. Okay. So it will take the value is this, only this part. It means only the 7 will remove. Okay. Because from the S1, I'm removing the S2. So 7 will remove. So you will get the values is a 5, 10, 8. So here is the very interesting concept is there. If I have a tuple, I have a list as a container. So what is the need of a set? So what is the special qualities there in a set concept? The special quality is there. The set never take a duplicate values. Okay. So I can also write somewhere. Let me just write it. Okay. Can I take it in the next page? It's very difficult. Okay. All right. So let me go to the practical implementation. I'll just write on a practically itself. Let me just remove all those things. Erase all. Okay, all drawings. Yeah. All right. So we are learning the last concept is a set. So set is always take a unique values. I can write here. Okay. So set first of all, it's a mutable. Let me write here itself. Okay, it's a mutable and unordered data type. Unordered data type. And the second concept is that set always take unique values. Unique values. There is no any duplication. You will find it out in the set concept. But in a tuple and list, you can put a duplicate values as well. That is a speciality of a set concept, set data type. If I define the set is like the curly braces 4, 6.8 and K and 9. So this is the set. Okay, it always take a unique values. Here is sometimes confused that I'm just using the curly braces as a set, curly braces as a dictionary as well with a key value pair. But how to define the blank set and blank dictionary? It's very confusing, right? So suppose I have the a, a variable, temp variable, TMP variable. So which is the curly braces. So what will be the data type of temp? It will be the set or dictionary. So when you just check the data type, okay, when you just check the data type of a temp, so you will get a dictionary. It's not a set, but how to define the blank set? So blank set is defined like S2 is equal to set function bracket. See this function we are using to define the blank set. When you check the data type here, S2, you will get a blank set. Okay, we're still here. So let me just create one more set here. S3 is equal to 4, 6, uh, 9. Okay, 1 6. Okay, 6. Let me just take one more time. 6 6 6 and 15. So when I just print the value is S3, you will get only this 6 is one time. It's not showing the multiple time here. In case if you have a list, if you have a tuple, it will showing the multiple time. But the set will take always the unique values. So I have a S3, I have a S1. I want to perform some operation here like union intersection. So S3 dot union. If I pass the value with S1, you will get the values with a combination of S1 and S3, but the value will be always unique. You can see here the 1, 15, 5, 6, which is a combination of S3 and S1. Here there is no any particular order is available because of the order is not available, so you can't access it. In case if you're passing the S3 in the square bracket of 4, you will get an error because there is no any positive and negative indexing is there. But you can apply the for loop here, like for variable v in S3. So if you want to iterate it, you can iterate. You can iterate it, but you can't access any values with a square bracket like a list, tuple, string, and a dictionary with a key. That you can't do it here. Okay. So again, you can perform the difference as well. We can perform the intersection as well, like S1 dot intersection. You will pass the values as S3. You will get the common values here, which is S4 and 9. If I perform the S1 dot difference, okay, difference. So there is a two things, difference and difference update. So if I pass the values S3, so whatever values is there in S3, which will be whatever value is there in S3 in S1, that will be removed. So here the 6 and 8 you will get the values. You can get here S1 and S3. So S1 and S3 here you can see. So S1, which is the 4 and 9, which is the common, that's why it's removed the 4 and 9 from the S1 with S3. And now I said that there is a two values, the difference and difference update. So difference, when you apply, so the value will be as it is, it will giving you the result. S1 is as it is, S3 is as it is. But if you apply the values S1 dot difference update, and pass the value is S3, you will get the updated values in S1. Okay. Previously, the value was not updated. As I said that we can add some values as well. We can update some values as well. We can remove some values as well, right? So if I am talking about S3, so I want to add some values, S3 dot add and pass the value is suppose 56. So you can add it, okay? Because it's a mutable data type. If I want to remove anything, S3 dot remove, I can easily remove it like 9. You can remove it. If I want to uh, update, I already discussed. There is a lots of things is there, intersection, union, difference. Okay. So you can perform it. So again, you have to run this Jupyter notebook. Where is the last section? Yes, last section here. You will get the two difference set and perform all the operation here. The one by one, you will easily understand. All right. So you can see, you'll find it out each and everything. Yes, the one thing I forgot to discuss with you, the mean and max and len. The same concept we can also apply it here. So mean max, you'll find it out the minimum values. You can find it out the maximum values like S3 mean of what is the minimum value of S3? You get 1. What is the maximum values of S3? You'll get S3. But again, don't forget to run that Jupyter notebook. Okay, that give you the more clear idea as compared to this video. right? Video just giving you the complete overview, but the details, if you want to go, the Jupyter notebook is important for you. So before going to the next topic, like looping concept, first you have to understand the entire data type concept from the Jupyter notebook. This is the set. So there is one application is there in a set, which is the set comprehension. Likewise, the dictionary comprehension we had list comprehension. So set comprehension is also there. Comprehension. Okay, set comprehension. So set comprehension, the syntax will be the same like the dictionary and list. So whatever for we have to use for that particular variable in sequence can be any range, any other sequence like a list or tuple or list or tuple mainly. So here just you have to write variable and curly braces is mandatory for set. Okay. So let me just create it. I want to print just uh, uh, 1 to 10 number. 1 to 10 number. Let me just print it here. For I in range, I'll pass the values of 1, comma 11 is same like a list and dictionary comprehension. Only the syntax is little bit changed just because of data type is changed. When I just run it, 1 to 10 number. In case if you have a list, okay, instead of this set, I printed the values is instead of the I'm just want to print the high. So the high will print 10 times. You can see here, high is printed the 10 times. But if you apply the same concept for a set, you will get only the 1 times. It will be generated 10 times, but the accept only the 1 times. Go here and run it. So you'll get only 1 times. That is the speciality of a set, which is always take the unique values. Never take any duplicates. Okay, the last concept of the set is that frozen set. The frozen set is basically, it's not a new thing here. It's, we can say, let me just remove. We can say it's a immutable set. So whatever we had a set concept that was a mutable. So here we have a immutable set. Immutable set. But again, if it's because of the set, it will be unordered immutable set, and that is the unordered. Okay, it's an immutable set that I was talking about. Frozen set. Okay, that concept is a frozen set. So let me just discuss it a little bit, and after that we'll stop this video because the frozen set concept is already there in the Jupyter notebook. Okay, the heading is a frozen set. Frozen set, which is nothing but immutable set and unordered. Okay, it's an immutable set and unordered. So suppose I have a one particular set which is the S4, and I define the values is like this. Okay, there is so many duplicates is also there. If I print the S4, you will get the only unique values. So this is the set which is immutable. But if I want to making S5 as a frozen set, frozen set, yeah, frozen set, I'll pass the S4 and run these values. So S5 is a frozen set, S4 is a normal set. Let me also define one more set it here. So 5, 6, 2, 1. Yeah, that is enough. Okay. So can we perform the operation in between the frozen set and set? Answer is yes. So only thing is that it's immutable. So if I want to add anything in S5, which is a frozen set, dot add and pass the values is anything like 1000, that will showing you the error because frozen set has no any attribute of addition. But because of this set, we can perform the operation of like union, intersection, difference. This values we can easily perform. So like if I want to perform the difference operation here, S5 dot difference, you can see the common values is a 5 and 6. So S5 difference with S6, which is the set, normal set, which is the mutable set, we can say. And S5 is the immutable set. When you perform the operation, you will get a frozen set values. Okay. But if you do it ulta, if you do it the opposite one, S6 dot difference and pass the values S5, then you will get a set. Because I perform the operation, the difference on S6. Okay, S5 on S6. So S5 is nothing but a frozen set. S6 is a set. That's why it's performed like this. Again, you just run it. It is small thing is here. You will get the values. Finally, we completed all the data types, numeric, string, tuple, list, and dictionary and set. But after completing of all the data type, and we discuss in a very detailed way, but we have a confusion sometimes which one is mutable, which one is immutable, which one is ordered, which one is unordered, because so many things is there where we can add it, where we can remove it. So in this video, we will focus on that, the complete mind map of all the data type. So that if you're going for an interview, you just have to refer the slide. You can easily understand all the data type in the same time. Okay. So let's start it. So numeric data type, we have a mainly three main function. First, we'll start with a function. So we have a int, okay. We have a float. We have a complex. These three function. And a string, we have a str function. Tuple, we have a tuple function. List, we have a list function. Dictionary, we have a dict function. Set, we have a set function. These all the data, this all the function is available for all the data type. All right. When you talking about how we are defining, so integer we are defining like a 5, 7 like this. The float we are defining like a 8.9 with some decimal point. Complex we are defining like a 7 plus 8 j. Okay. String we are defining always with the, if we start with a single quotes, always end with a single quotes. If you start with a double quotes, end with a double quotes. Tuple we are defining with t is equal to round bracket 5, 8.9 like k, anything you can define it. There is no any common data type concept is there in the entire Python programming language. So list we are defining like L is equal to square bracket 5, 8, 7, 9, 7.9 square bracket we are using. Dictionary we are using the key value pair like a D is equal to key values, okay, key values pair. And when you're talking how we are defining the values, D is equal to like 5 colon 8, okay, 7 colon 9. For a set, we don't have a space, so I'll just change the color. Okay, the set we are defining the value is S is equal to curly braces 5, 8. Directly you can pass the values. This way we are defining the all the data type. Okay, so when you're talking about the mutability and immutability, okay, mutability and immutability, which one is a mutable and which one is a immutable, right? So the numeric data type is a immutable. String data type is a immutable. Tuple data type is a immutable. List is a mutable. Dictionary is a mutable. Set is a mutable. Okay, set is a mutable. And the next one is a ordered and unordered. So let me just write here ordered and unordered. Okay, ordered, which one is ordered, which one is unordered. So numeric data type, there is no any concept of ordered and unordered. Likewise, the numeric for mutability as well, to numeric, there is no any meaning of mutability and immutability because it's not a collection anything. Like string is a collection of some letters or else, okay. So if you have only one letter, so at least it will be defined in the index as a 0, right? So string tuple have a meaning is that it's a mutable and immutable, ordered and unordered. So likewise, in a numeric, we don't need any discussion for numeric, immutable and mutable. String is a ordered, okay. Tuple is a ordered, list is a ordered, dictionary is a unordered, set is a unordered. Clear? Set and dictionary is unordered, whereas a tuple, list and dictionary is a ordered. All right. So if you want to add anything again, so dictionary, sorry, numeric, there is no any meaning of that. We can add it or we can't add it. Likewise, the string as well. So here, tuple, dictionary, tuple, list, dictionary, and set. This will be considered as a container because it contains some values, right? So like the tuple, we are containing the values is a round bracket, list is a square bracket, dictionary is a key value pair, set is also containing the values. Where is tuple, let me again make it different color, tuple, list, and set is called as a sequence. Okay, why it's called as a sequence? Because we are directly past the values. So only dictionary we can't as a sequence because it's a key values pair. If you just iterate the values, you will get only key. If you're not passing the dot items, you'll get only keys. So that's why we are not considering as a sequence, but dictionary is a container. So this is the way where we can remember it. That is not more important, like which one is a container, which one is not container, because that is not a question. Question is that which one is mutable, because giving you the information that we can't change the values. It's immutable. If you have a mutable, that we can change the values, that is giving the information, right? So the container sequence is just tell you that we can just wrap up the multiple values at the same time. If you're talking about the add the values, so no, we can't add any values. Okay, I'll write the no, we can't add any values there because it's a immutable. But in a list, if we want to add anything, so we have a multiple option is available, like append. Okay, we have insert. Okay, in a dictionary there is no any direct concept is available, and we have also the extend option is there, extend. Okay, when you're talking about the dictionary, we can't directly add anything, but well, like this, the square bracket key and pass the values is values, we can add it, right? There is no any direct method is available, but we can do it. And set, yes, we have s dot add method is available. This method we can add the values, but in a tuple we can't add anything. The last thing is the delete. So there is no any meaning of the deletion of in numeric and string because these are not a container. But if when you're talking about the tuple, so tuple, no, we can't delete anything because of its immutability. We can't delete anything. But in a list, we have a lots of option is available. We have a clear option. Okay, let me just change the color. Okay, we have a clear option. We have a remove option. We have a pop option. Okay, this option is available in a list, and in a dictionary we have a pop option is available. Okay, and in a set we have also the pop option. We have also the remove option. That is a remove. And we have a discard option as well. Okay. But the important is that yes, in a list, a dictionary, and a set, we can delete anything, we can add anything, and uh, in a tuple, we can't delete anything, we can't add anything. Okay. So this is the complete mind map where we can just remember it and we can perform the operation, this data type operation in any applications. Let's understand the conditional statement. The conditional statement, there is a three keyword we are using. The first one is if, second one is elif, third one is else. Okay. Before starting the practical implementation, first we'll understand the flow chart of a conditional statement. In a diamond shape, we are always using a condition. So condition is always start with the if. That can be two scenario, that can be true and false. If the condition is true, then giving the statement, okay, giving the statement and the block will terminate. After giving the statement, it will not checking any other block. It directly terminate. Okay, here I'm just writing here end. But if your condition is false, I want to give a one more condition to check. That time we are using a elif. We are not using if. In case if you are using a if, that will be the separate block. Elif is also the condition, then it can also be the same scenario, can be true, can be false. If it's a true, then giving the statement, okay, giving the statement, and the same thing, after giving the statement, program will terminate. And after the elif condition, I want to give one more condition, then again you have to use the elif. But in case if you don't want to give any other condition, you just want to stop it, you can directly stop this block. But we always doing this practice that the last one we always using else. So else is not a block. Else is just giving the statement in case any block is not uh, you know and if any block is not passed. So here I'm just using else. Else is just giving the statement. If any block is not satisfied, then else block will run and then directly terminate. After the else block, you can't write any other condition. In case if you're writing, that will be considered as the separate block, the separate section. That is not a relation of the particular block. So whatever we discuss, that is one block is mentioned there. This is complete one block. Like if the one condition is satisfied, then giving the statement, not satisfied, then giving the any other state, any other condition to check that the condition is satisfied or not. Let's try to understand in the practical scenario how exactly is working. And then we'll also enter the real life scenario as well. Let's say, for example, I have a three variable, a is equal to 5, b is equal to 8, c is equal to 19. This three variable is there. And the condition is always start with if. We are writing if, take a space and write it down, a is greater than b. Okay, that your condition. After the colon, it automatically taking the four space that we are calling indentation, and we consider as a block. If I write the statement is a print hello, and when you just run it, and it will be check the condition is satisfied or not. So a is greater than b means 5 is greater than 8. Is it true or false? So obviously is a false. That time is not giving any answer. But if the condition is satisfied, like a is really less than b, that means 5 is really less than 8, then it's giving the answer is hello. Okay, but here I put only one condition. In case if you have a multiple condition is there, if a is greater than b, okay, if a is greater than b, that time will print normally hello. And when you click enter after this print statement, it's automatically the same block. This is the same block. But I want to write one more condition. So obviously I have to go back and write one more condition, which is the L if C is greater than B, colon. Let's write some statement. Statement is hey. And if I want to one more, if I want one more condition, I'll write it the Elif is A is greater than C. There is a three condition I mentioned there, and simultaneously you can just write a many condition here. There, okay. Hello, hey, hi. And after that, we always using the else. This is the good practice. In case if you're not using, it will not show you any error. So likewise here, it's not showing any error. So same wise here, it will not show any error if you're not using else. Just write down here else colon and your statement print hello, just by. Else is always execute if any block is not executed. Previously, if any block is not executed, that time is working. So Python is always working the top to bottom. Okay, it always check that line number one is satisfied or not satisfied. A is greater than B. That meaning is that A is greater than B. That is false. Okay, C is greater than B, which is true. A is greater than C, which is also false. And else is always is the default one. In case previous one is not executed, that time it will run. Okay, so here the block number two, here the third one, line number three is executed. When you run it, giving the answer is hey. But what happened is all the condition is satisfied. All the condition is true. Like A is greater than B. Okay, A is less than B, and C is greater than B, and A is also less than C. That all the condition is satisfied. So what will be the answer? The answer will be the first one, because according to the rules here which we discussed, if the first condition is satisfied, is giving the statement and terminate the block. It's not entering in the next block, because else elif will check if the first condition is dissatisfied, right? If the first condition is satisfied, is giving the statement and terminate the block. But here the elif is after the false of the first condition. So here it giving the answer is hello only. Again, the last one, if no any condition is satisfied, that time the by will execute, which is the default one. If nothing is there, nothing, no any condition is satisfied. Like I'll just change it here, greater than, less than, greater than. So all the condition is false. There is no any true condition, and so when you just run it, it giving the answer is by, because nothing is satisfied here. This is the way of conditional statement we are using. But again, do you think that we are using this kind of conditional statement in the real life? Answer is no. We are not using this kind of conditional statement. This is the way where we are learning, we are starting the conditional statement. To connect with the real life, let's take one example and we'll understand it how exactly the conditional statement and other things like a loop is working. The example which I selected, that logging with a username and password. Login with user name and password. Okay, this is the real life scenario where we'll implement the conditional statement. Let's say, for example, one different example, and obviously the practically we will use with the username and password login. If you're going for applying in a passport office, there is a first condition. You should be eligible for 18-year-old. Okay, if you are 18-year-old, the first condition, if you satisfied, then it will be check second condition. Do you have a PAN card? Do you have an Aadhaar card? Do you have any other government documents? It's like that. Like it is like condition inside a condition, right? So here in the real life, we are always using condition inside a condition. That scenario we are calling nested conditional statement. The statement which we are using, calling nested conditional statement. Nested conditional statement. Okay, as we discussed in the last slide, so where we decided that the if and elif is using for a condition, whereas a else is giving only the statement. Okay, else is not giving any kind of condition, only the if and elif giving the condition. Let's understand the flow of the nested conditional statement. The flow is always start like this. If you have a condition, condition 1, okay, so obviously the condition is always start with if. That can be true scenario, can be true, can be false. Okay, if the condition is false, that time if you want any other condition, we always using elif. Okay, if you elif, that can be true, that can be false, that we understand in the last slide. But if the condition is true and I want to give one more condition, okay, that I can write here condition 2. I want to use one more condition. What will be the keyword? Is it be elif or if? The answer is if. Okay, so previous slide what we had is like if the condition is satisfied given the statement and not satisfied, that time elif or else, right? So there was no any confusion. Elif is always coming from the false. But if I want to give one more condition, that time which keyword we have to use? The keyword which you are using it here, if the condition is coming from, if the condition as I said that elif and if I have, right, elif and if I have, so both are giving the condition, right, both are giving the condition. But if the condition is coming from the true part and if the condition is coming from the false part, so we are using accordingly. If is coming from the true, then we are using if. The condition is coming from the false, we are using elif. Hope this one is clear. So condition is always the two scenario, the true and false. Okay, if the condition is true, and again if you want to give one more condition, condition number 3, so again we have to use if. But let me just stop it here. If you want, you can just increase it accordingly. I'll give the statement. Okay, I give the statement and give the statement. If the statement is given, obviously the program will terminate. I'll make the termination is here, end. Program is terminate in the sense it will be check any other block if you have. Okay, so here given the state condition is statement is ended. Again, if it's a false, I want to give any condition, so what will be the keyword? Condition number 3, what will be the keyword? The keyword will be elif. Keyword will be elif, right? Why the elif? Because it's coming from false part. So if its condition can be two possibilities, can be true, can be false. If it's true, and here if I want to give any other condition, then what will be the keyword? Condition number 4, what will be the keyword? Keyword will be if, because it's coming from the true part. Okay, and then let's give the statement. I don't have much space, so I'll just close it here. Okay, okay, and then program will terminate. And after the false, if the condition is a false it here, don't worry, we'll understand with the practical scenario, and that is a real life example, so you can easily understand. Okay, so giving the false, if the false, and if you want to give the condition elif, you can use it, or else I am just using here the else with statement. Okay, else is not giving any other condition, it's just stop the block. The same time here, this elif, after the elif I want to give the condition. I want to give the condition. Let's condition number 5. Okay, condition number 5. Then it will be start with if, not elif. The why? Because the condition is coming from the true part. Okay, so it's giving the statement. After giving the statement, program will terminate. After the statement, program is always terminate. It not check any other section. Okay, and here is a false was there. Here is a true was there. After the false, it's on you. You can pass any else block. You can, otherwise you can directly terminate the block. Here's I am also terminating the block without giving any else part. Let's make it the else part hit here. Okay, else part and terminate the block. So this one looks a little bit clumsy, but it's very easy when you start doing the practical and when you start doing any practice. Okay, let me just summarize it. What exactly the conditional statement is working with a nested conditional statement. See, we have a if, we have a elif, and we have a else. Okay, if and elif is giving the condition, these both are giving the condition, and this is giving the statement. It's not giving any condition. And this one, this condition is always start. In start, always using the if. Always if. We never start with elif. And if the condition is coming from the true part, we are using if. If the condition is coming from the false part, we are using elif. Very simple. Let's try to do with the practical scenario. Okay. So to understand the practical scenario with a nested conditional statement, again, this is, I have to write one more heading, which is a nested conditional statement. Nested condition. Okay, nested condition. Don't worry, you will find it out. This uh, this Jupyter notebook below the link in this video. Okay, so suppose I have a one username which is very simple, just like a hurry, and the password which is defined it here. Currently, we are not connecting with any database. In the future, we definitely will do that. I'll continue with this example in a very broad level. Hurry 123. It's very, this is the password is very simple. Hurry 123. I want to perform the operation. Condition. If the first one, I have to take a user. So user input, I take the example is input. Please enter your username. Okay, same time the password, uh password input, PASSWD, I can write it here. It's just a variable. Input, please enter your password. Okay, the condition we can just perform it here. If your user input is match with, double is equal to, you are comparing, you match with user. If it's matched with, you can just writing it. This currently I'm just checking that my program is performing well or not. User name is correct. So when I just run it, it's asking that please enter your username. Username, I'm just writing the hurry, and is asking the password is hurry123. So the username is correct. That means whatever I wrote the program, that is perfectly fine. Okay, so when I can say that you log in successfully, if your username and a password is correct, right? So if your username is matched with hurry, and if your password WD input is matched with password, okay, this password, and his input is matched with password, that time I can say that print login successful. Login successful. Okay, all right. So let's run it again and check that. So here you can say the if inside if you perform it, right? If you have a multiple username, multiple password, that time you can just perform accordingly. Elif can also be performed. I'll show you. So when I just run it, your intro username, which is the Hari, password is Hari123. Okay, so logging successful. But again, when I just run it, there is one issues. If my username is incorrect, still is asking the what is your password. If my username is incorrect, it don't need to ask the password, right? So if my password is correct, so it's very difficult to know that which one is wrong. So it's not showing any information. You can see here, it's not giving any other information. So this is wrong. We have to use else so that we can tell to the user, hey, your password is wrong. Your user is now wrong. The first issues you have to solve it here is that it should not be asked the password until your username is correct. Okay, my username is correct, the time it's asked the password, right? If I run it, my username is incorrect, it's not asked the password. That I perform well. But if the username is incorrect, I have to give the proper answer. Hey, my username is incorrect. So the line number 3, if it's incorrect, I have to use else block for that. Else, I have to write there, my username is incorrect. Okay, my username is incorrect. Not my username. Username is incorrect. That's it. Username is incorrect. Some explanatory symbol. Okay, username is incorrect. Right. So if I'm writing anything, any not proper username, then it's saying that username is incorrect. But again, if my username is correct, like Hari, and it's asking that enter your password. So if my password is incorrect, that's not giving the proper information. I have to write something here for the line number 5, if block, else print the user, print the uh, password is incorrect. Okay, password is incorrect. So that we can know that which is my incorrect, section is there. If I'm writing the Hari, password is incorrect, the password is incorrect is mentioned there. Let's run it again. Hari 1 2 3, now properly login. Logging successful. And in the real life scenario, if you have any proper software, so after the logging successful, you can start is any other function, any other block to different application. You can start from here, right? From this username and password login. In case if you have a multiple username, multiple password, then what will perform? So I can also perform like I have a multiple username. I'll copy it. I'll not do anything with this block. Multiple username, that another username is a kind of John123, right? So here I will use, because the first condition is not satisfied, I want to check one more condition, that will be the elif. Elif user input is if user input is match with um the previously it's checking with the user, so currently I'm checking with the John. That was Hari, and that was Hari123, right? Previously I defined a different variable, but I can write it out directly here. Here is John. If my user input is a match with John, okay, the time I will ask the password. Again, the same thing I'll perform. I'll ask the password. What is your password? If my password is also matched with, here I will use if, not elif.
Go back again, you can check it. If your condition is coming from the true, the time we have to use if, right? Here, if the condition is coming here, elif, if the condition is coming from the true, we have to use if. Okay, so you can use it here. Just give me a minute. Yes, sorry for that. Let's continue. I will use the condition here if my password PASSWD input match with is matched with John 123. If match with John 123, the time I can write the statement print um logging successful. Okay, logging successful. The time I can also write it. So here you can say I use the if inside the if, I use the elif inside the if, right? I also use the else as well. So username is incorrect. Like if not match with Hari, not match with John, the time is giving the username is incorrect. But in case if your password is incorrect and here password is incorrect, I didn't write anything. Let me just write else password is incorrect. Okay, when you just run it, it's asking that your enter your username. I'm writing the John. Okay, it will also accept the Hari as well. And here I am writing the Hari 123. So that's saying that password is incorrect because it's already entered in this block and is checking this kind of password. Okay, it cannot be checked the previous one. Let's run it again. Hari 123 is giving the login successful. John 123 is logging successful. It's perfectly fine. So hope you understand this scenario. And when you're talking about the future perspective of this login with the username and password, the simple thing is that what can be the future scenario? The first thing is that if you have the thousand of user, thousand of password, then how we will maintain it? So you can use the dictionary to maintain it in a temporary basis, and that permanent basis you can use the database. Second example is that if my username and password is incorrect, so the block is like down. Block is stopped directly, like password is incorrect, it's stopped. But it should be asked the password one more time, right? So the time we are using the loop. So the next concept which we are using, which is a loop, and where we'll discuss that how the loop we can perform with the user and login pass. This example. There is two types of loop is available. Let me back. Two types of loop is available: while loop and for loop. Okay. Before going to the practical implementation, we'll first discuss about the flow chart. So every loop there is a condition, and after that we are entering the block. Right? The condition is always showing in a diamond shape and statement is a rectangle shape. So here the condition is not defining with the if, the condition is defining with the while. If you have a condition and I'll define it a while. Okay. So that can be two scenario. That can be true, that can be false. Here I'm writing the false because of the reason I'll show you because it will be very difficult to define the structure. That's why the false I'll write in here. Can be true, can be false. If the condition is a false, that time is also giving the statement. Okay, the time is also giving the statement. And you can also write one more condition like with while. We can also write a condition with if. Anything you can write it. But if you write the condition with a while, let me write properly. While, if you write the condition with a while, then if the condition is true, the giving the statement
after giving the statement, back to the loop again. It's never terminate. The difference between the conditional statement and loop is that loop is end, a loop is continuous running, whereas the conditional statement is ending. Okay, so the loop is end when the condition become a false. The only one way to condition, there is only one way to stop the loop if that condition become false. Okay, this is the way our loop is working. So when you're talking about a nested loop, so nested loop is also the same. But before going to the nested loop, let's first understand some practical scenario. In the last video, we discussed this example. I'll continue with the same example. Before going to this, real life example, I'll give you some small, uh, you know, exercise. Suppose a is equal to 5 is b is equal to 7 and b is equal to 9 is there. Okay. And we wrote, I just want to print 1 to 10 number, not to this number, live with this number. I want to print 1 to 10 number. So I want to start with a 1. Okay. A is equal to 1. So while there is a condition, while there is a condition is a should be less than or equal to 10. So 1 is really less than or equal to 10. A while is working kind of condition with a loop, right? Condition with a loop. And write the statement is high. Okay. So the number a is equal to 1, which is true, which is giving the true section to true statement here, and it will enter inside a loop, and 1 a is always 1. So when you just run it here, when you run it here, it will be run in like a infinite loop, because a is always 1 and 1 is always less than or equal to 10. So it enter in the infinite loop. So you can see here your process is still running, so it will never stop. So I have to forcefully stop it here, and then I'll tell you how the process will working. Okay, I'll make the increment. I'll make the increment here. A is equal to a plus 1. A is equal to a plus 1. So what will be happen? Ki startingly a is equal to 1, and also print the a as well. A is equal to 1, and the next time is become a is equal to a plus 1. So a plus 1 is become a 2. 2 is assigning to the a. It not ending the loop. It will running again and again, again and again until the condition become a false. Here the condition become false. Like if the number become a 11, which is not less than or equal to 10, then the program will stop. When you run it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 8, 10. Okay, program will stop. So you can just write down here, uh, program finished. Finished. Okay, program finished. So when this block will end, then program will finished. Okay, and this you are using. So as I said that this is the while is working as a condition with a loop. If it's a condition, so I can use the default statement like else. So yes, I can also use else it here, and instead of writing here, I will use it here. So when the condition will be running, it will be run that statement, and when the condition become a false, this condition become false, I can use it here. Okay, so like this one is working. So when you're talking about the nested loop, how the nested loop is working, so here I will just focus on the while loop. Okay, for loop we'll discuss later. I'll focus on the while loop here. So nested loop, how it exactly is working, I'll just connect with a real life scenario as well. Let's first understand with the flow chart. Okay, let me remove. Yeah, so I have a loop. I have first condition with the while. Okay, that can be true scenario, can be false, can be true. Okay, if it's false, so it's on you. You can write a statement without else, with else as well. So I'm just writing here with else statement again. Stay else, okay, else is always giving the statement no any condition. So the condition number 1, and if the condition become true, I want to give a statement. You can give the statement, okay. According to the rules, it will be back and repeat it again and again, and this will be end. But I don't want to repeat it only this block. I want to add one more condition is here. So what I will do, I will write one more condition, condition 2, that again it will be used with while, okay. And that can be two scenario, like the previous one, can be true, can be false, okay. If it's a true, then it will be repeat the block. It will be repeat the block. I'll give the statement. Okay, I'll give the statement. After giving the statement, it will be jump it here. But again, just think about it. If here the condition become false, I give the statement, the program will terminate. The answer is no. Program will not directly terminate here. When you just directly terminate if you're writing, that means it's a false. This is not like that. It will program terminate. If you have a loop inside a loop, this one is loop inside a loop, we can say nested loop we are working, right? The heading name is nested loop. If the program, the second loop, because it's coming from here, after giving the statement here, if the block, if the condition is false, given the statement, after giving the statement, it will be back. It will be back. It will be back to the loop. If the first one is also false, then it's okay. If the first one is also false, then given the statement, then we terminate, end the block. This is the way our nested loop is working. Okay. So to understand the scenario, I'll give you one example, and with that example, we'll understand. Okay. I want to print a 1 to 100 number. Okay. I want to print a 1 to 100 number. 1 to 100 number. Okay. In the 100 number, starting 1 to 20, I'll print a hello. And 20 to 40, I will print a hi. And at 40 to 70, again I'll print a hello. Okay. 70 to 70 to 100, again I want to print hey. Okay, I want to print. Let me also put one more condition. 70 to 90, print hey. Again 90 to 100, I want to print hello again. You can see I want to print hello 3 times. 1 time, 2 time, and 3 time. So in between, hi and hey is also there. So how can we perform with a nested loop is here. In this example, let's try to understand. Okay, so instead of writing the loop, I can write it here. Uh, while and for, but I'm working with a while. Okay, I'm working with a while. All right. I want to print 1 to 100 number. Let's print 1 is equal to 1, and while a is less than or equal to 100, and just print the hello first. Okay, hello, and with that number a. All right, and let's increment it, is very important, otherwise it will be entered in the infinite loop. Let's run. So 1 to 100, it's printing in the hello, but my question was that in a 20 to 40, I want to print hi. Okay, and 70 to 90, again I want to print hey. Let's first focus on this 20 to 40 hi, and again hello. 20 to 40. So I will enter inside the loop again while a is greater than 20 and a is less than or equal to 40. Okay, less than or equal to 40. If it satisfies, the time I'll print high, and with increment a is equal to a plus 1. So what will be happen? So it's printing 1 to 100 number, 1 2 3 4 5 6 till 100, right? But in between, if the this block is satisfied like a 21, so again 21, let's print a as well. 21 high, 21, 22 high, 23 high, like this program will run repeatedly. When the number become the 41, it back to the again loop. Is this satisfied or not? Yes, if satisfied, that means the 41 is also less than or equal to 100. Then again hello will print. When hello will print, run the block like this. 21 to 40 like this. Okay, and again hello will back because I want to print the 40 to 70 hello again. So I will not write the separate program for hello. Okay, because previous block it already running the hello. The same thing, I have another condition which is for 70 to 90. Hey, so I'll write a while a is greater than 70 and a is less than or equal to 90, I'll print the value is a. Again you have to a is equal to a plus 1. You run it. So high, which is start from 21 to 40, again 71 to 90, again hello. This is the way our loop is working. Okay, this is the way our loop is working. This is the process. So hope you understand. Let's try to understand how can we implement with our real life scenario, which I promised in the last video. Yeah, copy, just paste it here. I want to incrementally running this program. Okay, incrementally running this program. So let me just remove one block. Let's make a hurry only. Okay. So what happened if my username is incorrect? It's showing that username is incorrect, but it should be giving the option for to pass username one more time. This is not showing it here. So what I can do, I can apply the loop is here. Okay. I will ask the username in a loop while I'll make it true directly. I'll make it true. When I just make it true, yes, I'll make it true it here. When I make it true, so it will be in a looping format. So it will ask the question username is Hari, which is incorrectly I'm passing it here. So it's saying that username is incorrect. Okay, when I just pass Hari again, so it's asking the password is incorrect. If I'm passing here, it's saying that password is incorrect, and again it's asking the username. Let's pass the Hari123 proper password. Logging successful. After logging successful, it should not ask anything. So what is a good practice of writing the code? Writing code is that make a small code to run it and check that where is the mistake and solve it one by one. Okay, so if my logging successfully, so make sure that you have to break the loop. Okay, if here I'm forcefully breaking the loop because I'm not performing any numbers is here, so that after some time the number become a false, it will never be false. So that's why I'm breaking forcefully. Okay, so again username wrong, is asking the username is incorrect. So Hari I will write Hari123. So logging successfully into breaking the loop. Okay, so here I want to perform the nested while loop, because you can see when I just run it, Hari wrong use yeah, Hari, and password is wrong. the time it should be ask only password, but it's asking that password is wrong and asking the username one more time. It's not make sense. So what I can write it here, Hari 123. Let me just close it. I will perform the condition that this password condition separately while true, and everything I'll put inside a loop. So what will be happen if my username is correct? If my username is correct, it will be entered in the second loop. Okay, enter in the second loop, and if password is wrong, it's not going back directly. It will be repeating only the password part. Let's run it. Oh, sorry. Let's run it. My username is Hari. Password is wrong. It's asking the password only. Okay, if my password is correct, Hari 123, so what will be happen? Logging successful is a break the loop, but it's breaking this loop only. But the problem is not breaking the first loop. That's why it's asking the username. You can see it's breaking this loop. There is a two while, so obviously there is will be the two break. Okay, so after the break, I have to break one more time is here. Okay, in this condition here as well. If my logging successful, I have to break two times. Invalid. Okay, sorry, here I can't use it because this will be here. Why? I think so. Yeah. Why I can't use it? Because it will be the same block. Password is incorrect. Okay, wait a minute. I make it wrong. This is for inside because it was impacting to this else. That's why I was not able to use it. So username is Hari. Password is incorrect. Is asking that you enter, enter your password only. I'll write the password is here Hari 123. It's showing that login successfully. Properly stop the loop. So I am giving you one task for you. So you have to apply the numbering. The task is that I will explain in after 2-3 videos. Okay, I'll explain after 2-3 videos. Not a 2-3 videos after the uh, loop ending. So the task is that apply. Oh, not here. Sorry. Make it code. Hari 123. The task is very simple. You have to apply the number part. Apply number in apply number, apply count if username and password is failed in 3 times. Okay, if the username and password is failed in 3 times, so you have to stop the apply the count block. Count block if the username and password is failed in 3 times, so your process should be blocked for some particular duration. Just imagine that if you're applying the username and password in ATM machine, it's blocking for some particular duration like 24 hours. So you have to block for just 20 second, 30 second, right? So I'll explain you after 2-3 after completing of the for loop. So whatever flow chart is showing it here for while loop, that is also applicable for loop as well. The syntax of the for loop is a little bit different when you compare with the while loop. So basically how exactly the for loop is working. So for loop is working like for, this is the syntax for any variable you can write it, and that sequence, in sequence, and the colon, whatever block you are writing. So I'm just writing here the block.
So you can, whatever, block or any statement you want to write, you can. So here the sequence can be anything. Sequence can be your range. Sequence can be your list. Sequence can be your tuple. Sequence can be your set, right? Anything. So basically the for loop is used for the iterating of the process. If anything is available in a in any container, if you want to iterate it, if you want to display the one by one, we are using the for loop. So let's try to understand in the practical implementation. So yeah, for loop. Hmm. Suppose I have a sequence. Sequence is seq. Let me just write seq is equal to range. So range is one of the function which provided the sequence from one number to another number with interval. So if I'm passing the range is like 1 till 15, yeah, 11. So Python have a rules that it never end with the last values. It end always before 1. So if I'm writing the 1 to 11, that means it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It never goes till 11. Okay. So I'll just use a for any variable. I'm writing the var in sequence. So when I just print that variable, so it will be printing the one by one. It's printing like 1, 2, 3, 4 till 10. Okay. So that sequence can be anything. So simply the range is very famous. So let me first discuss about the range, and after that I'll also discuss other sequence as well. So like here I want to print 1 to 10. Let me again print, and then we'll discuss the details. For I in range, I can be, it's one of the variable, 111 print I. Okay. So 1 to 10 number. Here, if I want to print 10 to 15, it will be going like start from 10 and end with 16. Then it will print a 10 to 15. Okay, because it's never end with the last values. So after this comma, it always the value is 1, because always incrementing with 1. Okay, but in case if you want to increment with the 2, like 10, 12, 14, 16, like this, let me write the 26. Okay, 1 to 26. So I want to increment with it via 2. So 10, 12, it will be going like this, right? So this is the incremental way. So if someone is saying that it is a print 10 to 1, so the process will be also the same. Like for I in range 10, will start with the 10, end with a 1. When you just print it, you will not get any values, because after 10 it's become 11, but you put the ending value is 1. So I'll pass it here, so it will not print anything. So you have to decrement the value is a -1, so it will start from 10 and reach till -2, not a it will reach to 2, not a 1, because the Python is never end with the last values. Okay, so you can't pass any decimal point is here in increment and decrement, always the integer values. In case if you pass 0 1.4, it will showing you the error. So float object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Always try to understand the error statement. It gives the lots of information. Okay, I'm just removing it here. 10 to 1, 10 to 2 is printed. As I said, the other sequence is also acceptable here. For example, I have a sequence is A is equal to statement is India. India. So if I'm just printing the this statement India in a for loop for uh, V in A, V is nothing but a one variable, A is just nothing but India. So when I print V, it will be showing the value I and the IA the separately. Okay, because it's
it's passing as a sequence and it open it here. The same thing is applicable for any list as well. So in the sense, if you have any list is available where five, whatever values is available inside that, that can be string as well. Okay. And when you just apply the for loop for v in ls and print the value is v, and it will be showing the value is the sequence order. For example, I want to perform the value is 1 to 10 number with the square up on each number. Like I have a list. Okay. ls is equal to, let me just write a list which have the range of 1 to 11. So it will be showing like this. Okay. This is the list. But I don't want a list like this. I want a list of the square of each values. Square of 1 is 1. Square of 2 is 4. Square of 3 is a 9. Square of 4 is a 16, like this. So let me store the value is any variable is a ls. So when you directly applying the ls is a square of 2, it will be showing the error because that operator is not supporting. So how can we do like this? So that time the for loop is really help us. So we can do like a for each, any variable, each is one of the variable, each in ls. Then when you just print each, showing the values like 1 to 10 number. But I want the square of each values. So you can just perform because these are the one by one number. The square of each values when I just run it is going the square. But again, the square of these values, I don't want in the separately, I want in the proper list, like the original format. So it will be showing like this. That time we can use the comprehension concept. We can use the comprehension concept. Here I'm just using list comprehension. List comprehension concept. Basically, list comprehension is nothing but applying the loop in a list. Okay. So whatever I printed here, I can just wrap up with a list. How can we wrap it? So the for each in ls was there. So whatever you want to print, you have to just write before. You have to write before ls. Okay. This is the syntax of the list comprehension. And whatever data type you want, I want a list, just make a square bracket. It will be showing you this all the values. Sorry, not a ls. That output you want to print. So each will be showing like this. So each is showing the all the values, but if you want to apply the square, it will showing you the square. The syntax of the list comprehension is very simple. Very simple is that where just sequence just iteration for where in sequence, and before just write where. That's it. This is the syntax of the list comprehension. But when you're talking about the tuple comprehension, the concept is also very similar. Just you have to perform the square round bracket. It will be a tuple comprehension. The comprehension concept is a very famous and very useful in a real life scenario when you're making any kinds of projects. Okay, back to our topic. Um, to understand the nested for loop, the last concept is remaining in loop. Nested for loop, how can be performed? I selected one of the example. The example is pattern concept. I think you learn this pattern in a college test. Pattern. Okay, pattern concept. The pattern concept. Let's try to understand how the pattern concept is working, and after that, I'll implement in a practical way. So the pattern concept. Suppose I have this box. Okay, I want to show you pattern. Here is a star, here is a star, here two star, here is a three star, and here is a four star. Okay, As we know that our index in a Python is always start with a 0. So the index of the Python will be, can we change the color? Yes, we can change the color. Yeah. So the index is always start with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. So this index is also start with a 0, 1, 2, 3. So the basically I want to display the pattern in the order, but this pattern is made with a 3 cross 3 matrix, right? So first we have to make a 3 cross 3 matrix and then apply the logic there. So let's understand it. Okay, how to remove? Okay. So let's understand it here. First, I'll create a 4 by 3 by 3 pattern for each in range, which is start from always 0. So if you're not passing anything, to always start with a 0. And I want to reach till 3, then I'll write 4 colon print star. Okay. When you print star, it will be showing like this. The one line, the vertical way is printed here. When you just apply the for loop inside that for each, better to pass rows and column wise. The first one is rows, right? How many rows you have to print? One, two, three, four. So here I'll pass R. Here I pass a C. For C, C for column, R for rows. Let me again explain that. This is called as a rows and this is called as a column. Okay. Column 1, 2, 3, 4. Row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4. Okay. This is the way we are using. All right. So I'll just use a row, basically row and a column in range. Pass the value is a 4 and again colon and just print it. So when you just print, there is a 4 cross 4 matrix. Obviously, it's not a 3 cross 3, it's a 4 cross 4 matrix. So I'll remove this one. This one will 4 cross 4 matrix because there is a 4 section is there. Python is starting from the 0, that's why I make it 3 cross 3, but actually it's a 4 cross 4. Okay, when you just print it, then you'll getting the 16 stars, but it's not in a cube format. Why it's not cube format? The reason behind that, everything is a printing in the next line. So in a print, there is a keyword, is a end keyword is available that by default is a slash n. If you want to know, you can just shift click anywhere inside this bracket and click shift tab. You'll find it out what is the default value is available, which is the slash n. When you just remove the slash n with a space, okay, by default is a slash n. Will you remove it and make it is just a space? It will be the horizontal way. But I don't want all the stars is a horizontal way. I want only this all 4 values is the horizontal way. The next all 4 values is the horizontal way. The next four like this. So what I will do, I will use the column is a horizontal way, but the rows I will use as a vertical way. If I'm not passing anything, so automatically the end is equal to slash n is there. So when you just run it, automatically 4 cross 4 star will be printed. So till here we understand. Now I want to make the pattern. So make the pattern. So it's very simple. How can we do that? See, here you can understand. Um, yeah, here you can understand the first point. First point is the position of the 0 and 0. So what exactly is happening? The row is taking the value is first it is taking the value 0 and then it will be enter in this for second for loop that will also taking the value 0, right? So that's why the printing the position of the star 0. The next time again going back and it's taking the 1. That's why it's 1, 2, 3. So I don't want the second for loop as a 4. I want it the dynamic based on the previous one. Okay. I want to make a dynamic based on the previous one. Let me just remove. Okay. So how can we perform it? So basically, so whatever rows is coming, I want, so after that, this one, this part should be only 1, so that it will be print only the position of 0, and it will be ended and back to the for loop again. Okay, back to the for loop again, and when this row become a 1, so this one should be 2. Let's make it plus 1. This one should be 2. So that's why the column will take only 0 and 1. Okay, take only 0 and 1. So when I just run it, it's showing like this. And when the row become a 3, so this portion become a 4. When this will become a 4, when this one become a 2, this become a 3. If it become a 3, then it will be print only the position of 0 1 2. So that's why it's printing the 0 1 2, and it will be reached till 4 only. That's why it's showing the star like this. You can think about a different way of the opposite star. So again, don't try to memorize it any stars. Try to understand the how the star pattern is working. The reason behind that the star pattern is there in your syllabus, because with a star we can easily understand how the nested for loop is working, how the nested concept is working, because the star is not only display with the for loop. We have other concept is available to display the star. Let's discuss the apply the count block if the username and password is failed in 3 times. So we already generated the code. Where is that? Yeah, this one. So I want to apply the block if the username and password fail in 3 times. So currently, hurry if I'm passing, hurry 1 2 3, and I'm showing the value is logging successful. What if the login, your username and password is wrong more than 3 times? So I'll apply the count processes here. Count is equal to 0, and in every wrong username and a password, it should be increment. Where is in username and password wrong? Here, else where the password is incorrect. So I'll just make it uh, count is equal to count plus 1, and password is incorrect. Um, only this attempt is remaining. Attempts are remaining. Okay, so I'll just make it here F. So let's do it. In case if my password is wrong, let me just see that the statement is correct or not. Um, hurry and password is wrong, then it's showing that password is incorrect. Only one attempt is remaining. So this is not a right way. Okay. Okay. Hurry 1 2 3. So what I'll do, better I'll just fix it the 3 times. If your username and password is wrong is more than 3 times, then the process should stop for particular duration. I'll just make it minus. Okay, then it will showing that it only 3 times is remaining, only 2 times is remaining. This is kind of, you'll get only 3 attempts. Okay, the same statement I'll apply for if the username is wrong. My username is wrong, and I'll make it comma. This particular attempt is remaining. Okay, this particular attempt is remaining. All right. So okay, this state. Okay. So if my username is wrong, all right, I forget to write F. This is string formatting. If my username is wrong, 2 attempt is remaining, 1 attempt is remaining, 0 attempt is remaining. In the sense, this is the last one. It should be stop it here. So I have to put one more condition. If the count become a 0, I have to stop it. What I can do it here? Uh, so anywhere like the breaking the loop. If my logging successful, I can also write elif. You can write elif the count is equal to 0. The time, please wait for 10 seconds. Currently, I'll just write in the 10 second. Okay, 10 second. And after that, process should start again. All right. So I'll do the same process for, this is for password. I'll do the same thing for username as well. I do it username as well. But your process should stop for a 10 second. So how can we do that? So there is a library is called as a time import time. Okay. So you can directly write in the time dot slip. Your process will stop for particular duration. So I'll do it here, time dot slip for 10 seconds. So automatically it's a second. How can we know that? You can just write time dot slip and bracket. You can just check it what exactly is there. It's a second. I click on here inside and click shift tab. This option is available in the Jupyter notebook only. And if you have any other ideally, you can find it out other options. Okay. Let me just remove. So the process will stop for 10 seconds and after that it will again start. So it's on you. If you want to put the timing, you can. Okay. So currently it will be stopped for 10 seconds. The process will, yeah, only 2 attempts is remaining. 1 attempt is remaining. I'll write hurry. Password, I'll make it wrong. This is the last attempt. 0 attempt is remaining. That means there is no any attempt. This is the last one. I'll write it here. Hurry. Password is hurry. Wrong. Let me just write it. Just wait for 10 seconds. The process is still running. It's not like that your process is totally end up. It's running for 10 seconds. It's hold for 10 seconds. You can increase it. Now it's asking the password again. Hurry, I will write it. And again, it's waiting for 10 seconds because it's been, uh, already been, is a kind of, already your count was 0. That's why it's waiting for 10 seconds. But it should not be. It should not be. After 10 seconds, it is give the 3 times option, right? But here I'm passing the wrong password. Still, it's waiting for 10 seconds. So that one glitch is there. I have to just change it. It should be make it 0 again. It should make it 3 again. All right. So I'll use it hurry 1, 2, 3, and let's make it here sleep for 10 seconds. And after 10 seconds, make it count is equal to 3. All right. Make it count is equal to 3, and it's here. Where is wait for 10 seconds? And the same thing we have to apply for password as well. So this is for username, I think. Yeah, this is the username, I think. So we have to do for, oh, sorry, not here. It's already there. This count is equal to 3. Not is equal to. It's for is equal to is a comparing. It's assigning the values. So let's wait for, yeah, 1 attempt, 0 attempt. There is no any attempt is remaining. I'll pass the hurry. I'll pass the wrong password. It's wait for 10 seconds. If the 10 second will end up, then again it should be queue next 3 attempts. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, 2 attempt is remaining. 1 attempt is remaining. Hurry 1, 2, 3. So this way we can perform the operation with a time basis. Okay. So you can also apply the different operation. This is from the totally scratch in a real life. We just adding some front end. Otherwise, the backend we are applying the same process. This is the good way to learn our programming language. All the concept. Try to always connect with the real life. So function is nothing but a block of organized code where we can reuse your code again and again, used for perform a single related action. So we'll also discuss in a practical manner. So let me first show you how the function we are writing in Python programming language. So we are first defining is a def. Def keyword we are using to define the function. And after that function name, like I'm writing the hello, you can write anything, any function name. And then parameter we are defining, like parameter 1, parameter 2, parameter 1, parameter 2, right? And important to you have to make the colon. After that, it will taking a 4 space, 1, 2, 3, 4, automatically taking the 4 space when you click enter. And you can write your function body. Okay, whatever code you want to perform, you can just write it. But function will run when you call it. So here, when you just calling hello, when you're just calling the function, and if you define the two parameters, so you have to pass two arguments. Okay, so suppose I pass the 5 and 6, that is the arguments. So the 5 will store in the parameter 1 and the 6 will store in the parameter 2. Okay, sometimes you confuse that which one is a parameter, which one is the arguments. So this is not a much complicated thing, right? So let me just remove it. I also define the same. Like here, I define the function, def function name. There is a three main parameter. And after that, when you just writing the function name, the argument one will be passed to the parameter one. So parameter we are defining, arguments we are passing. So hope this one is clear, right? So argument 2 will pass to the parameter 2, 3 will pass to the parameter 3. So in the function, there are so many types are available. Not so many, four main types are there. So the very first one is a predefined function. And predefined, which is system is already given the function, we are just using it, right? Mean, max, int, print, whatever you already use it. That is a predefined function. You just call and pass the values, you'll get the answer. Okay, I'll give you one small trick to define to identify which one is a function. See, if you have a statement and after that this bracket is there, that you call as a function. Okay, so mean is a function, max is a function, print is a function. After that, this bracket should be there because that function is a calling. All right. So we can also make the function, which is we are calling user defined function. That means we are defining the function. The third one is anonymous function. We'll discuss in practical manner. A function without name. So here you can see the def and function name. So we can create a function without name, but this have a different purpose. First, we'll discuss the purpose, and after that, we'll show you how we can make the anonymous function. The last one is a recursion function. That things we'll also discuss. Let's jump on the practical implementation, how we can function can perform in practical way. Suppose I have a very small program, a is equal to 5, b is equal to 4, and c is equal to a plus b, and I'm just printing. And just print c, and you'll get the answer is 9. 5 plus 4 is equal to 9. But here, if you want to just addition of different numbers, for example, I want to add a 15 and 28. So every time you have to change this like 15 here and 23. So this is a very simple program. Just imagine that if you have very complication any equation is there, like I need annotation. Yeah, okay. Like y is equal to x square plus 2x. This is the function. This is the one mathematical function. This is not a programming function. Okay. I want to create this program like if y is equal to x square plus 2 into x. Okay. This is the function. And I define the x is equal to 15. And when you just print it, okay, and pass the value is y, and you'll get the answer is 255. And in case if you change the values is 25, you'll get accordingly this answer. But imagine that this function I want to use somewhere else. This mathematical function, don't be complicated, don't be confused. I'm talking about this is the mathematics function, and which function we are talking about here, which is a programming function. Okay, here I write a mathematical function. Programming function I didn't started. So suppose this mathematical function I want to reuse any other places to make a different applications. Uh, so it will be very complicated to to call it, or else you can just copy paste and write the code again. So this is not a right solution. So what I can do, I can make one block and call this block again and again, right? So I have a different equations. Instead of saying the function, I'll say the equations. That will be better. Okay. Z is equal to y plus 2, y plus 28. This is the one of the equation is there. So what I'll do, I'll just write here z is equal to and different places I want to use it. Y plus 28. So I'll get the answer. Z, I'll get the answer here 709, 703. So here, when I just change the value is like 2, you'll get the answer is 8. The next time value is changed accordingly. But I have to use this program again and again. So better to you know, I have to run it. Then it'll, number will change. So better I can make a block and call that block again and again. So let's make a block is a def, and function name is a equation. Okay. As I told you, bracket is very, very important. Parameter, it's on you. If you want to define, you can. Otherwise, you can leave it. And the equation is y is equal to x square plus 2x. You required x as an input. So I'll just pass it here parameters. Now your block is ready. I'll just print it y. Okay. I'll just print it y. When I just run it, you'll not get any answer. Function have a rules. Without calling the function will never execute. Okay. So here I can say this is defining the function. Defining the function. Okay. I want to call it. So what I'll do, I have to define the values x is equal to something, or else you can directly pass the values equation. I'll pass the value is 5. So you'll get the answer accordingly. So this one we are calling the function. This section calling the function. Okay, this section is calling the function. In case if you change the value is uh, 25, you'll get the answer accordingly, right? This is the way our function is running. When you're talking about how the block is executing, what is the process is behind that? So process is running like this. It will check the line number 1, okay, and then go to the line number. Sorry, line number 1 is just comment. So obviously it will start from line number 2, which is a comment, right? Comment will not execute. It will just run, not giving you any answer. So first we will check the line number 2, and after that directly jump on the line number 6. If the function is defined there, it will never enter inside, right? And after line number 6, it's calling to the function, then again back to the line number 2. So now you are calling, so that's why it giving you, okay, yeah, that's why it's giving you, it will be giving the line number 2 again, okay, and then it enter the line number 3 like this, and then line number 4 as well. So this is the way our function is working, right? It's not like that top to bottom approach. So yes, Python is working in the top to bottom approach, but if the function is there, it will first checking that where the function is calling, and after that entering the inside. You can understand one of, I'll give you one more example, the use case of this function. Let me first remove it. Okay. Yeah. Suppose you are making the calculator. It's a simple example. You are making one calculator, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. There is a 4 different function you define it, but at a time you are using this subtraction. So other things will not execute because you define inside a block. If you define inside a block, so this one, you can save your memory, you can save your time, because the other program will not execute, only the subtraction will execute. So imagine that if you have a big project, and in a project at a time everything is not running. So part wise the values are running, right? Which one is required, you can just call it. But you have to define, you can't remove it, and you can't write the code again and again. That is the reason function is very, very important. So in a function, there is so many topics is there, which I have to discuss here. So very first topic is a return statement. Okay, return statement. Other next topic, which is we can say so user defined, which we already did. Equation is a user defined function, and um, we can say uh, system defined function, a predefined function. We already used it like a int, float, print. These are a these are a system defined, like a print I'm using here as a function, which is system defined. The two type is done, and the third type, which is anonymous function, and the fourth one, which is a recursion function. That the fourth one, which is a recursion function. Okay, recursion function. There is a these topics we have to discuss. Let's discuss about a return statements. Let me just remove it. Okay. So return statement. I'll take one example. Like, hope you remember about math. There is a library is called as a math, and if I want to know the square root of some particular values like math.sqrt, I'm just giving you the use case why the return statement is important and what kind of problem is solving by the return statements. See, if you running any if you're learning any topic, first try to find it out why you are learning, what kind of problem is solving this topic. So like SQR, I want to know the square root of 25. You'll get the answer easily, which is a 25. And I can store it somewhere. I'm storing in the variable R, and print this statement is a square root of 5 is R. Very simple statement is there. Square root of 25 is 5. Very simple statement. Okay. I want to create like this because here the SQRT is a kind of method. So method and a function both are the same. Okay. Here is a little bit confusing. Like a method and function both are the same or different. So method and function both are the same. Let me just define it. Method and function. So you can say method when we define a function inside the class, we are calling method. Okay. So we here I created the equation which is not inside a class. Class, I am talking about object oriented class and object, which is this one is not inside a class. So we are not calling equation as a method. We are calling function only. So here why I'm calling square root of is a method, because math is work like a class. Math is a work like an object which class is defined somewhere. Okay, with the object I'm calling method. So method we are defining as a function. Don't be confused. Method is a defining as a function, but only difference is that it's inside a class. So if I have a value is like a I have a value is like a ABC, def ABC. I define it. Okay, and inside you write a body. So this one ABC is a function, but if you define like a class name is suppose uh, temp Okay, class name is a temp, and you define it, and inside that this very important parameter you always write is a self. So now here the ABC become a method. Why is a method? Because you are calling like a T is equal to temp. Okay, you created the object here, and the T dot ABC. You can use it this ABC with the help of object which is a T. That is the reason I was saying sqrt is a method. So now currently you're not aware about a object oriented in a Python. So you just consider that method and function both are the same as a defining purpose. Only difference is that that method is inside a class. So currently we are not inside a class, so we'll call as a function. Okay, okay. So I want to make the program like this. Okay. Suppose I created the function which is the square root. Okay, let me change the name. The same like I want to create it x as a parameter, and I'll make it. It's a square root. So um, answer is equal to x to the power of 1 by 2. Anything which is the power of 1 by 2, which is nothing but a square root. Okay, let me again clear it. Like a square root of 5, which is nothing but 5 to the power of 1 by 2, or we can say 5 to the power of 0 0.5, the same thing. And you can write it here, just ans. Okay, when I just call this function as square root and pass the values is 25, you'll get the answer is 5.0, which is the correct answer. But can I write like this? Can I store it in R variable? Yes, we can store it. Can I write like this? Print uh, square root of 25 is R. Can I make like this? You'll getting the answer is 5.0 here, but here I'm getting the value is none. Let's understand it here. Here we print it. The print meaning is that the, the actual work of the print is nothing but displaying the values. That's it. It's not doing any other thing. It's just display the values. So when you just call this function here square root 25, when you just pass it, here you will get the answer is ans is get the answer is 5, and here just display it. It's not doing any other thing. It's not store any values. So what I want, the square root should store some values so that it can be defined it here. So we can solve this problem via return statement. See, the word saying everything. Return meaning is that returning the value to the function. So instead of writing the print, I will say return. So I'll return this value to the square root. So then you will get the values as it is, like this. Okay. So return basically can be used any other function. This function, when you're just calling it, this function, when you call it, I can store it somewhere else so that we can reuse it. Hope you understand the return statement concept. Okay. Let's jump on anonymous function. Let's jump on anonymous function. A function without name is called as an anonymous function. What is a mean? Anonymous function. That we are defining anonymous function with lambda keyword. With a lambda keyword. Okay, lambda keyword. What is the syntax of that? Let's first discuss. Okay, we are writing the lambda, and we are passing the arguments like sorry, a comma b, and then you are doing some operations. Let's understand it here. Syntax is not much important, but you should know that how we are writing. So just you have to write lambda, what operation you want to perform. I want to perform the operation of um, a cube of any numbers. Yeah, we can say addition of x, y, z. So I have to define it x, comma, y, comma, z, colon, colon. What operation you want to perform? I want to perform is the 2 into x plus y plus z. That equation I want to perform. When you just run it, you will find it out the function is created. Okay, the function is created. How can we call it this function? Right? Function is created. It's saying that function you can uh, with defining the function without any name. Here there is no any name. But if you want to call it, you have to store somewhere. I'll store in the result variable. I'm directly storing it there. And with that variable, I can call it. Result is equal to result is equal, sorry, result. When you just run it, it will saying that it's a function. You have to pass some parameters. I'll pass the parameter 5, comma 7, comma and 3. I'll get the answer is 20. Because this one is taking as an argument. These are the parameters and these are the operations. I perform it. Now question is, if we already have a def parameterized function is available in this topic, then why we require this lambda? Why we required? Answer is here. Let's understand the example where we can use it, this kind of function. Suppose you want to create one function which is a very small and you want to call it again and again. Why you require the separate function? If your function is very small, you can just define it here, call it the same time. Okay. How can we use it? Let's define one a variable which store many values. Okay. Yeah. These values. I want to take only the um, you know even numbers. So many method is there. There is one famous function in build function is there, which is the filter function. I can directly use it. Filter function. Okay, filter function. So when you just put your cursor in between and type shift tab, you'll find it out suggestions. So first you have to define the function and what you want to iterate it. I want to iterate a and function you have to define it. Okay, let's define the function name is a even. This is the function name even, and a I want to pass it. So even you have to define it, right? Even let me define separately. Def even, and I'll pass as a any parameters because whatever value you have, the whatever list you have, iteratively one by one it will be passed and giving the answer. So if x is a modulo of 2 is equal to 0, that means it's an even number and should be written as a x. Okay, when I just run it, oh, so compressed, so I'll just use the list and I'll get the answer. I'll got only a even number from this section. So there is a 13 and 21 is a odd number, but here I got a only even number with the use of filter function. But you can see here, this function is very small. So you define separately and it took a 3 line more space. And obviously the calling from the different function from the different places obviously is the memory consuming. So what I can do, I can use the lambda keyword. So I can use the same thing, filter. I'll pass the values here, lambda, x, and then condition I'll apply it, x modulo of 2 is equal to 0. And what you want to pass? I want to pass a. Just pass it a. That's it. And make it list. And you will get the answer is yes. Same thing. So here I define with a 5 line of code, here I define the 1 line of code. So both are doing the same thing. Only difference is that with the help of Lambda keyword, I can reduce my number of code so that I can save my memory and space. Because this is your learning phase. Now you are just learning, but when you go in the project perspective, so we have to take care about the optimization as well. Your project should not be take much time. Your project should not be take much memory. So Lambda is one of the a good solution. So one thing definitely you are in your mind, in case if your number of code in a function which very big, right? Like the function is very complicated. Here is just 3 line. If you have a 5 line, 6 line, that is okay. If your function itself have a almost 20 to 50 line, so in that time should we use the Lambda keyword? The answer is no. So Lambda keyword is using if your function is very small and you are iteratively calling it. That time we are using. You don't need to define it separately. You in that function itself, in that predefined function itself, you can use the Lambda. A function call itself is calling a recursion function. Let me also write it here. A function call itself calling recursion function. Let's do it in a practical way. Suppose I have a function. Function name is process. Okay, and inside the process, this normal print statement is there. Hello world. All right. So when you just call it this process function, process, then as expected answer is a hello world. Here the process is working like this. Your function work like this, line number 1, then 4, again line number 1, 2. After line number 2, in case if I'm calling the same function again, the function name is process. Same function again. So what will be happen? So it will be call the function again, 1, line number 1, line number 2, and 3. Again 1, 2, 3. Again 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It will be like a loop, but actually it's not a loop. It's a recursion. Recursion have a limit. What is the limit? Let's discuss it first. So here you can see the process is stopped now. Means there is some limit to stop. When you scroll down, you'll find it out the maximum recursion depth exceeded while calling the Python object. So there is a limit. So limit you can also find it out with the sys module. Sys means system. Sys dot get recursion limit. Get recursion limit. Get recursion limit. You'll find it out. So how much limit this recursion have? So every system in the sense, if you're working on a Jupyter notebook, and if you're working on a normal Python, if you're working on a PyCharm, if your environment is a different, then recursion limit can be the different. But you can use this command to find it out the recursion limit. I can also increase and decrease the recursion limit. So increase the recursion limit is very simple. Just you have to pass set recursion limit, and I'm passing it here 8,000. Okay, 8,000, and later when I just check that what is this recursion limit, it will showing the 8,000. But the question is, how can we decrease it? Suppose the hello world is showing 3,000 times. I want to check only the 5 times or 6 times. So that means I'm decreasing the recursion. So there is one beautiful feature is there, return statement. With the help of return statement, we can perform the recursion process. Suppose I have a number is n, and here I pass the value is a 5, and every time when you call this process, when you call this function, I'll make it n minus 1. And the same time I can also print that n as well, so that I can track it how much value is there. So when I just run it, you can see here the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's going till down. There is a limit is a 3,000, so it will be going down and run it again and again, right? So what I can do it here. So when you scroll down, 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 it's a 7,000. It's going to more than 7,000. The reason behind that, I increase the limit, which is the 8,000, right? I increase the limit. That's why it's going till here. after 7,000 something, and is throwing this statement is maximum recursion depth exceeded while calling the Python object. My target is that I want to stop in after 5 steps. So I can use it here, the condition, if my n become a 0, that time I will return just recursion done. Okay, the statement is a recursion done. That's it. So because you know that after the return statement, the any statement is written there, it will never accept. Okay, so when I just run it, it will going till 1 only. What is the meaning is that it's not acceptable after the return statement. Like I think I already discussed, but again I'll tell you in the short way. The def hello, there is a function, and if my number is a is equal to 4 and b is equal to 8, and return is equal to a plus, and before return let me just use the print a plus b, and when you just call it hello, you will get the answer is 12. And after the print statement, my statement is there, um, hello world. Okay, that's normal statement, hello world. After 12 is showing that hello world. But in case if you use the return statement for a plus b, return statement for a plus b, the hello world, where hello world will never display. The reason behind that, because after the print, after the return statement, whatever things is there will never be executed. Okay, if I'm writing the normal abcd anything, so it will be never executed. So that is the functionality of the return statement. We will use this functionality in a recursion function to stop the recursion. So here the recursion is stopped because when the number become a zero, when a number become a zero, and at that time it return the recursion done. And when the line number 3 is executed, after that whatever you wrote, it will never execute. That is the reason it's not going in the next one. But here the question is why the recursion done is not showing, right? Why the recursion done is not showing? The reason behind that, it's a return. If it's a return, so you have to display it. Okay, I have to, I think process I have to also return. Yeah, process I have to also return that time. Whatever is returning the values, it will also display. So that's why the recursion done is also showing it here. One famous example is there for a recursion function, which is mostly, interviewer is asking this kind of question. What is the factorial number? Okay, let me just explain what is the factorial number. So factorial number you can understand like this. It's a application of recursion function. Okay, so with the with the help of recursion function we will use it. So instead of write this, the factorial number with the recursion function. Okay, recursion function. So we'll use the um, recursion function. uh, yeah, I need a pen. So hope you know about a factorial number. I'll give you in a short way. So suppose I have a factorial number of 5. Factorial number of 5 is equal to 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. It is going till 1 only. It's not more than that. The answer will be 120. Okay, 5 4 ja 20, 22 3 ja 60, 62 ja 120. But we can also write like this: the 5 factorial is equal to 5 into 4 factorial till 1. Till 1. It's not going beyond 1. It's not accepting the 0, because if you multiply with a 0, you'll get the answer is entire 0. And if you have a 6 factorial, that is a 6 into, can I remove? Okay, 6 into 5 factorial. If you have a 7 factorial, 7 into 6 factorial. So we can also do like this, because the 5 5 into 4 factorial, the meaning is that 5 into 4 factorial is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So we will use this kind of application to understand the factorial number. Like, I'll create a function, function name is a fact only, okay? And I need a number. I'll define the number is n colon. I'll return the value is the n into, means n means exact number, the 4, yeah, if you take the example of 5 factorial, then 5 into factorial of 4, fact of 4, which is the n minus 1, right? If I pass the values is a 6, the 6 into factorial of 5. If you pass the value of 7, 7 into factorial of 6. But again, so when I just call it here, the fact which is value is a 5, I'm expecting the number is 120. The problem is here, when you just run it, calling this function, I mean, again and again, again and again. There is no any limit to stop it. So that's why it's not defining anything. It's not showing any values. The reason I'm not printing anything, I'm not displaying anything every time is returning the values. So I want to put the limit so that I can get the exact number. So how can you define the limit? So limit we can define like this. If number become, so again, you can see here, it's maximum recursion depth exceeded, because it's not showing the number, it's not showing any values. The reason I return the statement not to print. So if number become a 1, so that time I will return 1. If I return 1, if you multiply with 1, then we'll stop. It's not going any other things. So when I just run it, get the answer is 120. Okay. So you can take as an input. Uh, okay, input. Okay, and pt. Okay, anything you can take the variable. Input, enter the number for factorial. Factorial. Okay. So I can define it, and that should be the integer. That should be the integer. Here I'll pass I and pt. So when I just run it, it's asking that what into the number for factorial. I'm passing the 8 is here. I get the factorial is the 40320. So this way we can understand the recursion function.
So package and module, this topic is playing the very important role for all the frameworks and advanced level up Python programming, because whenever you enter any kinds of any framework, any technology like a web development or data science, so many libraries, so many modules are there. So here we will learn that how modules and package we can make it, we can build it, like from custom based we'll try to make the modules and packages. So first one is a module. Module is nothing but any Python file which have a py extension is called as a module. So you have a so many Python file you creating, but sometime we creating the Jupyter notebook file. That Jupyter notebook extension is IPYNB. So that is not a module. So Python file should be in the py extension that will consider as a module. And the module can consist of function, classes, variable, anything, because that is the file. Inside a file, so many things we can write it. We can write a function, we can write a class, we can write a variables, anything we can write it there. And what is the package? Package is nothing but a one directory, we can say, where consist of the multiple modules. But there is one special file is called as a init. So that name is init. It should be available there. That we are calling packages. So for example, I have a file which is the a, which is the file name is a.py, b.py, c.py. So these are all modules. But make sure that there is one more file should be underscore underscore init underscore underscore dot py. If this one is also present and it's available in the particular folder, suppose the folder name is, okay, Suppose the folder name is, for example, folder name is main. So main is nothing but a package which consists of the multiple modules. So let's understand in the practical way. I'll create the multiple modules and I also explain you how we can create the packages as well. Like this, there is a package. I can also create the multiple packages as well. For example, like this. Example here. So open, change, close, these are our modules. Even init is also the modules. That is consist of the one folder which is called as a image, right? Image. So image is a package. The likewise the image, there is also one more package. It's called as sound. We can also say that the package. But the problem is I mentioned that the sub packages, because you can also create the init file and make the one more folder, which is the game. So can you say this one is a package, this one is a package, it's also become a package. But the problem is here the main folder, other folder inside that folder, two folder is also available. We can say it's a package. It's a sub package. Okay. So in case if you calling this one is a package, that's not wrong. Why I'm calling here the sub packages? Because it's consist of the one more packages. That's the only reason. Okay. Someone is also calling this one is a library. Someone is also calling this one is a library. So library is nothing but is a collection of the packages. So if I clarify this, okay, what exactly it meaning? So module is nothing but a consist of the multiple function and classes, whereas the package is the collection of the modules, whereas the library is a collection of packages. Or packages, we can also say that it's a collection of sub packages. Let's do it the practical implementation of package, module, and library in in a coding way. So you can open your any ideally. I'm just opening the Visual Studio, and open one particular location where you want to work it. This package, module, and library concept. Okay, I'm just opening one folder. Yeah, this is the location. Here, nothing is available. Okay, okay, I think I selected the files. I have to select the folder. Yeah. Exercise. Now it's done. I already selected here. All right. Let me close it. Unnecessary files. Yeah. I'll create one file, Python file. So file name is calling.py. Okay. So in this file, I'll try to call any other modules. Let me first create any modules here. Even the calling file is also called as a module, but the variable file is not a module because the extension of calling is a py, whereas the extension of variable is ipynb. So that is a Jupyter notebook file. Both are different. So only calling is a module. Let me create one more file, which is the load module. Yeah, we can say load file. I'll create some function def info and some statement here, print this is load module. Okay, simple. Because module is nothing but a collection of any function, any variable, any classes, anything. You can write anything here. This is the function. I can also define one variable here. A is equal to 55. And let me also define one more function, def add and pass some parameters, arg n comma m. Okay. And r is equal to, result is equal to n plus m. And I will return r. Okay. So there is two function with one variable. Let me just write it first here. Two different function and one variable. Okay. So I want to call it this function with different file. So calling is a file, both load and calling is available in the same location. I want to call the load module. So how to call any module? We are using the import keyword, import load. So when you just use the import load, let's see what will happen. You can run the file here. So hope you have completed the configuration. If you're not, then you can just refer my video for installation of VS Code. In case if you're facing any issues, you can also you know text on a chat. All right, let me just remove the unnecessary things. So nothing is printed here because I didn't print anything. Let me also print just normal statement print. Hey, that's it. Hey. So when I just call this function, this this load module, when I just call it here, you'll get the values is hey, only hey. But I want to call the info function. I want to call the add function. So if you want to call the add and info function, so load dot info, you have to write it. So when I just write the load dot info, you will get the answer accordingly. So first is a hey because I import it, and in load module, the statement was already there hey, and inside the function info, the statement was this is the load module. So that's why it's printed. I want to call the a variable as well because I define one variable which is the 55 as a variable and 55 is a value. So load dot a you can also call it, but that value you want to print it. Previously, the info function is printed something. Here is just define the values. So I can also print it and see what exactly the values. So I'm expecting that the value should be 55. So yes, value is a 55. We can also call it that variable as well. We can also call the function with a parameter to passing the arguments. So load dot add and pass the arguments because two parameters define it here, n and m. I'm passing the parameters 3, passing the argument as a 3 and 8. So I'm expecting the answer should be 11. So yes, okay. So here is not printing any answer. The reason behind that, I return the values. I can store somewhere. I'm storing the answer answer, and that answer, if I want to print it, print answer. So you'll get the answer accordingly. That is the 11. So hope you understand the concept of module. And when you go into the next topic, which is a package, that is a collection of module. So when I just create one folder, inside that I'll create a multiple Python file and one init file as well, then it's become a package. So let's create it. I'll follow this structure. Load, I create it here. So let me create other two files, which is play and pause, and I'll put inside the sound folder. That's become a package. Okay. Let me create one more file, which is the play.py. I'll create one a function name, which is the info. Let's create it info so that you can remember it. Okay, everywhere I'll write the function, which is the info. It's not compulsory that you have to pass the same function everywhere. Just for remember purpose, I'm just writing here print this is, but the statement I'll make it different. This is play module. Okay. And let me also create one more file, pause.py, def info. I'll make it print. This is pause module. Okay. All right. So this is the files. I'll create one folder for them. The folder is sound. I'll create it. The folder name is sound. Sound. I'll pass all the modules play, load, play, and pause inside that function, inside that folder. Folder name is sound. But here the sound is not a package because I didn't define one a file which is the init. So init is nothing but a constructor. So what is a constructor? So constructor is whatever statement you write inside the constructor, it will automatically call. You don't need to call that function. Even the constructor concept will also come in object oriented programming. That time I'll discuss in very details way. But here you can just understand. I'll create a constructor. The file name is init.py. That I don't need to call it. It would automatically called. Okay. So inside that, I'll create a file, which is the underscore underscore init underscore underscore dot py. So let me just write it all the statement to everywhere. First, let me just write it. Okay. So first in a constructor, let me write something. So that statement is, this is a sound package. Simple. This is sound package. And in a load, I already define so many functions. Pause. Let me just define a def info. The statement is, this is okay, pause module. That's it. And play is already there is a play module. So now I can say the package is considered as a sound is a considered as a package. So now I want to call the info function which is available in a sound package, because the sound is a completely a package. Let me also delete it here because it's already available inside. Okay. Play, load, play, and pause. So yeah, so sound is a package. So let me make as a comment. All right. Okay. So if I want to call the info function which is available in the sound, so you have to first call the sound. Okay. You have to call the sound. So when you just call the sound, so let's see what will happen. So answer is showing that this is sound package. So how it's happened? Because I didn't call anything. I just import the sound, but this constructor is automatically called, which is the init. So inside the init, the statement is this is the sound package. So that is the reason the first statement is this is sound package. Okay. So again, that info function is available in a pause module. For example, let's take it a pause module. I want to call the info function which is there in the pause module. So I have to go inside pause. Okay, pause. So you can pass as a reference as the a. You can define any variable. So later a dot info. So when you just call a dot info, which is nothing but a sound dot pause dot info. So here you'll get answer, which is this is a pause module. There is also one way, another way to call any function from sound import pause, because the previously you are entered the sound and then enter the pause. So here from the sound you enter only a pause. So this one is a better way to call any modules, any function. Okay, so I'll just directly pass it here, pause dot info. That's it. You will get the same answer. So in a real life, whenever you importing any packages, any libraries like pandas, numpy, anything. So sometimes we are using the from, sometimes using directly import. So now you will understand why I'm using a from, why I'm using the import directly. Okay. So now here the sound is considered working as a package. So I can make sound as a sub package as well. So you can create a one more folder, which is the image. Let me create it. And later I'll show the hierarchy as well. So by the way, this underscore pi cache, it's just generating the cache that what function you called it. So here you can see I called the pause, I called the init. So that is the reason it's generated. So previously you can also see what I called the pause and init. So that packages are generating. Here is also the package I called the load. So that is the C Python. So you don't need to care about that. It automatically generating. So let me also create one more folder, which name is image. Okay. That folder name is image. So inside that image, I'll create a 3 different file, which is the open, change, and close with init. Let's create it from here. It will be quite faster. First, I have to create the constructor. Okay, init. Then I'll also create the uh, open.py. Then also create change.py. Then also create, I think close is there. Open, change, and close. .py. Okay, 3 files I generated here. So sound is a package. Now here image is also considered as a package because I created the constructor. I put inside multiple module as well. So I'll put this packages, this image and sound. I'll try to make it as a sub package with game as a main package. Okay. So I didn't write any function there, but the same thing you can also follow for image as well. So game here consider as a main package. If I'll pass the image inside a game, let me just drag and drop. Control C, cut. I'll pass inside image. Okay, I'll replace it the same thing. And make sure that if you have the image and sound as a package, if you want to make game as a library or a main package, you have to create one more file, which is the init. Then it will be considered as a package or library. Underscore init dot py. Make sure that double underscore in the both side. So now game is a library, image and sound is a package, or we can say game is a package, image and sound as a sub packages. So you can say anything. Let's back to our calling function. Yeah, calling modules where we are calling the different functions. So if I'm writing the same statement from sound import pause, so do you think that it will be work? Absolutely not. The reason behind that, because previously the sound is available, sound folder is available at the same location where the calling function was available. Yeah, calling file was available. So when I just run it here, it will showing that the no module name sound. Reason, previously sound was the same location. Now sound is available in the game location. But if you're using the game dot sound, because it's available inside a game, so it will work, right? It will work. So let me also write something in init of game. Currently game constructor don't have any kinds of statement. That is the reason it's not printed here. Let me just write some statement in a game constructor in init.py. So the statement is, this is game library. Okay, game library. Now, so when I just call this again function, calling function, so the statement is also here. This is game library because it's available um, inside a game library, that this constructor, init constructor is there in the game library. That is the reason it's printing here. Now, this game library is available in the same location where this calling file is available. Imagine that if the game library is available in the different location, if you want to call it again, so it's showing the error, right? So in that situation, we have to find it out one a global place where I can put my library and I can access anywhere in my laptop. So let me just change the place of the game library. So currently is here. I'll just copy, cut, not a copy, directly cut it here, and let me just put it outside. Because here the calling file, there is no any game library. So when you just run it, it will showing the error, no module name game. So how exactly this working? Because whenever you importing any inbuilt library, that is pandas, numpy, matplotlib, anything, in that situation, this library is available in the global location so that we can access it. So let's take the example of pandas and how exactly is working. So currently, yeah. So currently, uh, I have a mini library. So NumPy, pandas, matplotlib. Let me just open first the command prompt. Command prompt here. Okay. So I am using the Anaconda prompt. So I'll just open the Anaconda prompt here. So I already have a pandas, but still I'll just write a pip install pandas. Okay. So it will showing the statement is that the pandas is already installed, and it's also showing the statement, the location where exactly the install. C user, your PC name, and Anaconda 3 lib and site packages. So the same thing here. There is one uh, library is inbuilt library which is a sys. Sys is a system. So let me just open the Python here directly. Sorry, here. Anywhere you can open it. I can write it here. Okay. So import sys system sys dot path. So it will showing you the path where exactly all the libraries and all the Python packages are available. So this is showing the complete list. Let me just open it one by one for each in sys dot path 1 2 3 4 print each. Okay, so that will showing the one by one. So you can go to any location. So main location is this one, lib means library. Let me copy it and open your Windows Explorer, File Explorer, and paste it there in the URL. C user, your PC name, Anaconda 3 and lib. So it will showing the location here. I want to see that where exactly the pandas is available. You can see it here. The pandas is available C user, PC name, Anaconda 3, lib, and site packages. So here definitely site packages one folder is available. You can just search it. Site packages, yeah, site packages. And you can also search the where exactly the pandas. Pandas, yes, here is the pandas. So you can find it out other libraries like a matplotlib, numpy, numpy, yes, you can see the numpy and matplotlib. If you're searching, you'll also find it out somewhere, matplotlib. Okay. So exactly if you are importing the pandas, numpy, matplotlib, that all the code is coming from in this location. If you're just checking the pandas, so inside a pandas, sometimes we are using a pandas dot data frame. So where exactly the data frame is a code. So go to the pandas, you'll find it out somewhere. Go to the pandas and here is the API. Here you can find it out, like so many things is available, you can easily find it out there, right? So in the core, I think data frame is available. Yeah, you can see the reshape is available, interchange is available, indexes is available, group by we are using, d types we are using. See inside that the lots of code is available. So we are just using that particular code, right? So with the help, and here pandas is nothing but a library. So inside a pandas are so many packs of packages or packages is there with the init. You can see with the init. When you go to the inside a core, you'll also find it out in it somewhere. Okay, init is there. See, here is the init is there now. So these packages, libraries, you can find it out where exactly is available with the help of sys packages, sys library. So now my target is that keep the game library is available in the local location. I want to change it. I don't want in that local location, so that if I'm access and we change the location, so it will be showing that no module name a game. So what we can do, I can put this game folder in any of this location, lib, site packages, anything. I'll directly put the lib. Let me go there. Yeah. So lib. So I'll directly pass it here. Hope the game, yeah, is not available. I'll just paste it here. Game paste it here. So in your system, anywhere in a system, when you just run it, it will not get any kinds of error. Okay, it's still showing the error. I think I have to refresh it. Kind of. Okay, you can just access it. Let me just run it again. It should not be, it should be accessible. Okay, let me just write it here, import game. Okay, it's okay. Let me just pass it in the side packages. Here is not working, then I'll just pass in the side packages. Side packages. It's a lips or lips, yeah. Okay, let me just directly paste it here. Game. Okay, go inside a lib and game. Okay, let me just run it again. Here, import game. Yeah, this is the game library. So you can access it. There is, and the current location is my RT, and my RT is the PC location. And here I'm trying to access is the game. It's accessible. So here is not accessing. Why? There is some issues. There is some issues. Let me just try to use it. Import game. This normal import game. So hope it should be available. So I don't know why it's showing this error. Okay, so there is some issues. So better I can go in the particular location. Um, Let me exit it. So where exactly I'm working, I can also search it here. The location is D recurrent learning Python exercise. Okay, I can just go there. D CD recurrent learning Python and exercise. Okay, so in this location, I'm trying to just access the game libraries. Is it accessible or not? So I'm just I think there is some issues in you know in versions. So I think I'm just using a different version here and different version there. So that is that is the problem, because I just copy the path from a command prompt here. So let me just import it here. It will definitely work. Yeah, here is working. So if I'm just accessing game from game import sound dot play, sorry, dot here I can't use it, but here I can definitely use it. Dot sound import play. Okay, so this is the sound packages that is also working here. The play dot info. Yeah, this is the play module. It's perfectly working fine here. So if you put your libraries inside the global location, so you can access anywhere in your PC. So pip is working as a package manager, which is responsible to install any kinds of packages or libraries. So if you are using the Python more than 3.4 version, so that means pip is already there. You have to just use it. So if you want to install a package like pandas, so you can write it. You can write it like pip install pandas. That's it. So you have to write it pip install whatever libraries. If you want to install, just write it down. So pip will install that particular libraries in global location in your system. So there is one more topic, is a name attribute. I think you saw this name attribute in a Python programming language is many places. So let's understand it, how we can use this name attribute. So suppose if you have a VS Code, okay, if you have a VS Code and yeah, and I have a one file which is um, load file, load.py. So the variable is 55 and the def is equal to info, and pass the statement is this is This is load module. Okay. And one more function is available, def add, and pass two parameter a comma b. Simple. And just perform some operation. Result is equal to a plus b, and later return the values, return the result. Okay, now it's done. But I want, if my target is to create the complete module, which will be the load module, but I want to test it that whatever function I wrote it, that is perfectly fine or not. Okay, so here I just want to test it, this add function is properly running or not. So what I'll do, I'll just call the function 5 comma 8, and when I run it, so hopefully will not get any answer because I return the values. But when I just print this statement, like print this statement directly, so we will get the answer is 13. So which I was expecting 13, now the answer is also 13. Everything is perfect. But here I just want to call the load module. Let me just call it import load. Okay. And when you just import load, let's see what will happen. So import load, I just load the, I just, load the load module. That name is the same. I just imported the load module, but here I was not expecting that answer should be the 13 because I did call the add function. Here I didn't call the add function. Let me just call the add function. Print load dot add. I'll pass the values is 5 comma 12. So I'm expecting the answer is 17. So here I got the 17, but the same time I also got the answer is 13 as well, which is wrong. Not a wrong, but I have to see that where exactly this 13. So 13 is basically, I just printed here in the load module just for experimental purpose. So if you're doing the experiment, so don't directly write it the experimental print statement. So what will happen? If you write anything and import it somewhere, so definitely that statement will call it. So I can use it name attribute. If underscore underscore name underscore underscore is equal to main. What is the meaning of main? So main is nothing but the own file. Okay, main is nothing but the own file. So when I just run it here, definitely you will get the answer is 13. Okay, I here you'll get the answer is 13. Why the 13? Because I just passed the values is 5 and 8. So here I pass the condition. If my name attribute is a main is same file. That time it will be called this function add. But so what will happen when you just importing this file, import load, that time your name attribute is not a main. Your name attribute is become a load. Okay, your name attribute is become a load. So how you can see that? So here when I just print it, you will not get the answer is 13. You will get the answer is only 17. So let me just verify it key that time the name attribute is the main, and when you just call the when you just import the load module, that time is become the file name. So print underscore underscore name. Okay, I'm just writing here name attribute. What is exactly the name attribute here? So definitely here I didn't pass any kinds of condition, so that if you just use it in any other module in a calling file, so this one will definitely print. So let me first print it here. So when I just print it, so here you will get the answer is the name attribute, which is a main. All right, the name attribute is a main. Here I got the answer is main. But the same time when I just calling here and run it, so definitely this line will execute. Line number 10 will execute. And when I just call it, you will get the answer is load. And what was the condition? The condition was that the name underscore underscore name is equal to underscore underscore main. That means within a file, it will be called, but if you import it somewhere, that will not call because the name attribute become the file name. Okay, that condition I didn't pass it here. So hope you understand the entire package and module concept. If you face any issues anywhere, if you just importing something, package, library, anything, so you can put the comment below. Will definitely I'll solve your problem. Exception handling is an unexpected event. Is exactly an unexpected event which occurs during the execution of the program that disturb the normal flow of the instruction. So there is lots of keyword is available to handle this kind of exception. So the keyword is a try, except, else, and finally. So there is a four main keyword to handle the exception. So let's say, for example, this is the real life example how exception is occurred. Suppose if you're running the car and car is suddenly stopped, that can be any unexpected event. Maybe your engine failure, maybe the petrol is finished, can be anything. But suppose if the petrol is finished, the fuel indicator is giving the answer, you're giving the instruction that yes, your petrol is finished, find it out some nearby petrol pump. So the fuel indicator is not solving the problem, but is giving the instruction that this is the exact instruction you can handle via petrol. So this is one of the example. So let's try to understand in the practical way, like any unexpected event is occur to how we can handle it. So open the Jupyter notebook. I'll just create a new file to be better. Exception handling. Oh, that file is not available. Yes, the file is not there. Let me just create it. Exception handling. Exception handling. Okay. Suppose I have a very simple program. A is equal to uh, yeah, a is equal to, I'll take an input, okay, as an integer. Enter the first number. Just normal program, I'm just writing it. Later, I'll just create some issues and try to solve this. B is equal to ent input. Enter the second number, okay, and R is equal to A plus B. Simple. Not A plus B, A divided by B. And I will print it R. Just normal answer. Yeah, we can say, I can also write it the proper statement. Answer is okay. So it asking the first number, that is the 4. I'm just passing it here. Second number is a 3. Answer is 1.333. Okay. So it's very normal program. So you're not expecting that you'll not get any kinds of error. But let me run it program and 5 divided by 0. So that time it's an unexpected event is occurred. So I was not expecting that I'll get error, right? Because it asks the question, enter the first number, I pass a 5, enter the second number, I pass a 0. 0 is also the integer, but I got the answer is 0 division error. So different errors exist. We'll discuss in in PPTQ how many types of error is there. But here the error is occurred. So how can I handle it? Because 5 divided by 0, that invalid, it's kind of invalid. So if you using the calculator, any calculator, your mobile calculator, you can also check it. 5 divided by 0, let's see what will be the answer. The answer is showing that infinity. So if you check the 5 divided by 0 in your mobile, maybe you'll get a different answer. Maybe it will showing the invalid, right? So different statement is showing. So instead of showing that a red color error, if I'm just showing the infinity, that will be better. So that is handle the error. It's not solving the error, right? So here, uh, so 5 divided by 0, the value is not exist. So I will try to handle it. If I'll face this kind of issues, how we can handle it? So I'll just use a try. Try means I'll just normally try the normal flow of the program. So normal flow of the program, I'll try it. Okay. So in case any exception occurred, except, except, exception, except exception, the time I can write it here, print infinity. Okay, I can write it anything. So if I pass 6 divided by 0, you'll get the answer is infinity. Whatever you write it here, you'll get the answer accordingly. So it's not solve the error, because 6 divided by 0, the number is not exist. But I'm just handle this kind of error. If this kind of error is exist, how can we handle it? So in case the error is like here is saying that enter the first number, by mistake I pass the value is uh, t, which is the string, and here you will get a different error. But instead of showing the error, is showing the infinity. That is like not sensible, right? So different types of error is exist. So here the common standard exception is available, which is the zero division error, which I just discussed. Name error, it occur when the name is not found. And indentation error, like if you conditional statement or for loop you are using, that time is occurred. And input output error is there, EOF error is there. So kind of some common standard error is available, and we can handle it with their own name instead of writing the only exception. So exception is just, we can say, the main class, so where the different subclasses is available: zero division, name error, and indentation. So let's understand it in a deeper way in practical implementation. So here I use the try, I use the except. There is a 5 keyword. Let me also write it here. 4 keyword, 4 main keyword: try, except, try, except, and finally, and what else? Yeah, else. Else. So these are the 4 main keyword is available in exception handling. So try and except we already used. Let me go first deeper here, because the statement was that if I'm passing a t, the still is getting the answer is infinity. So in that situation, how to handle it? Let me copy paste there. In that situation, instead of passing the exception, I will pass it the exact error. So in case if I face the issues, okay, so if I'm just pass it here, okay, t, so I'll get a value error. So here I'm not getting the answer. So because here I directly use the exception. So when I just run it here separately here, pass the r, so it will, you will get a value error. So you can copy and paste. Instead of passing the exception, I will just pass the value error. So it will handle the only value error. So I'll write it here. Please enter any numeric number. Okay, please enter any numeric number. When I just run it here, and if someone is passing the any statement like tig, so it's showing the statement, please enter any numeric number, because I passed the any statement, right? So but if you'll get any zero division error, then 5 divided by 0, then it will showing the zero division error. So again, you can define it zero division error separately. Okay, except zero division error. So if you'll face any kinds of zero division issues, so it will showing the answer is please enter any non-zero values. Okay, so this one is perfect. But here is very common question ki, in the starting phase, how you know that what kind of error will occur, because it's an unexpected event, right? So in unexpected event, how can we find it out? The solution is that, so whatever you know, value error I know, a zero division error I know, so I can write it. But your safe side, you can also define it here, except exception. If zero division will not catch, zero value error will not catch, then exception will definitely catch, because it's a main class, and inside that other classes are available like a zero division and value error. So here I'll just write it down, this normal statement invalid. Okay, in case if value error zero division is not captured, then exception will definitely captured. So one thing is also here, let me just pass. Okay, you'll get this kind of answer. So one thing you can define it here. Let me just copy the first one. Okay, we can also pass the references as well. So here, instead of passing the infinity, I'll pass the invalid. Okay, so invalid. So if someone is passing the w any string values in an integer, so definitely it will not convert it, so it's showing the invalid. I can also pass the references as e, and at the same time I can also define it e. So you'll get the answer is t if I pass. So you will get the answer is invalid. Even let me just define it here, uh, colon, so that it will be separate. Okay, if someone is passing, so it's showing that invalid literal for integer with a base 10. So that means you have to pass any base 10 number. But if I'm just passing any zero division issues, okay, so it's showing that the invalid, and the E is representing that division by zero. So that error is also, we can check it with passing the references. Here is not a compulsory to pass a E, you can pass any variable there. Okay, try and accept, we understood how we can use the else and finally block. So let me also use it here. Okay, all right. So if you're using, you know, the except, after except, we can also use the else block. Try except or else. Okay. So here I'm just writing the normal statement is uh, program finished. Program. Yeah, program done. Just normal statement. So what will happen here? The program completely done. Yeah, successfully completed. Successfully, program successfully done. Because when I'm just passing any statement like 2 divided by 6, definitely we'll get the answer is 0.333 and program successfully done. But in case if I'll get any kinds of error, any unexpected event is occurred, like w, if I pass it, so it's showing that invalid, and that time the program is not successfully done. Okay, so we can apply the looping concept here, like the program is running it again and again until we are not done. So like if I'm just pass it here, the while loop, while true. So it will be running again and again, but when the program is done, that time it will be break. So the else is also playing the important role in some situation where if everything is, if not getting any kinds of error, so that time else we can use it. So here, when I just pass a W, it will get the error, and the same time is showing that invalid. Okay, it's showing the invalid, and again when I just pass the first number properly, the 2 divided by 0, so it also giving the invalid division by 0. But when I just pass the proper number, so it's showing that program successfully done, and the while block is finished. This way is working. And finally block is kind of it doesn't matter exception is there or exception is not there, the finally block is definitely called. Okay, so else is a kind of, if you not have any exception, that time it will be run. But the finally block, no matter what is happening in the program, but finally block will definitely execute. So I will choose this one, this program, because it looks good, because zero division is separately and value error is separately. Okay, yeah. So finally is saying that like kind of if I'm making any games. Okay, if I'm making many small games, so in that situation, try except is working well, and finally is playing the very important role. We create a very small game to generate a random number, and we have to guess it. So where I will implement all the keywords of exception handling, like a try, except, else, finally, I will use it everything. Let me first create one random number, so we can import random, and random dot rand range. So we can provide the range from where to where you want to generate the random number. I want to generate 1 to 100, so it will generate the random number in between. So whenever you run it, you will getting always the different random number. So random number. We can say just I'll pass it num. That's it. Okay. So my target is that when I just passing the input, if the random number is a match, then it will showing the statement is that okay, I guess the number. But if it's not match, then it's less than, greater than, it will giving the answer. So user, I will take it as a integer input. Please guess the number. Okay, please guess the number. And if the user that the guessing the number is greater than num, then what I have to say, number is greater than guessing number. Your number is greater than guessing number. Your number is greater than guessing number. Yeah, random number, whatever, you can write anything, random number. Okay. So, and elif we can also apply it. If user is less than num, the time I can write it here, your number is less than random number. Okay, random number. Okay, all right. So when I just run it, it will asking the question is that please guess the number. I'm guessing the number is a 5. So it will saying that your number is less than random number, right? So that means whatever number I have to guess it the next time, make sure that it should be more than 5. But when you just run it here again, so your random number will generate again, right? So we don't know, previously maybe the random number was 25, but now the random number is 2. So make sure that your random number should not generate multiple times. Okay, again your random number is less than your number is less than random number. So I will just apply the true while loop. I'll apply it and make sure that it will be running the multiple times while I'll make it true. Okay, I will make it true. So it will asking the question that please guess the number, and here the random number will be the static. It will not generate every time. But your while should be the your while loop should be stopped when the number is matched with your user is matched with number. So what I have to do, I have to directly write it here. Um, we can directly write it the if condition everywhere. It's very simple program. You can modify it according to you. If user is equal to num, that time I have to write it here. Uh, okay, we can write it. Yeah, you you got the number. You got the random number. Okay, that's it. When the number is matched. So let me run it again. Please guess the number. The number I'm guessing that 7, saying that your number is a less than random number. Okay, so that means I have to guess it more than 7. I'm guessing the 50. Again, is saying that your number is less than random number. That means is more than 50. I'm guessing the 80. Saying that your number is a less than random number. I'm guessing the 90. Your number is greater than random number. That means this number exactly in between the 80 and 90, right? I'm just guessing the 85. So your number is greater than the random number. That means it's 80 to 85. I'm guessing the 82. Your number is less than that. That means 83 can be, or 84. Only two. Only two option is there, 82 or 83 or 84. Is less than that. That means the answer is 84. Yeah, you got the random number. I got the random number, but again, it's not stopped because I didn't break it. I have to break it here. Okay, I have to break it here. Let me just terminate the program because I didn't use the break condition here, break keyword here. Let me just use it, break, when you got the number. So in this small game, what we can add new things, new features. The first thing is that in case if I'm running it and if someone is passing the t, I got the error. So in error, we can't afford it like any kinds of error, right? So what we can do, we can directly apply try. Okay, we can apply try in everywhere and except block, because exception handling is very common for any kinds of program. So whenever you building any applications, so we don't know what kind of exception will come. We can't show the red color error. We have to tell them, yes, it's kind of invalid. You have to write it, new things, the proper statement, proper number. So whatever is mentioned there in the program, I'm just writing there the exception. Okay. And just normal statement is invalid. Invalid. Right. Let me also put the colon here because it's not looks good. It's like it's mixing here. So everywhere, let me put colon, colon, colon. Okay, great. So try we use it, except we use it. And so if you pass it t, that means it's not make sense. Like when I just run it, passing the t. So it's invalid, right? So if you got the number exactly, the random number, so I want to know that how many attempts I did. So that things like if I pass t, that means by mistake I just pass the t, it's invalid. That should not be countable. So what I can do it here, let me just break it. What I can do it here, the else I can use it. If not an exception, the time I have to just define one count here. The count is equal to 0. So whenever your program is run, your try is run, so that time the count is increased. Count is equal to count plus 1. Okay. Every time you count is increased. And when you got the exact number, when you got here, I have to do it because if suppose in the first attempt you got the number, so you'll get the answer is hey, you got the number, but what is the attempt? So attempt will be the one because zero attempt is not possible, right? So yeah, you got the number after count attempt. This string formatting, I'm just use it here. So I got it like after how many attempts I got the number. Okay, so this number should increase here. Let me just run it. When I just pass the number is 50. Okay, your number is less than random number. That means it should be higher. I'm passing the 70. Less than, then let me pass the 80. Is less than, pass the 90. Is greater than. Okay, so maybe the number is quite similar. No, it cannot be. Is it greater than that? Okay, I have to go back. Lesser number 82. Number is lesser. 83 is the final answer. So yeah, you got the random number after 7 attempt. Okay, so I have to just make it. Here else I use it. Except I use it. Try I use it. I want to use the finally block. So what finally block does? So finally block is basically your exception is occurred, not occurred. It doesn't matter, but the finally block will execute. It's a kind of if you open any files, exception is occurred or not occurred, make sure that the file, the program is finished, the file should be closed because the next time file will open. So here is a game. So it kind of every steps there is some checkpoints. So I can just write it here, just normal checkpoint. That means one person will do, second person will do the kind of, I can make it just checkpoint, like one person is finished. So the checkpoint will occur, doesn't matter the exception is occurred or not, right? If the try block will run, finally will run, except will run, finally will run, else will run, finally will run. So let me just run it. When I guessing the number, I'm guessing the number is a 50. One checkpoint is done, right? So it will saying that yes, the first one and second one is a totally the separate. So guess the second number, it's less than that. I can make it 90. greater than 80, less than, oh, it's kind of the random number is generating the in between. 85, let me just run it. Okay, yeah, you got the random number after 4 attempt, right? So hope you understand here where we can use the try in case if you have any kinds of issues. You can see here, suppose if you run it, the program, and you guess the number less than that, but by mistake you pass the number is some string, so it will showing that invalid. The checkpoint will still run, but it will not increase the count. This one will considered as attempt because it comes under the else, whereas this exception which is comes here will not consider as an attempt. So the next time when I just suppose if you got guess the number, so this part will not be considered. This part will not be considered. Hope you understand. Let me just finish this game. Okay, less than that. That means it's more than that. 90. Okay, it's kind of every time is generating the number is in between. Uh, okay, 5 attempt. You can see here 1 attempt. Okay, 2 attempt, 3 attempt, 4 attempt, and here the 5 attempt. This invalid is not considered here. Hope you understand this try, except, else, and finally block. Last topic of exception handling is nested exception handling. Nested exception handling. Okay, let me just use the same program which I discussed in the last to last session. The same thing, I will just use it here. All right. So here the normal program is like division of two number. If the number, when someone is passing that any string instead of any number, then it's showing the error, and that time is handled by value error. But in case if denominator someone is passing the 0, so that time the any value cannot be divided by 0. So that time the values is passing as a please enter any non-zero values. So what I can do, I can make it as a nested exception handling as well, because the last one I just make it uh, exception invalid in case if both the in standard exception handler is not considered, that time the exception will considered. I can also make it, let me just remove it, this one here is not required. I can also make it the separately, the try block. Everything I'll just put inside a try block, and then I can apply it here, the exception, except exception. So it's become a nested exception handling, like try inside a try you are just using. Likewise, the nested for loop, nested conditional statement. Nested condition is means if inside a if. Nested loop is loop inside a loop. Nested exception handling is try, we can say exception inside exception. Here I also use the same thing here. So in case if this kind of exception is not handled, that time the main exception class will accept, yeah, considered. You just write it here, the error. Okay, so let me just pass it here. Suppose any value error if I'm passing, so that time please enter any numeric values. So this part is handled. When I just run it, 5 divided by 0, that time this value is handled. But in case if you passing any those kind of values which is not acceptable in value error and zero division error, that time this exception will considered. Likewise, if I'm not passing anything, that is also the value error. How I explain you this one? Okay, suppose if I'm just removing this part, only zero division error is available inside a try, inside a try. When I just pass it t here, so that time is showing the values is only error, because zero division error is not considered the value error exception. So this entire block is become the error, so which is handled by this exception class. So hope you understand this exception inside exception. Sometimes like if you have a bigger program, like any application, if you are making it, this nested exception handling is really required. So before going to the file handling, let's understand that how many types of files which is available in our computer industries. So many format is there to handle the data. With first one is a .txt and .pdf we have, .pdf we have, .csv we have, .json we have, .excel we have, .pickle we have. Okay, so these are a format which is available. So this format to store the data. So data can be anything. So data can be stored in the different format. So if I'm storing one data, which is the college data, where the student marks is there, student subject is there, student name, gender, age, everything is available. I'm storing the data. So we can decide the particular format. So if I decided the format is a CSV, so that CSV is considered as a file, CSV file, right? So at the end, we are generating one file that can be any file like TXT, PDF, CSV, anything. So these files, we can perform some different operations. So what is the operation? Operation can be, I want to open the files, I want to close the file, I want to delete the file. Okay, I want to delete the file, I want to update some file, I want to newly write some file. So these are our operations. So I created one complete Jupyter notebook, so where you don't need to you don't need to listen the entire video. You can also refer that Jupyter notebook. You'll understand easily how the file handling is working. So here the first one I just mentioned there. First we'll start with a text file. So how we can write it, update it, read it, everything. Okay. To deal with this kind of operations, we required some functions. So these are a few important function is available. The first one is open and close. So if you want to perform any kind of operation, so first you have to open some file. Okay. And after that, you can perform some operations and then make sure that you have to close that file as well. So this function is also very important. So here I didn't write the description. What is the mean of read? Read is just reading the file. Read line means line by line reading the file. Okay. Write is writing the files. Write lines means one by one writing the files. But seek and tell is something different. So that is the reason I mentioned the description as well. Seek means defining the exact position, and tell is find the position, which is tells us ki where exactly the cursor is available. Don't worry, we'll discuss in the practical way. So one thing is also required, which is a mode. Okay, the mode is nothing but key like what operation you want to perform. I want to perform writing operation, read operation, appending operation, read write operation. Sorry, yeah, read write operation or write in binary operation. So here is available. So I have one file which is my txt.txt, my text.txt. I am trying to write something. Okay, so let me just do it one by one. So first I will just create one files. I don't have any files there. Go back here, you can see I don't have any kinds of txt file. Okay, I don't have any txt file. So I will just create it one files. So here this is the first operation. Open, it will just open the particular file. Make sure that your mode should be w. W means writing the files. And then line by line I'm just writing the file. This is my first program, this is my second program, I'm writing there. So make sure that you have to close it, otherwise it will be impact to the another files if you opening in a new section. So yes, I close it, that means file is properly written. Sometimes we are not closing the file. So what happened ki if you write the program, if you apply the writing some lines in a text, but you forget to close it, so that time the file exactly not writing in the text file. Okay, so now file is a properly written, so we can also check that key properly written or not. My txt, my text.txt. So yes, file is a properly written there. So this is the first way to write the files. We have to separately open it and then write something and then close it. So one more option is also available, which is a with open. We have to use a with, open it, and if you're using the with open, you don't need to close it. The reason, because you're writing entire section inside the block. If you're coming out the block, that means the file is already closed. So this is also one of the good practice. So if you're using the with open, that time you don't need to close anything. Okay, so I'll also do it like, let me just use it, my text dot txt, my text1 dot txt. Let me just create it new files. It will be better so that you can easily compare it. Let me run it here. You can also check it, my text1 dot txt. So yes, this is my first program, this is my second program, that is properly written here. Okay, so yes, this way we can write something. But if you already written something, I want to update it, like I want to add some values, which is the line number 3, line number 4. So first, make sure that you have to open that file. Mode is very, very important. So here I just use a W mode, meaning is that I'm writing something. A means I'm appending something. Okay, when I just use the uh, third line and fourth line, and if you close it, and after that you can see, you will find it out key third line and fourth line is also available. But in case if you're just passing the W instead of A, so what will be happen, your previous statement will delete it and third and fourth will create. So don't apply the W every time. W means writing, means if you already exit, it will be override again. So if you want to just update something, so you have to write A. So I just use the my text.txt. Okay, then I'll check my text.txt. Yes, this is the third line, this is the fourth line. Actually, it's directly starting where the the cursor ended previously. It's ended here. That's why it started here, and I use the slash n. So that's why it's showing the slash n next time. So now we understand the read line, write line, everything. Okay, write, we did that. So if I want to use the reading, okay, so make sure that I should have some files. Okay, so python.txt, I have one file, is the big file. So you can also find it out, that files on GitHub. Okay, before going to the python.txt, let's also read something. Okay, you can also read the my text.txt as well. Let me show you how we can read it. So with way open, you can also use it with open. I'm just opening the file, which name is my text.txt, my text.txt, and mode is equal to, it's R for reading. Okay, and then we have to define the, as a variable, as f3. I'm just defining it. Okay, uh f50 I'm just defining. Maybe it will be impacted the next one, because 3 4 I just use it there. So I'm just use the f50 dot read line, and then read line, that's it. So it will be stored somewhere. Let me store in the var1. Okay, so we can also check that is the first line which will be printed, var1. So this is my first program. So whatever I write it, I can also read it as well. But this is very small line of program, so I can't explain you much here. So that's why I created, I have one files, which is the python.txt. Yeah, this one, python.txt. This is the big file. Okay, so let's understand it, how we can read it line by line, and some particular specific location. If I want to select it, I want to read it, then how we can do that. For example, I want to read only the Python support modules and packages which encourage program modularity. Like this line I want to read it. How we can read that kind of line? To skipping other things and directly read this one. So first of all you have to read. First of all you have to open that file. If you're using the read, meaning is that it will read entire things. And I'm just closing it here, and I just use the print. I use the print. The reason key, I want to display everything, so now everything is a display. But in case I want to display a few things only, right? So here I store in the, let me store in the variable t. Why I'm storing variable t is because I want to perform some operation there. Okay, uh, because everything is available in the string format. You can also check the data type. So what is the type of t, which is the string, right? So like I want to know that how many times pythons is available in the entire book. Yeah, we can say entire text. Okay, so let me just check it. So it's available at the 2 times. So what is the position of that pythons? The first position, which is the 212. So what is the second position of the pythons? So you can directly write in a 12 213 means the next position. So actually why I'm writing here the 213, because it will be start from 213th position. So what will be the next? So 616th position have a pythons. Okay, so there is a 2 places pythons is available. You can easily find it out here, string with string operation. Okay, so here we have a method is a seek method. Seek method is exactly we can just define the positions from where you want to start it. Like I decided that I want to start at some particular position, which is the Python is interpreted object oriented high level programming language. Suppose I want to start from there. So how we can start it? Like our cursor is always starting from here, but I want to start here. So seek will define the position in a Python. Yeah, we can say here in this location, and then it will print it the that particular line. So I define the position, which is the 216. Okay, let me also check that what exactly showing that particular line. So when I just do that, 1216, the current position, so which is tells us, so it will tell you, key, look, what is the exact position, and seek is defining the position, set the position. So when I just set the position, and from there it will be starting. So Python designed the philosophy, emphasize code readability with its notable use of significant indentation. So this is the line. Where is that? Okay, yeah, Python design. I want to read this one because I use that what exactly the position of the first Pythons. So that we're starting from, it will tells us this one 212, but it will tell you the entire 212, entire Pythons, not the P. I want to know that the position of P, this P. So that is the reason I just use the +4 and use it here, 212 +4. So likewise, you can also check it, and in case if you're not writing the +4, so what will what will happen? So it will showing that GE dot and then values. So you can just count it 1, 2, 3, 4. It's after 4 position it should start. Then I'll make it +4. That is the reason I did that. Okay, so you can print it everything here. So because I just use the seek is equal to 216, that is the reason is printing after that. Okay, that is the reason is printing after that. So hope you understand this, how the text operation is working. In Python programming language, to handle the operating system operations in your computer, so there is a module is available in Python, which is the OS module. So in OS module, the lots of method is available to perform the different operations. So we can find it out this kind in any module. I want to know that how many method is available. You can use a dir function, dir OS. So these are the supporting attributes. So don't check this one. And here the ABC, abort, access, chdir, close, chmod. So lots of method is available. So every method have their own work. So here in this video, we will discuss about the few method and we perform some operations. Like, let me just do the first one, the os dot get cwd. So get cwd will tell you like what is the current location. Your Jupyter notebook is working in some particular location. What is that location there? So the D drive, recurrent learning, and Python. So in case if I want to change the location, how we can change it? So this is the location here, D drive, okay, D drive, recurrent learning. Suppose I want to change it, I want to enter in the directly in a Python, okay. I want to enter not only, yeah, Python and exercise. I want to enter in that location, okay. Recurrent learning, Python exercise. This location I want to enter it. Okay, it's already there in the Python. Let me change any other location. Back, not in Python. Video I want to enter and Python tutorial. So there is no any files is available. I want to enter in that location. So copy it that path, go there, and we can use it os.chdיר, change directory. So you can provide the path here. So when I just use the change directory, so your path will change. And next time when you just check it, os.get cwd, so you will get it, the current location, which is the recurrent learning video on Python tutorials. And some operation we can also perform is like, I want to make some directory. I want to make some, some folders. Directory is a folder. So how we can create it? Current location is this. This in the sense here. Nothing in no any folder is available. I want to create any folder. How we can create it? Mkdir, sorry, os.mkdir, and pass the values. You can write anything. Uh, I'm just writing temp directory, temp dir. So when you just run it, so temp directory will generate. Yeah, temp directory is generated. So with the help of OS module, you can perform some operation with your computer. So that Python is providing that kind of facilities. Other programming language is also there. Just I'm just telling you, ki Python have the OS module. And in case if you have the multiple directory, for example, my current location, my current directory is this. I want to create the multiple directory inside a directory. Like path is equal to, I want to create, new dir. Inside the new dir, I want to create one more directory is a, okay, analysis. Okay, inside analysis, and then we can say Titanic. Okay, this folder I want to create it. But if you're using the os.mkdir, let's see it will work or not. So os.mkdir path, let's see, it will showing it throw the error. The system cannot specify the path because your current directory is this, and inside that you want to create the multiple directories, so which is not possible with a mkdir. So different method is available, which is a make dirs, make directories. So when you're just using the make directories, so you can create a folder inside a folder inside a folder, like that. So let me show you. Yeah, new dir inside that analysis, inside that Titanic. So this way we can create it. Okay. So in case I don't want any directory, suppose I don't want a temp directory still there. So os.rm and provide the path, which is the temp dir. So that directory will delete. rm dir, sorry, rm dir. So that directory will delete as well. So this kind of option is also available to, you can also delete it. Okay, there is only one directory, which is the new dir. There is no any temp dir because I delete it. I want to change this name. I don't want this new dir. I want to rename it. So os dot rename it. Okay, so rename it. So what is the file name? New dir. I want to change it as a new only. Okay, rename name. Rename, sorry. So new dir, I just change it with a new. So change it here. So that kind of option is available. So let me just do the last two method, and after that I'll show you the list. You can easily explore it. Suppose my current directory, is this current dir. Let me just show it. os.get cwd. Okay, this is my current dir. Okay, I want to perform some operation. So like I want to add it like new dir and with all the locations, right? So how we can do it? Like inside a dir, there is analysis folder is available. So we can also join the path as well. So os dot path dot join. So my current directory, current dir with whatever path you want to join it. Suppose I want to join with a new. So it will be joined like this. Okay. So you can perform the analysis and based on that. So os.path.join, you can joining with the one directory with any other directory. In case I want to create one directory which name is a new, which is already exist. Let me try it. os.mkdir, which name is new. Let's see what will happen. So it will throw the error and saying that cannot create a file when that file is already exist. So there is a condition we can also apply it. Okay, if os dot path dot exist, and you can write it that new. In case if new is exist, the time. In case if new exist, if os dot path dot exist, the time will not create. Okay, okay, okay. Let me just try it. Uh, okay, so it's kind of if path the different path is exist, then you can create it. Like I want to this one is just tell you key like the path is exist or not. Like I want to check that key yes and no. So it will showing a yes, that path is exist. So in case the new is exist, inside that I want to create one location like here. Like here inside a new I want to create it. Inside a new folder I want to create one more folder which name is data science. Okay, inside a new I want to create it in a data science. The likewise, okay, let me tell you, new, okay, temp dir and then data science. Okay, so like this. Leave it. Let me make it the very simple. Okay, I want to create new directory os.mkdir, which is name is new. I want to create it, but it's already exist, so it throw the error. So what I can do, if not os.path.exist new, if it's not there, then it's create, otherwise don't create. So it will not throw the error. In case new is not available, so currently new is available, it's not enter inside the location. But in case if it's not available, I delete it. When you run it here, so it will be create, but inside nothing is there because just now I created. Okay, so when you just apply this kind of condition, if not os.path that exist, then it's created, otherwise don't create. So in OS module, lots of method is available. So I just provided the link in a Jupyter notebook, W3 schools. You can also explore it like anything. Like I want to know that CPU count. Okay. With a CPU count, you can also use it. How many CPU count is there? And you can also perform the operation. There is a 4 CPU count. So likewise, I want to also check that in my PC, how many CPU count is there? So OS dot CPU count. Okay. It's not counts, I think. Yeah. There is a 12 CPU count is there. In their system is a 4. So likewise, you can also explore it other method which is available here. This is the last topic of file handling. So here we will discuss about a different type of files like a pickle, JSON, CSV. Okay. So let's create one dictionary. So dictionary where inside some list is also available. So this is the normal dictionary. So pickle is used for preserving the data. So like if you save this kind of data into any format like a JSON format or normally the text format, you can see easily, right? If you double click with a notepad, you can see that kind of files. But a pickle is always stored in the preserving method. So like if I'm creating this kind of data as a complete data frame, I want to preserve it and store somewhere so that in the future we can also use it. So usually this pickle we are using if you are generating any kinds of the model, machine learning model, or any kinds of model. Deep learning we are not using because for deep learning we have a separate extension is there. So let's take the example of machine learning. If you created the machine learning, we have a lots of steps is available, and that entire steps, that entire model steps, we can preserve it with a pickle extension. So here I'm just taking the one of the simple example, which is dictionary. I want to preserve it. So again, if you want to write any kinds of files, we have to go with WB, write in binary, because it's a pickle file and that have a two with a two extension, we can use it. First one is a pickle, second one is SAV. Okay, we can, when you just store it, that file will be stored in the PKL format. So dict.pkl, the file is stored and you can't see it directly. Even if you're opening on Notepad, you can't see that kind of files. So we have a two extension is available, SAV and pickle. Okay. So in case if you downloaded this file and you want to open it normal Notepad, any kinds of applications, let me just download it and I will show you how exactly look like. So that was a dictionary. That was a dictionary, and now it's visible like this. Actually, that was not dictionary, that was a data frame, but it's not visible properly. If you want to see this kind of data again, and if you share to anyone and they want to load it, how we can load that kind of files? So again, we have to open first of all that files, like with open, let me just use it with open a file name. File name is nothing but dict.sav. Okay. And we have to define the mode. Mode is equal to read in binary and pickle. Okay. That we need one reference as F. Okay. So pickle dot load, that F I want to load it. Let me store in the result values. Let me see result. Yeah. So now we can see that kind of files. So directly if you try to open it, you can't. So because it's stored in the preserving method. Okay. So likewise, we have also the another type of files, which is a JSON. JSON, one of the data format where we can store in JSON format, right? It's a different type of format is there. So JSON always is working with the curly braces. Inside that key value pair option is available. Okay. So we have a two types of data is available. First one is structured data. Second one is unstructured data. So this kind of data, this word table is kind of structured data. But in case if you have a sector, we have a in HR, and in HR the multiple sector is there. Yeah, we can say multiple type is there.
So you need to create a one more table and then define it. Ki HR, how many types of HR is there, right? But the plus point of the JSON is that ki name is a Bob, but the language, instead of defining only one, we can also define the multiple languages as well. Okay. And likewise, inside the dictionary, we can also make a dictionary. So like if the language is there, inside the language, I can also create one dictionary. Like in a language, I can also create a dictionary. For example, I can also make like this. Okay. In English, what is exactly the marks is there? 45. So likewise, they're totally the unstructured. We can define the data in any way. But if you have a tabular format, so we have a limitations. Like if English have a 45, if French have a 56. This is kind of we can also define it. So the JSON is giving the lots of freedoms to define our data set. Okay. So nowadays, the most of the data is available in the unstructured format. So we preferring the JSON extension. Okay. So let me just take it as it is. Yeah. All right. So we can also write it. Let me just create one normal files, person.json. I just create normal file. I'm just writing it here and dump. Now it's dumped, and you can also do like this with um, with keyword. You can also do that either, or you can just open the file and then dump it. Okay. So reading the files, like file is already created, the person.json. You can also see that. So JSON file you can easily see. Yeah, they look like this. Okay. So JSON data is like little bit bigger. Even I can also show you uh, some data set. Okay, let me just go to COVID-19.org, one famous website. Okay, COVID-19.org. Okay, I'm just going with that. Okay, this is a official website. Okay, any other website is there? COVID-19.org. Yeah, COVID-19.org. Okay, I'm not able to find it out any. Yeah, this is the one website is there. When you scroll down, so you'll find it out the database here. So most of the data you'll find it out in the JSON format, because unstructured data we can easily store in the JSON extension. Okay, say this is the format of the data. So most of the here the data is available, like the key and that values in that is also considered as a key for that values. This one is a key for that values. Like that we can also define it. Like there is no any limitation to define our data set. If you're doing with the same thing for a table, so we have to create a multiple tables for that. So that is the reason JSON is a quite booming and quite famous data type is there. Okay, so we can also read it simply. We have to read that data set. So when I just read, it look like this. But if you want to see in same as it is the JSON format, so we can also apply the indent. Indent means taking a space for each sections, we can say. So it will showing like this. The name is a Bob language, and inside the language we have the different languages is there. So we can also see that kind of data, and indentation, it's totally upon us. How many indentation you want to pass it? You want to pass the 4, it will be taking the 4 space. Otherwise, it will be taking a 2 spaces. So we have also another type of data, which is the CSV, is a quite famous. I think everyone know about that CSV and Excel. CSV is the comma separated values. Okay. So here I created one complete CSV files. So this is the field, I define it, and this is the row. I want to create the complete table, CSV tables, which I will open on Excel software. Okay. So I created the complete data. Let me first show you the data before writing the CSV format. Okay, how it look like. So row is look like this. So this is the data I created it here, and this is nothing but a field. Okay, so field which is the name, year, branch, and marks. So here I just normally open it with keyword. Student.csv is my data file name, and I want to just write it. And for next line, I don't want to define anything. And a dict writer, when I just pass it, and every time I will just write it, write header, and every rows, that rows values one by one, it will be passed into the CSV. So the file is created. You can also see that in a student.csv. Go back, and we can see student.csv is created here. Let me first download, and I'll show you how it exactly they look like. The CSV file is created, and the data will be look like this. You can see. Okay, name, year, branch, and marks. So okay, that is nothing but a field. Yeah, name, year, branch, and marks, that is a field. And all the rows is also present here. The name I define it as Sagar, year I define it as 2022 20, and branch I define it, marks I define it. Accordingly it's created. Okay, accordingly it's created here. You can see with the help of file handling, we can also create the CSV file as well. So likewise here I also define it. Okay, new line I want to add it. So mode I make it append, and new line I didn't define anything. So next time it will be appending that values. So let me just refresh it. Okay, here it will not refresh. Let me open in the same location. Here is student. Okay, so yes, Manish, math I define it here. Okay, Manish, and branch 2024, and math and marks I define it here. Okay. So likewise, I also create the same thing for a data frame in case if you have, this is the way of file handling techniques to create the CSV file. But one more way is also available to directly generate the CSV file. Like if I created the complete data frame with the pandas, so it look like this. I want to generate into the CSV. So data set, make sure that this data set type, this data type should be in a data frame, pandas data frame. Okay, so this is one is a pandas frame dot data frame. So if this kind of format of data is available, you can directly pass data set in to CSV. If you pass the to CSV, so that directly will generate the files. You can also see that. Yeah, movies.csv. So the file will be generated in the Excel format. Sorry, CSV format. But in case if you want to generate in the Excel format as well, that is also quite simple. Why is not opening? Yeah, it's opened. Okay. By default is generating the indexes. In case if you make it reset index, that will not visible there. Again, this kind of things we'll discuss when we start the pandas and numpy topic. Okay. So let me show you how we can create the Excel file data set dot to Excel. You can define it, and you can write it here, the movies dot xlsx, that is the extension. Previously it was a CSV, that is a comma separated values. Excel and a CSV both are a different things, both are different format is there. Okay, when I just create it, so you can see this one is this one movies at the Excel, which have a 5.07 KB. That file size is little bit bigger compared to the CSV file. This one is a CSV file. But when you just click on it, you'll find it out the data is the same. But only thing is that the Excel is creating their own format. Like this one is making as a bold, this one is also making as a bold, like that. Okay, so this one is also the format of reading the any Excel file or CSV file. I'll just normally open it with the mode of R. When I will just make it mode of R, and every time I just make it header and print it that, sorry, reader, then I print it one by one. So you can see that the file. So yeah, so this way we can, and why I just use it next, because I want to just print it next one by one. Okay. All right. So hope you understand this all these structures, but in case if you're facing any kind of issues, because this one I was a little bit faster. Reason it's a extra, yeah, we can say the different format of the data set is there. Sometimes is useful, sometimes is not useful, and I just explain the JSON, CSV, and pickle. Maybe you also use different types of formatting, but again the structure, the process which I explained for this kind of formatting of the data set, that will be the quite similar for that other format as well. Okay, so hope you understand this video, but in case if you're facing any issues, you can write it down in a comment. Definitely I'll solve your problem. So let's first discuss about the topic which we'll cover in object oriented programming series. Okay, so we'll first discuss about what is the object, then classes, what is the inheritance, and also we'll also discuss constructor. Polymorphism will discuss abstraction and encapsulation. There is a completely a six main topic is there in object oriented. We will cover one by one. Very first one, what is the object and classes? Okay, so class is nothing but the topic name is object oriented, right? So first we'll discuss about what why the name is object oriented. So object oriented is nothing but almost everything in a programming language we consider as an object. So like if I'm a human, my name is X, someone name is Y, so that person is nothing but an object. So some classes is also there, like the person is a X, the person is a Y, the classes will be the human, right? We can say simply human. So suppose one car is there, like here I given the example as a Maruti, Audi, BMW. So these are a car. The car is considered as an object where the car is a class. This Maruti, Audi, BMW is an object. The car is a class. The same thing here. So object which is defined here, the happy, angry, sad, whereas the emotion is a class. So the one real thing is which is really exist in a real life, so we can say it's an object, and some classes is also exist. So class is nothing but it's a blueprint of object, whereas an object is an instance of class. Instance is nothing but an example. So object is a one example of a class. So Maruti is an example of car, Audi is example of car, BMW is example of car. Example is like an instance of that car. So let's understand in the practical way. We'll do it in the Python. Okay. So let's do it in the practical way. I'll take the same example, Maruti, Audi, and BMW. I will not take any other things. So just consider here the Maruti, Audi, BMW is an object and car is a class. We'll create it accordingly. I'll try to connect with that ki how programming in programming language object oriented we are implementing. So let me create one Jupyter notebook. So it's taking a time. Yeah, now it's created. Let me just take it. Oops, concept. Okay. So very first one is object and class. We'll try to define it in in Python programming language. We are defining with the class and class name. So class name I'm writing here the car, whereas the object will be BMW, Audi, and these are the things. Okay. So car is a class. So inside that we have a different uh, you know object is there. So inside a car, we can just define it. We can define it the multiple functions. So inside there is a class, the multiple function is available, right? So the function can be the engine, the function can be uh, some indicate fuel indicator. Function can be the seat, how many seats are there, for how many doors are there, right? So there is a door. I'm defining the function is a door. So it's very important to write it down here, the self. Okay. In Python programming language, self is very important whenever you're defining any method inside a class. So I'll explain you later why the self is important for this self. And then normal statement. This car have four doors. That's it. Okay. And the def engine self is very important.
print this car have very powerful engine. Okay, and let me also define one more things is here. Seat self. So print normal statement. This car have 5 seat. Yeah. Now they make just create an object. So object can be BMW. I'm defining it here. BMW is equal. It's a object. So car is a class. So we define the object like call the class and using the bracket, and after that with the BMW what are the functionalities available you can directly call it. Okay, so BMW dot door. So currently I just defined the very high level, just door, engine and seat, but you can also define it the very specific things is here. Ki in a BMW, what is the engine is there. So BMW have very powerful engine as compared to the Maruti Suzuki or a Tata, anything, right? So we can also define the separating, and we can call to that specific engine and specific seat. Okay, and then I just call the only door function. So door will open, right? When I just run it. So this car have a 4 doors. Okay. So if the BMW, I define it BMW seat, then it will call the seat only. So this car have a 5 seat. Okay. So likewise, suppose if you have a different car, okay, and I define it car and Thar dot door when you just call it. So you're not expecting that it should be the answer is a 4 seater, a 4 door. There is only 2 door, right? But here I directly define it the 4 door because it's a just default value. I just pass it that I printed the values, but you can pass the arguments if you just calling the door function and your object is a Thar. So definitely it should be passed only the 2 door, not a multiple door is there. So likewise we can also define it. So we can pass the arguments. Here is showing the 4 door because I define it. So here my main motto was that ki how we can create a class and object. So car is a class, door method, seat is a door, engine, seat is a method. I can directly define it here. This is nothing but a class, and these are we are calling the method, and these BMW is nothing but a object. BMW is nothing but a object calling. Okay, so this way we are defining here. The confusion is that what is the meaning of self, and in case if I'm not writing the self, so what will be the impact here? So suppose if I'm deleting the self, let's see what will happen. Throw the error. It throw the error is saying that the car dot door takes 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. So that means, so here the self is very important to define it because so by default when you are creating the object, it's passing some arguments. Okay, so that's why it's saying that take a 0 positional argument, but 1 was given. Means here is passing some arguments, but but I didn't define any positional argument. So here I didn't define anything. So that means we have to define the self. So what is the use of self? In case if I just use it here, the self, what is the purpose of that? So self is a kind of one parameter. So it's using for passing the references. So here I define it. Self is a parameter, is a reference to the current instance to the class and used to access the variable belonging to the classes. So it's very simple. Like if I have any variable, the variable is um, door is equal to 4. Instead of defining here directly the 4, I just define it as a variable. I pass it the door. Okay, I pass it the door, and the same thing for a seat. I also define it. Seat is equal to 5. Okay, I define it the seat Okay, all right. So when I just run it, so you're getting the same answer. Nothing will change because I just create the one variable and define the variable here. Same thing here. I create the variable, define it here. But in case I want to use this door variable in a seat function, is that possible? So absolutely not. We can't do it because it's a local variable. So it's useful only inside that function. Any other function, if you want to use it, it's not possible there. So how we can use it? So like here, I want to, instead of writing here, okay, instead of writing this car have a 5-seater and door, and doors are door. Is it possible to write it? So it's throw the error. If you're calling the seat function, definitely throw the error. Yeah, it's saying that door is not defined in a seat function. Why it's not defined? Because you can see here, this car have this this function have the variable seat, but door don't have. But if you're using any kinds of variable and attach with a self, so it's become a kind of global for the entire classes, not outside of that. So self is a kind of passing the references so that it can be used inside a classes. Self dot door, instead of writing the door, if I'm writing the self dot door, you can access. Why it's not access? Okay, self dot door is not accessible. It should be self dot door, self dot. Okay, let me also define it here. Self. I think half of you can't use it. Door is not defined. Okay, so it's throw the error in the first function, bmw dot door. Okay, so here is throw the error because I define the self dot door, and here I'm calling the only door. So that's why I throw the error. So now the problem solved. I use a self dot door, and that variable I can also access easily in any other function as well. But make sure that all the functions should be available in the same classes. If the classes are different, so then it's create the problem. But again, that problem have also the solution is that we can use the inheritance that we'll discuss later. Okay, hope you understand that how the self parameter we are using. What else we can also discuss it here? There is one topic is called as a method and function, and some myth is there. Key method and function both are the same, uh, both are the same or a different. And if it's same, then why we are using the two different name? Right? It's very confusing things. So method and function both are same. First of all, let me just clear it. It's the same, nothing different. So only different is that if you're creating any kinds of function with like def and some function name is like a fun. Okay, let me just write it there. So defining the function def, function name is a great. Okay, this is the function name, and inside that whatever you want to write, you can. I'm just writing the pass. So this one we are calling the function. This one we are calling the function. But in case if you're defining any class, okay, class name is A, and inside that if you're defining this kind of function and with a self parameter, which is mandatory in object oriented programming language if you're writing in a Python, so that time the grade become a method. Okay, so here grade we are not calling it's a function, it's a method. So the difference is that the function and method both are the same, only when we define the function inside a class is called as a method. Let me also write it. When we are defining the function inside the class, we are calling method. Very simple. So method or function both are the same. Only thing is that when you're defining the function inside a class, we are calling method. There is also one more perception, not a perception, one statement is a quite popular in Python programming language only, which is in a Python. Python is an object oriented programming language. That is true. But almost everything in a Python is an object with their properties and method. Now it's very confusing. Almost everything, what does it mean? Almost everything. So that means if I'm defining any variable, that is also the method. That is also the object. Yes. As I said, like when we start the object-oriented programming, I said keep uh, almost everything in in the world which is really exists is called as an object, right? So here, if I'm defining any kinds of variable, this normal variable a is equal to 15 and b is equal to hello. These are two variables. So according to that statement, can I say that a and b both are in object? It's true. Both are object. So why it's object? See, if it's object, then definitely some classes will be there, right? Because Python is object oriented programming language. I said that a and b both are object. That means some classes will be there. So when you just check the type a, so definitely you will get a class. Actually, you're writing in the Jupyter notebook. That's why it's not showing that complete statement. When you just print it, print a, so you'll get it. Yes. So int is a class of a. So a is an object, int is a class, some method will be there, some function will be there, method will be there, not function. Okay, because when you define the function inside a class, that become a method. So where is the method? So when you're just using the dir function, which we use in, I think, last classes for OS module. So dir of a, you will get it all kind of method. These are attributes which we are using in object oriented in a class and object. And when you scroll down, you'll find it out the object as well. Sorry, method as well. These are the method, to type, real, image, everything, right? So hope you remember in the data type, um, in string, so lots of method is there. I separate it. Okay, these are a function, these are a method. A method is always calling, right? Method is always calling. So here when I just use the dir of b, dir of b, you'll find it of the lots of method. I think some method you already aware about that. So like join, we usually implement it. Split, we usually implement it. Where is that? Yeah, upper, lower, these we are implemented. These are a method. So if it's a method, I want to call it. How we can call it here? So b is an object. Okay, I want to call one method dot, because b is an object. If you're calling any method, we have to use a b dot. What is that? Upper. So this is the method. So when I just run it, yes, it's working. But that classes is the inbuilt classes. So int, string, dict, list, these are the inbuilt classes. So hope you understand this concept, is that why I'm saying that int, why I'm saying that almost everything in Python programming language is considered as an object. A constructor is a special type of method which we are defining with the init. So I think we already discussed the init in a package and module. So there we didn't create it in a class and object, but here the constructor which we're defining, that will be the class and object. So the constructor is executing when you're just creating the object of the class. So even don't need to manually call the constructor. So let's do it practically. This is not a theoretical topic. Let's do it practically here. I'm taking the same example, the car, and what I just discussed. Let me just do the copy paste and try to just create one problem, and that problem will solve with the constructor. Okay. So these are the code, and here I define the door, and that self dot door I'm just using inside the uh yeah, the seat. Yeah, in the seat method I'm also using the self dot door. But what happen if you're not calling the door method and you're just directly calling the seat method? So of course it will be give the error. So here is showing that bound method. Oh, okay, because I define it the door method and door function, door variable, both are the same. So never do like that. So better I'll just do it doors. Okay, and here I also use doors. So here you'll find it out. You'll get the error. All right, let me just remove it, this one. You'll getting the error because you didn't call the door method, and you're using this door variable. So in that situation, what is this option for you? Because anyhow you have to call the door method, then you can use whatever you have defined inside that particular method. So avoid this kind of scenario, we are using the constructor. So constructor we are defining with an underscore underscore init underscore underscore. Inside that, cell parameter is always be there, and whatever you'll write, print this is constructor. Okay, this is constructor. So whatever you'll define inside the constructor, this init, and that will automatically print. So let me just remove it both. Okay, let's just create the object bmw is equal to car. So when I just run it, automatically this method is run. It's executed. Even I didn't call it here. So let's call the bmw dot the seat method if you're calling. So there is a variable is self dot seat. Okay, self dot seat, which is define it here directly, and seat number better. Let's change the variable name, seat number. So don't make it the variable name and method name are same, otherwise the conflict will happen and you will be confused that why they getting the different error, yeah, different answer. Okay, the better of door, I'm also taking the door number, yeah, number of door. Okay, number of doors, number of doors. Okay, so here when I just run it and check the error, car object has no attribute of number of doors. The reason behind that, because I didn't call the uh, car method and directly calling the seat method here. So the seat, there is a two variable I'm just using, seat number, which is defined in the same method, but the number of door is defining the different method. So avoiding this kind of conflict, if you're just using the same variable in the multiple method, so don't use it here. I can directly use it inside a constructor, because constructor will always execute and you can directly call any method. You're not depending on any method here. So when I just run it, yes, this this car have a 5 seat and the doors are 4. So right. So this kind of constructor we are calling the non-parameterized constructor. So the constructor is also defining the two types. The very first one is a parameterized, second one is a non-parameterized. Parameterize, simple, you have a parameter. Non-parameterized, you don't have a parameter, right? So which I define it here. So this one is considered as a non-parameterized constructor. Raised constructor. And if I want to make it a parameterized constructor, whatever you're passing in the number of doors and seat number, so that you can pass as a parameter. So let me just define it. And we are doing the constructor. Let me also make the heading properly here. So this is the constructor topic. Okay. Constructor. So I want to make it parameterized constructor here. So this is normal non-parameterized constructor. Let me just remove it. My target is to make it parameterized constructor. So whatever is defined the number of doors, so instead of taking the manual values as the 4, I'm taking as a parameter wise. Uh, Suppose the door number. Okay, door number. Suppose that variable I'm just taking it, and at the same time, so all the variable which I define it, even the self dot seat number, that I also take it inside the constructor itself. Okay, let's take the seats number. Let me take the number of seat directly. Number of, okay. So here I'm getting the values as a parameter. So let's not take it this one now. So this is a normal method. I'm just making it. So inside a door, I'm just printing the number of doors, engine, just normal statement, and method and seat. And we are printing the seat and the doors both. So here I don't want to make it manually 4 and 5. Let's make it some dynamic way. So in the place of 4, I'll just pass it the uh, door number, and here in the place of 5, I'll pass it the seat number. So whatever value will store in the seat number and door number, that will be that will assign into the self dot number of doors and self dot number of seat. So here when I just call the constructor, even you don't need to call the constructor, automatically call. Let me just create the object of it. BMW is equal to car, and here you have to pass the parameter, because if you not you have to pass the argument. If you're not passing the argument, it will throw the error. What is saying that the car dot init missing two positional argument, which is the number of door number and seat number. So I'll pass the two arguments. Let me pass the 4 door and 5 seater. Okay, 4 door and 5 seater. When I just run it, so this is constructor. That statement is run. That means there is no any problem in the constructor. So now when I just pass the when I just calling any method like BMW dot seat, so that running properly. Okay, BMW dot seat. Oh, the core object has no attribute seat number. Okay, it's not a seat number, it's a number of seat. Okay, when I just run it, yes, this one properly working. The main motto of it here, key, if you are just defining the parameter inside the constructor, it's become a parameterized constructor. And if you define the parameter, of course you have to pass the arguments. Okay, and you can also make it default parameter as well. So you can make it 0 in case if I'm not passing anything. If I'm passing the 4 and 5, of course I'll get the 4 and 5 as a number of seat and number of doors. But in case if I'm not passing anything, so in that time is taking 0 0. So that default value we can also define it. So this way we are doing the constructor. Let's first discuss about the definition of the inheritance. So inheritance is a mechanism which inheritance is a mechanism in which one class is acquired the property of another classes. So there is so many example is available for inheritance. So I'm just took one of the example of parent and child. So likewise the child is always acquiring the all the kind of property and other stuff of his father. So the kind of this kind of classes, this classes we can say the child classes. Okay, and it's we are also calling the derived classes. It's already mentioned there, derived classes. And we also calling as yeah, child classes, and this one we are calling the base class. We calling the parent class. Okay, so likewise we have a two different name we are using it. So there is a multiple type of inheritances exist in the object oriented programming language. Okay, I already mentioned there the superclass we are also calling subclasses we are calling of this child. Okay, so there is a multiple types of inheritances exist: single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, and hybrid inheritance. So here the complete map of the single inheritance and multiple all kind of inheritance map is available. So we will discuss about in the practical implementation how we can perform the inheritance concept with Python programming language. Okay, let's jump on the coding, yeah, practical implementation. Okay, I required one classes. Let me just take a very simple classes is a father. Okay, so I'll take the very real life scenario situation where you can easily relate it. Like I will create father class, I will create a child class, I will just create one object of the child, so that you can easily relate with a real life example. Father, and so whatever, if you want to create any kinds of constructor, you can. Otherwise, it's not required currently. Okay, so we'll create one method. So method name is like the father have a car. Okay, so the child can acquire the car. Car and self is very important. Self, and let me also pass some parameters. Car model, yeah, model, I'm just passing it here.
and just normal statement. Okay, father have a car. Here I can also define the model as well. So this is one class. I'll also create one more class, which is a child. Okay, child. And here I will inherit the father. Let me first create the child, later I'll inherit. How to inherit, I will also discuss in a deeper way as well. So def, a child have a bike. Okay, let me also pass the self and bike model. Yeah, yeah, model we can say. Model. And print the statement is I have a bike, and that also define the model as well. Simple. So I'll create one object, the child object. The name is Rahul. Rahul is an object of child class. Now I create it. If I want to call any method which is available in the child class, I can easily call it the Rahul dot bike. Okay, I can easily call it. So now when I just run it, you will get the statement is I have a bike. So whatever bike he have, so we can easily get it. Okay, so here we can simply perform the operation and also check that key this one is running or not. There is a error. Why it's error? Because we define one parameter but didn't pass any kinds of arguments. So I will pass the arguments of what kind of bike you have. I'm just passing the FZ. Simple. So I have a bike FZ. But can Rahul call the car method? Is that possible? So no. Rahul cannot call the car method because it's available in the father class. So I can simply inherit that father class in a child class. So you can just create a just round bracket, and inside that, whatever class you want to acquire it, you can directly write out there that class name. So I'm writing in the father. So when I just writing the father inside the child bracket, that means I'm just acquiring the all the property of child, all the property of father inside the child. So when I just run it, so I should get the answer now. Okay. So father is also have one parameter, so I have to pass the arguments. So I'll just pass the arguments as like Maruti. Simple. Maruti. Okay. When I just pass it, so father have a car which is a Maruti. So simply define it here. So one class acquire the property of another class. So property of another class, in the sense property can be any variable, can be any method, can be any function. Method and function both are the same. So you can call to any kind of the inherit constructor as well, you can call it. Okay, so this kind of inheritance we are calling the single inheritance. We are calling single inheritance. We can just define it. Single inheritance. Simple. So let me also take one more example of another inheritance, and after that I'll also assign you the one kind of task for you. You can try it and check that key. You can you can easily do it. This inheritance, multiple or multi-level, whatever, you can do it or not. So single inheritance is done, and now I have to take some complicated inheritance. Let me take the hybrid inheritance, because when I just take this hybrid inheritance, so hybrid will be cover the hierarchical inheritance, which will be this, and it also cover the multiple inheritance as well. So I'll just go with hybrid inheritance, and you can also do the practice of multi-level inheritance and hierarchical and multiple separately as well. Okay, let me just also define the here headings so that you can also do it. So you will get this Jupyter notebook on GitHub. Just go to the in description, you'll find it out one link. Just go there and find it out this Jupyter notebook code. Okay, so I'll go with a hybrid inheritance. 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 Okay. Inheritance is one. Sorry. Okay. So hybrid inheritance, I'll just try to create it. I'll just take this same example, this one. Okay. Now this one is a single inheritance. I'll also create one more class which have simply mother and dev car self model. Not a model. I'll not a car. I'll take something else. Scooty. Okay. Scooty. Suppose mother have a scooty. So I can also define it here. The self and model, I will not pass anything. I can directly call the scooty and print this normal statement. Okay, so mother have scooty. Okay, simple. So child, here the child is acquiring the father only. And let me also create the object is a Rahul is equal to child. And Rahul will call to father. Rahul will call to, sorry, not a father. Rahul will call to car. Rahul can also call the bike as well. So he will not get any kinds of error. Okay, so model is required, so I'll just pass it here. Okay, so Maruti, I'm just passing the same thing. And there I'm just passing the FZ. So this one is working. But if a child try to acquire the property of scooty, Rahul dot scooty, so he'll get the error. While getting the error, because here the child is not acquired the property of mother. So I'll try to just acquiring the property of mother as well. Just do the comma and pass the mother. So what will be happen? So child is acquiring the property of both mother and father both. Okay. So simply you have to just pass the both the classes inside that bracket. Which class you want to inherit. So this kind of hierarchical, this kind of inheritance, we can say it's a hierarchical inheritance because I have a father, I have a mother, and here is a child. So it acquire the property of father and mother. Okay. So when you're talking about other inheritance, like if you have a multiple things, so this it's not a hierarchical inheritance. We can say it's a multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance. Okay. So when you're talking about the uh, you know any hierarchical inheritance, so one kind of class should be there. So let me also create one more classes, and father and mother both can acquire that kind of property. So uh, we can say define that property. We can say property. So property can acquire inside a property function. So father and mother both can acquire the classes. So we can also define it here. So that become the hierarchical inheritance. So upsider one, we can say it's a this one. So this one we can say it's a hierarchical inheritance, and inside one we can say this downside one, it's a multiple inheritance. So let me just remove it. Clear all the drawings. Yeah. So let's create one kind of class and just define it. This one is this hybrid. This currently it's a not a hybrid. This one we can say it's a yeah. This one is a multiple inheritance. I can also define it here. Multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance. So I have to also pass the hierarchical inheritance as well. Inheritance. Okay. So currently I just use the multiple inheritance. Let me also define the hierarchical inheritance as well. So I can just take it here, one of the classes, which is okay, property. Okay.
Okay, properties I can mention it because maybe I think some inbuilt function or inbuilt classes can be. So I will not take the property. I'll just take the properties. I'll create one function is a s- okay, land square self. I define it here. So that property, father and mother both can acquire it. At the same time, child can also acquire it. So I can also define it here, just normal statements. So we have 5 acre ACR, I think we can calling acre property in India. Okay, the normal statement is there. So currently that properties classes cannot, it's not connected with a father and mother. If they want to acquire it, they can also directly pass it here, the properties. So this is just a normal example how the all kind of inheritance is working. Properties. Okay. So simply properties, that spelling is wrong, I think. Okay. Properties. So there is no any error. So in case if I'm creating the object of father and mother, anything. So currently the object of child is already present. So let me also directly call that Rahul dot properties, Rahul dot land square. So when I just use the land square, I don't need to pass any kinds of arguments. So Rahul can also access it via father and mother. So same time, if I'm creating the object of father and mother, like f is equal to father and f dot land square, if I'm just calling it, so you can also access it. So inheritance, one of the simple topic of object oriented programming language. So here I just use it, the hybrid inheritance. Inside a hybrid inheritance, so multiple and hierarchical is covered. So multi thing is remaining in the multi level. So you can also try it and let me know if you're facing any issues. But I'm damn sure you will not face any kinds of issues because hybrid is a covered kind of all kind of labels because the multiple is already there. So you have to just increase one of the labels so it become a multi-level inheritance. Let me also create one heading, multi-level inheritance. Okay. So polymorphism is nothing but like many form. The simply we are calling is the many form, right? Many form, we can directly say. So when you're talking about the definition of the polymorphism, is just simply if you have any kinds of function and the same function name being used in the different way. Let me just remove it, that annotation. Yeah, the same function name being used for a different types. So not only the function, usually we are using for a function that we are also calling the method, but we can also do the same for operator as well. So polymorphism can be achieved in the many way. So the very first one, I think you already aware, you heard about that. That is method overloading. Method overloading, and the second one we are calling method overriding. Okay. So and we have also the another type is also available, uh, that we have operator overriding, operator overloading, operator overloading, and we have also one more type is there, the duck type. Okay, why I mentioned there the operator overloading and duck type here, because in this video and in this series we gonna discuss about the method overloading and method overriding, which is very very important in the polymorphism perspective. But you can also learn it the method overloading and duck type as well. But if you want any if you want a video for operator overloading and duck type, I can also make it. It's not much as much complicated. Okay, so these are the way to achieve the method over uh, to achieve the polymorphism concept. Let me also write it here. These way we can achieve polymorphism. Okay, so polymorphism, we can also understand it. There is two way. The first one, we can try to understand with without classes. Okay, without classes, which I will discuss in this video. Okay, without classes, and we also discuss in with classes as well. Okay, so with classes, like here, method overloading and method overriding, that we can do it with classes. But let's understand it very simple way how polymorphism is working in normal examples. So let me take one heading, polymorphism. Okay, startingly I will not make it much complicated. Overloading, overriding, we'll discuss later. But let's understand it how polymorphism is working with a simple function without any classes. Polymorphism. Okay, let's say for example, if you have inbuilt function is a len. So len is a function. If you pass a simple statement is hello. Okay, so it will give you the answer is the length of length of hello, which is 5. But in case if you're passing the length of any list 5, 6, 8, 9, there is no any restriction to pass any kinds of data type. I can directly pass a string, that is also acceptable. I can pass a list, that is also acceptable. If I'm passing any tuple, dictionary, set, anything, that is acceptable. So the one function have a multiple form to define uh, the length of container. That container can be the string, that container can be the list, a tuple, anything. Suppose if I'm defining any function here, the def add function, I'm passing the values is x, y, and z. Okay, x, y, and z, and just returning the values. Return x plus y plus z. So when you call this function, the add, and pass the values is 4 comma 5 comma 6, then you will get the answer like addition of all the values, which is a 15. But in case if you're passing only two values, two arguments, but you define the three parameters, but if you pass the two arguments, definitely you will get the error. But if you directly define some default parameters, which is, if I'm defining the none here, so that is acceptable here. Not a none. None type cannot be added. Let me pass a 0. Okay, pass a 0. So you'll get the answer is 5 plus 4. So the same function I can add two values. The same function I can add three values as well. So here the add function being the same function is working for a multiple forms, so we can use it, right? So this, there is a two techniques, is a method overloading and a method overriding. So that is a two different, totally different techniques. We'll try to understand it and do it in the practical way. So how exactly the method overloading is working? So let's say for example, if you have one class. Okay, class, and the class name is for example is a calc. So calc class. So inside a calc class, I can define it multiple methods, uh, multiple method, but the name will be the same. So the name is like def method name is add. I can pass the parameter is like of x comma y. At the same time, I can also define one more method, which is add. And this time I will pass the parameter is x comma y comma z. Okay, so if you have a two different method is available, but the name are same. So when you create the object of the class, so the class name is suppose C, a class name is a calc, and object is a C calc. Okay, and C dot add, if I am just calling it, if I'm calling the add function with three parameter 5 comma 7 comma 8, then definitely you will get the addition. But at the same time, if I am just calling the addition of only two numbers, suppose if I'm not passing the 8, okay, so function is already defined, the add function is already defined, so definitely this function should call. But in a Python, this kind of normal overloading is not supporting. The reason behind that, the Python is an interpreted language, and it always taking the current positions values. So here the current one is the add, which is defined with the three parameters, and if you pass the two parameters, the previous one is not accepted, it's being overloading. But if you're passing the only two parameter, it not able to call the previous one. So the complete overloading is not acceptable in the Python programming language. Let's try to understand in the practical implementation. Okay. The topic is method overloading. Let me just write it down, the heading here. Method overloading. Okay. So the class I defined it, the same example I will take it. Class calc. Okay. Inside a calc, I'll define the function add and pass the parameter is a comma b. Okay. And make sure that you have to pass the self uh, parameter, which is passing as a reference, which is compulsory in the Python programming language. I'm just passing it here. Return of a plus b. Okay. So and then I'll define the add and pass the parameters a comma b comma c. Okay. There is three parameters, and return the values a plus b plus c. And let me also define a without parameter def add and self. Inside I'll just pass the a, and I will return a. That's it. So very simple example is there, the method overloading. So method overloading, let me also write it down, the definition here. A same, okay, method name are same but different parameter. Method name are same with different parameter. Okay. So here I make the same thing, method name are same, but the different parameter. If I'm just, the structure is ready. Now I'll create the object. Object is, let me just say, take it as a C is equal to calc. Okay. All right. So here calc is a class and the C is object. I will call the method add, the C dot add, and pass the parameter 4 comma 5 comma 7. So I'm expecting the answer is 19. 5 plus 4 9 plus 7 16. So yes, the answer is correct, the 16. But here I pass the three parameters, so definitely this method is run. Okay. But in case if I'm passing only the two parameter, what will happen? So if I'm passing the only two arguments, this one is arguments. Okay, let me also write it down here. This one is a arguments, and what you are defining is a parameter. Okay. So here I'm passing the only two arguments, and the line number 5 is already defined the only two parameters. So I'm expecting the answer should be 9. But here the getting the error is saying that the missing one required positional arguments, which is C. So why it's showing this kind of error? The reason behind that, you can see here. So the last method is defined three parameters, and I pass only the two arguments. So it's not able to check the previous one because of the Python is an interpreted language. So if I'm passing the parameters, it taking the current one. So for example, if I have the a is equal to 7 and a is equal to 8, so if I run it, so it's being a completely overridden. Okay, so if I'm printing the a, so it will getting the answer is 8. So what will happen is the first 8 is a store in the first 7 is a store in a variable. When I'm just storing the 8 in a same variable, so what will happen? The previous values is removed. So the same thing happening is here. So previous value is not considered. It's taking the current one only. So what I can do, so simply the method overloading is not completely acceptable in the Python programming language, but if I want to achieve it, so we have a different way we can achieve it. See, in a Python everything is possible, but something is direct, something is indirect. So the directly method overloading is not possible, but indirectly you can use it. So what I can do it here, if I have a three variables, so all three variables are defined it, a, b and c, but make sure that you have to define some parameters. I'm just defining it here 0. Okay, I'm just defining it here 0, or else I can directly define it here is equal to none. Nothing is there because I'm not defining anything, right? So is equal to none, but a is not is equal to none here. So because if I'm just passing the only a values, so it's not is equal to none. Okay, so it's not none is equal to none, it's a is equal to none. Hope so it's correct. Okay, all right. So this way is not possible, so what I can do it here, let me just okay, so let me take it as it is. Now I'll define it a different function here. So what I'm expecting, that what is my target? My target is very simple, is that if I'm passing the three parameters, it should be the addition of three number. If I'm passing the two values, it should be the addition of two. If I'm passing the one values, it will be just print as it is. So how it is possible? I can define it the same class. Let me just define it, calc class, and def add, and pass the self, and define the a comma b comma c. Simply I can use it here the condition wise. So if the a is not is equal to none, okay, and b is equal to none, and c is equal to none, so in that time I will return simply a. Okay, and if a is not is equal to none, and b is not is equal to none, and c is equal to none, so in that time I will return a plus b. Okay, it's not a comma, it's a and. At the same time, if a is not is equal to none, and b is not is equal to none, and c is not is equal to none, in this time, okay, I will return the value a plus b plus c. Great. So let me just create the object c is equal to calc c1. Let me just check it because the previously I defined it, so I don't want to mix up here. C1 is equal to calc. All right, c1 dot add. If I'm pass the three parameter 5 comma 4 comma 6, okay, so it give the answer is a 16. What happened? Def calc, where is that def calc? Line number 20, where is the line number 20? Oh, sorry. Oh, it's not a def, it's a class. Sorry, it's 15. I'm getting the answer is 15. Okay, previously it was yeah, 15. And if I'm passing the only two arguments, it's giving the answer is okay, the c positional arguments is defining it here. Okay, 11, line number 11, if I'm passing the add and pass the parameter a comma b comma c, okay, is equal to none, let me define it, is equal to none, let me define it, is equal to none, let me define it. So the 5 plus 4 is getting the answer is 9. So if I'm passing only one arguments, 5, that's it, boom, right? Your how it's happening, because if I'm passing the values, and in case In case if I'm not passing anything, let me also defining else is here, none. So if I'm not passing anything, so it will not give the error, it getting the none. So what will be happen? So if I'm not passing any parameter, so default values is none, none, none. Okay. So all the condition I define it ki if one values is present, A is present, it will be returned. B, A and B both are present, it will be returned. C, A, B, C both are all three are present. A plus B plus C is working is here. And in case if you're not passing anything, so the answer is none. So this way method overloading can be achievable, but directly the concept was method name are same, but with a different parameter. If you define it, so that is not achievable directly. In Python, other programming language, yes, it's achievable. In Python, it's not possible. So the next topic which we have to learn it here, method overriding, which is mainly used in almost every applications. So in the last video, in the method overloading, what we discussed is the same method and the same different parameter was there. Method name was same, but different parameter. But here in the polymorphism is being little bit more complicated. Method name are same and the same parameter as well, right? So the problem was the previous topic is the overloading that was not acceptable completely. So the question is how it acceptable is the overriding, because here the method name and that parameter both are same. It's acceptable because the classes are different. You can see here. So there is a class is a shape class. Inside a shape class, in there is a class. Sorry, there is a method is a draw, draw, and there is no any parameter is available here, right? So I can say the same method but and same parameter as well, but all three method are available in the different classes like square class, circle class, and hexagon class. So this method overriding is achievable with the help of inheritance concept. So we already covered the inheritance, you can also just refer that videos as well. So let's do in a practical way how method overriding can be achievable in polymorphism topic. Okay, let me just write the heading here. Method overriding. Okay. So suppose if you have a class name is father, and father have you know one method car. Okay. And yes, self parameter is very important in object oriented in Python if you're writing the code. And a simple statement is that, hey, I have a car. Okay, the car name you can also define it here. Suppose the car name is BMW. Okay, simply BMW. And there is also one more class which is a child, and child have a bike. Okay, and let me just normal statement here. I have a sports bike. Define it here. The same thing is a BMW. Okay, the father have a car and the child have a bike. If I'm just calling it here, uh, the object of a child, simply Rahul is equal to, Rahul is an object, the child is a class. Okay, Rahul dot bike. And when you just call the bike, then you'll get the answer is I have a sports bike, which is a BMW. And you can also inherit the father as well. Okay, and if you inherit, then Rahul can also access the property of a father. So Rahul dot car, if I'm just calling, so you can also access the car as well. So Rahul is saying that I have a sports bike, which is BMW, and is also saying that, hey, I have a car, which is BMW. So there is no any overriding till now. But if I'm creating the a car method inside a child, which is also present in a father car, and the same method name and the same parameter, like here I didn't pass any parameter, And in the child car, I'm also not passing any parameter here. So when I just writing here the different statement, I have car Mercedes. Okay, Mercedes Benz. So here, if I'm just running this this method, the car, so this time it will not calling to the father. It will directly call which is available inside the child. So here the statement is being changed. I didn't change the calling method here. It's the same thing as a car. Previously was also car, but here it's not showing the BMW. It's showing the I have a car, which is Mercedes. Previously it was showing the BMW. Why it was showing? Because it was not present at that time and it inherited from the father. And that is the reason it's showing that yes, I have a car which is BMW. Actually, the child don't have a car. Fathers have a car, but now the child have their own car. Instead of writing the I have a car, I have my own car. Okay, Mercedes Benz. So the here the car method, this car method is overridden from the father car. So this way we can achieve the overriding concept here. So there is also the techniques is available, the operator overriding. So there is also one more issues is exist, which is uh, if you're creating the class, we always creating the constructor, which is defined with the underscore underscore init. So every classes when we define the constructor, the always the name are init. So when you define it, so by default that init is being overridden, but sometimes we have to use both the constructor. So in that time, how to achieve it, how to solve that kind of problem, so we'll discuss in the next video. So in the method overriding, we have some issues like if we are creating the constructor, and how we can, if the constructor is also overridden, then how can we use the previous constructor, yes, parent class constructor. So super function is solving that problems. The super function is used to give the access to method and property of the parent or sibling classes. So it's kind of giving the access. It's accessing related things is there. So these things you will understand in the practical way. Okay, it's not a theoretical topic. So let's discuss about some scenarios where super function we can implement it. Let's say, for example, I have a class. Okay, it's not a capital letter. I have a class. Class name is same as the father, and the father. I have a one constructor. This time I'll just use a constructor. Last time I didn't use any kinds of constructor there, so I'll use a constructor in it. Okay, so make sure that you have to write a self here, self, and then just write it some variable self dot car. Okay, that car name is I will use it I'll use it Maruti. Very simple car is here, Maruti Suzuki. Okay, all right. And a function name is info. So inside that I'll just writing here print I have a car, and that car name I can also mention here the self dot car. Very simple. Okay, same time I'll also create one more class, that is child. The child have a constructor, the def in it. So I'm so sorry. Yeah, here I'll just use it in it. I'll just pass it here. So you know that if you just apply the inheritance concept here, it will be overridden, right? So let me just complete the code, and after that I'll apply the inheritance concept here. Def and then self dot bike. That bike name I can also define it here, Duke. Okay, Duke. Okay, all right. And then the same time def info. Okay, I'll just use the same thing here, same function, info. Okay, and same parameter. Here I just didn't use any parameter. I am also not using any kinds of parameter. I'll just use it here. I have a bike. Okay, I have a bike. Let me just write here the bike info. right? Bike info. I have a bike, and I can also define it here, the self dot bike. Simple. All right. Okay, let me just create an object. Is Rahul is equal to child. Okay, object is created. Rahul dot bike info. I create the object. Yes, I have a bike which is name is Duke. All right. So here I didn't apply any kinds of inheritance concept. So let me just use the inheritance. When I just use the inheritance, so I can also acquire the property of father. So when I just use it here, the self dot, okay, self dot, sorry, it's not a self dot father. I just use it here, the father. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So yes, Rahul can access the property. Yeah, we can say the function which is bike info. Rahul can also be access Rahul dot info as well, which is nothing but car info. Let me also write it here, the car info. Okay, car info can also be accessed. What is the issues here? The object, child object, no attribute to the car. Why? Why it's showing that no attribute to the car? Because here the two things is overridden. Here I have a car info, okay, that I can also access it. But the problem is it will be needed self dot car, which is not available in this init. Okay, let me just write a very simple statement. I have a car, that's it. Okay, so you'll not face any issues. I have a car, that's it. I have a car. So Rahul can also with the acquire the property of car info, can be acquired. But if the Rahul need any kinds of variable from the init, like Rahul want to access the a car, can, yeah, bike. Let me first check the bike. Yes, Duke can be accessed. Simply can be accessed here. Can Rahul be access a car which is available here? Is it accessible? The answer is no. Rahul cannot be accessed the car. Is it required a function here? Oh, no, not a function. Okay, sorry. Rahul cannot be accessed the car because this init, here I just use the init. Because of this init, and here I also use the init, this is the same method is available with the same parameter. It's become overridden in a child class. So you cannot be access it. But still I want to use the uh, car variable. I want to use it. How can we do that? So you can use the super function. Super function. Super function dot init. Super dot, yeah, init. So when you just use it, okay, there is some issues. I can directly use it here. Super is a function. Yeah, and then use it init. Okay, sorry, init is not as in exactly this init. You have to write it here, init. Yes, Suzuki, I can also access it. So I can't directly write it like this. You have to print it. So when you just print a car bike, you'll get the bike, and if you print a car, you can also access the car. So the simple is here. When you just write it here, the self dot bike, that means you can self dot bike, you can easily access it because of this init is inherited from the father in it. So that means it's become overridden. So the previous one is not accessible. But still, if you want to access it, the super is nothing but your parent, from where you are acquired it. This is applicable for any kinds of hierarchical inheritance, any kinds of inheritance. If you're just using it, the same concept will be applied. The super is like child super is nothing but a father. So the father variable can also be accessible if you are using the super function. Okay, super function, if you're just using it, you can access it. And now if I'm just writing it here, um self dot car, so that means you can access it. So here I can say I have a car which is a Maruti Suzuki. Okay, I have a car in the Maruti Suzuki, but again, it is applicable if you just using the same function is a car info. Okay, and self is very, very important. Car info, and just write it here. Um, I have a car which name is I can write it here. Mm, B BMW. Okay, so here it's showing the BMW because this same function is overridden. Okay, but this function is not available. Definitely, it will go back from father class and use it. But here the self dot car is also available, and which is available in a constructor, and constructor is already overridden. To overcome this kind of problem, to solve this kind of problem, we are using the super function. So super function is nothing but the giving the access, the variable, method, and any kind of attributes from the super classes, yeah, father classes. So the definition is also saying the same thing. The super function is used to give access to method properties of a parent or a sibling class. Okay, the super function return an object that represent the parent class. Okay, so here super is represent that I'm a parent class. Okay, whatever you need, you can just call me. So this way super function is working. So let's directly jump on the practical implementation here. Okay, so this topic is very, very simple. We'll just create the inner class, we'll just create outer class and try to call it, how we can call it, and what is the procedure. We'll discuss it step by step. Let me create one class name is very simple, just laptop. Okay, inside a laptop, and just for a confirmation, so that when I just call it, so that we'll get a confirmation. So I'll create one constructor, because constructor is automatically called, we don't need to call it. Make sure that you have to write a self here, and the statement, this is this is laptop class, just normal statement, and after that it's on you. If you want to create any kinds of function, you can create it, but I'll directly create a class here. So class name is HP. Okay, inside that laptop there is a class is a HP, and again I'll create object, sorry, not object, constructor. I'll create a constructor and define some name here. Print, this is HP class inside the laptop class. Okay, it's very simple, laptop class. Great. And we can also create one more function name is info. Okay, and just normal statement here. Hey, this is info function. Simple, this is info function. So the creating the inner class and outer class is really very, very simple. Just we have to define it, which one is inner class and which one is outer class. So this one you can understand, like this look like outer class. Yes, it is the outer class, it is the outer class, and this one we can say it's a inner class. Okay, sorry, inner class. All right, so how to call it? Like my target is to call the info function which is available HP, that HP is available in a laptop. So let me first create an object of laptop. L is equal to laptop. Okay, or create it, and if you created the object, so constructor will definitely call, yes, this is laptop class. It's a class, yeah, this is laptop class. Okay, and I want to call the info function which is available inside a HP. So h is equal to l dot hp. Okay, l dot hp, right? Because HP is not, you can't directly call the HP, because which is available in outer class. So first you have to call the outer class, and after that you can call to the another inner class. Okay, the laptop, we don't have any kinds of attribute. Okay, all right, then I can directly write here. Okay, sorry, HP is a capital letter. Yeah, HP class. This is HP class, which is inside the laptop class. And with H, I can directly call the info. That's it. So, hey, this is the info function. And this is the one way to call the a function which is available inside the inner class. But we can also directly call it here. Key will directly create the object is H is equal to laptop. Okay, dot HP. We can call like this. So inner class and outer class, we directly create the object, and that object will be the inner class, which is HP, and we can directly call the H dot info. If this kind of topic is there, so definitely we have also the variable exist. So the likewise instance function, we have also the instance variable. Okay, instance variable. And we have also the class variable. The same time, we have also the static variable. Again, this kind of things we will discuss in the practical way, then you will understand easily how the instance function, class function, and static function is working. Okay, so let's jump on the Jupyter notebook. Okay, here. So I'll create very simple function here. So the topic is instance function, class function, and static function. Example, if you're creating any kinds of class, very normal class, class name is okay, class name, we can say the first class. Okay, first class. Okay, then normal, the first class, the class name is there, and you also defining some one constructor in it, and pass this self, and here you define itself dot a is equal to, and self dot name is equal to, you define it, and name is Hari. Okay, and def info, I define it here, and simply I define it here. Hey, Hari, right? Self dot name, I'll just pass it. Okay, self dot Hari. So simply I just create the object. Let me create the object. Object name is FC is equal to first class and FC dot info. So here, hey Hari. So hey Hari is calling it here. So I create the class, this kind of function, this info function, which I define it as self as a reference. It's passing the references so that we can use the any kinds of variable within a class. So this method we are calling the instance method. So instance method, and I also define one variable which connect with the self. So this variable is instance attribute we are calling. Okay, instance attribute or instance variable. Instance variable we can say. Instance variable. Let me create one more variable. Variable name is like college name. Okay, college name is IIT Bombay. IIT Bombay. Okay, all right. And this instance function here, you create it. Instance variable, you also create it. If I want to call it, print and call it here the instance variable. Can I just call it? So fc dot name, if you're calling, so you can also get the values is Hari. So that is also accessible with object as well. Okay, I created the one variable is a college name, and I want to access it. That uh, let me just directly write it here. So what kind of variable we are calling? Actually, this kind of variable we are calling the class variable. Class variable we are calling, and I'll just pass it here college name. So when I just call is IIT Bombay is accessible. But this class variable, this one is a class variable. If I want to use it, any method, how can you use the method? Okay, this one is a class variable. How can you use the method? So def class, okay, not class, info one. I can write it here because better I can write it info one and this one in info two. Okay, info one, I can just call it here. Yeah, info. So again, college name is not connected with the self, right? So in case if I'm writing it here self and just pass it, print college name, and here I just pass it simply the self dot college name. So obviously it's not accessible. Let me just call it fc dot info 2. Okay. Mm, that is accessible. Here it's accessible. It's not a problem. IIT Bombay is also accessible college name. But again, this kind of variable is a class variable because it's not connected with the self. Self reference is not connected with that. Here, self, if you're forcefully writing it here, yes, it's accessible. But this function, we can't call it as a instance method. Yeah, instance function, we can't call it. If you write it here CLS, and then this kind of method is called as a class method. Okay, that is also accessible. Hope so. But you don't need to define it here self. Obviously, CLS you have to define it, and it's accessible. So CLS, if you're passing the reference as a CLS, then it's a class method. But if you're passing the reference as a self, that is the instance method. Okay, so there is also one more variable and one more method we can also use it. Def info 3. Okay, and if you're not passing anything, and make sure that we have also decorator, we can also define it. So for a security purpose, so here we can also write it class method. Okay, so we easily define it here. Decorator is a class method. What we are calling, let me also write it out here, decorator. Decorator. Okay, all right. So here I'm not passing the CLS, I'm not passing the self. So this kind of method, and whatever variable I'm just defining it here inside that, um I'm defining it a variable here, uh like what is the roll number. Yeah, roll number, not a roll number, and we can say the ID, student ID, which is maybe the confidential student ID. I'm just defining it here, 12109. Okay, 12109, this is the confidential, and it should not be accessible outside. Okay, and when you just run it, you'll getting the error. Oh, okay, not getting the error because I didn't call it. So fc dot info 3, when I just call it, is getting the error like saying that take 0 positional argument but 1 was given. Because whenever you're creating any kinds of method, that automatically expecting that it should be either CLS or a self, but here I'm not passing anything. Okay, so that is the reason it's making that here the take 0 positional argument, but 1 was given. Okay, so 1 was given. This kind of error will coming, definitely will come. So how to overcome this kind of problems? So this kind of method is called as the static method. This kind of method is called a static method. There is no CLS, there is no self. But how to solve this problem? How to create it? So there is a decorator. You have to define it here. Is static method, and when you just define it, then to not create any kinds of issues. And this variable student ID, if I want to call it static variable, okay, fc dot student ID. So that is not accessible. there is no attribute because it's defined in the static method, and it's not passing the reference with the self. And this class variable that was available in the outside of that is a global variable, and global variable for that particular class. But here you can't call it. So where we can use this kind of method, so simply I can just write it here. This is my student ID is student ID. When I just pass it and showing that, hope show is showing that, yeah. Okay. Okay. Here is showing that student ID, my student ID is this one. Okay. And this variable we call the calling as a static variable. Hope you understand this all the method and function. This one is a class variable, and then class method we have an instance variable, we have an instance method, we have which are static variable, we have a static method we have. Okay. So now it's done, and you please refer the Jupyter notebook. If you don't want to watch all the videos, complete videos, just refer the Jupyter notebook, run it, and try to understand. But if you face any issues, go back to the video and check it where you are stacking exactly. And now we reach the topic of encapsulation. We already covered the many topics like, uh, um, the object, class, polymorphism, inheritance. Okay, so now we have to discuss about encapsulation. So encapsulation is really very very important for a security purpose, hiding the information. So let's first discuss about the definition here. So this one is saying that this put a restriction on accessing variable and a method directly can prevent the accidental modification of the data. To prevent the accidental changes, an object variable can be only be changed by an object method. So those type of variable we are calling the private variable. So this is the normal definition we will discuss about in a practical implementation as well. So you can just imagine that you have a capsule inside a such medicine capsule. So whatever information is, whatever ingredient is there, so we can't see that. That is the hidden, but we can see the medicine. So likewise here, we have a hidden information. We have important information like a method and a variable, which is available in the class, and we can't directly we can easily access the method and variable. So we provide some restrictions so that the people cannot be accessed directly. So there is the multiple way to protect it. So we have a topic is called as a access modifier. So there is a three access modifier is available: public, protected, and private. Okay. So when you're talking about how public, protected, private is working, so before let's understand that key, how we can access any kinds of method and variable. See, there is some access attribute is available. So if you just use this get attribute, has attribute, set attribute, so you have you have opportunity, you have option to get the any kinds of variable or method easily. Okay, with the help of objects, obviously. And we have also the one more option is available built in class attribute. We can see all kinds of method and variables. We can see that. So we just try to protect the method and variable. So we have access modifier. So there is a restriction is providing this protect and private. So what kind of restriction they are providing? So when you're talking about the first one is a public member, the public member kind of variable, a variable which is the publicly. So the public member of a class, let me just take the annotation. Yeah, public member of a class are variable are available to everyone. Anybody can easily access it. So they can access from outside of the class, and they can, and also other classes too. So there is no any restriction for the public member, like whatever variables and method we have created, that is the public member. Previously what were created, that was a public member. Protected member is providing some restriction there. So you can see here, the protected member are those members of the class that cannot be accessed outside of the class, but can be accessed from within a class and its subclasses. So it's providing the some restriction, but not the entire restriction, right? You can access it. You can access it within a class, but outside of the class, you can't access it. But when you're talking about the last one, which is a private member, so a private member of a class are only accessible within a class. Even subclasses can also not be accessible. So when I just summarize it, everything, let's understand in the simple way the summary of the public, protected, and private. Public member, public access modifier can be accessed with the same class, same packages, even subclasses and other packages as well. So when you're talking about the protected, so protected cannot be accessed with the other packages, but it can be easily accessed with the sub packages, subclasses, and same classes as well. Private access modifier, a private member can be accessed within a class only. It cannot be accessed from the any other packages or same packages or any other classes. So we already discussed in the last video is that how can we make the static method, and how can we make the class method. That is the way where we can just protect our methods and some variables. So there is also one more topic is called as private variables that I'll discuss in the practical way. Let me jump on the practical implementation to discuss about that inbuilt attributes. The last video we discussed about this instance function, instance class function, and static function. So here we discuss in the details way. I'll just try to access in some variables and method. So you can see here, when I just use it, the object here, fc is the object. So when I just use this fc underscore underscore, the dict underscore underscore, obviously I have to use the dot dict. You can see here, so whatever variable is present here, the variable is the name. Actually the instance variable is showing only, it's not showing any kinds of the class variable. So that's also here, you can say it's a protected. So kind of the public, private, and protected is the category. To achieve that category, we have a different topic is available. So here, so you can say the class variable, class method, and static variable, static method is also one of the way to achieve the encapsulation. So you can see here, when I just use the dict, so here any college name is not showing, it's showing only the name, right? So we have also, I also define some documentation. So with the help of fc dot underscore underscore, yeah, so we can also see the documentation as well. So with the help of object, we can easily find it out, other things. We can easily access it, any kinds of documentation, any variables or anything here. So like I want to find it out, what is the is it the main module is there, or any other module is also there. So underscore underscore module, you can also check it. Okay, sorry, it's not a df, it's a fc dot underscore underscore module. So you can also say check that. So I'm working with the same files, that's why it's showing that main is here. I can also check that the classes as well, fc dot underscore underscore class. So yes, it's showing that my class name is a first class. With the help of object, I can find it out, anything is here, right? So I can also check that there is a variable name is an variable name is name. Okay, variable name is name. Okay, so I can also find it out, has attribute, is that attribute is available or not. So object I have to define it FC, and name I'll just pass it. It's saying that yes, that attribute is available. So I can find it out that variable get attribute. I can just use it and pass the values is FC, and what is the actual values of the name is showing that hurry. So so you can see here, so with the help of object I can find it out any information that I want to protect it. Okay, so like a set attribute I can define it, set attribute. So outside of the class, with the help of object I can also create one variables, instance variable FC, and I can define it here. Any variable name is like a roll number, which is not there, hope so, which is not there. Yes, there is no any roll number. Yeah, roll number kind of variable is not there. So I can make it roll number, and define it. The roll number is a 1 to 1. Okay, so I set the one variable. When I just check that the FC dot underscore underscore dict, you can see here there is two variable is present. Previously it was only hurry. Now the roll number is also present, right? So and I can also delete it. So FC dot FC, sorry, del attribute, delete attribute. I just want to remove the FC, I have to pass it and just pass the roll number. Okay, and now it's deleted, hope so. DF is not defined, it's a FC. And the next time when I just check this here, so it's showing only hurry, it's not showing other things. So this way we can easily access any kinds of variables, any kinds of methods, we can easily access it. In a continuation of encapsulation, we discuss about access modifier, where we discuss a public member, we discuss a protected member, we discuss the private member as well. So here we discuss about a private variables, how we can make it. Suppose if we have a class name is college. Okay, college, and I define the constructor. And here I define the name is equal to Rahul. So this is the variable name. That variable you can say is the instance variable. Okay. So instead of name, I'll just use a self dot name so that I can easily access it within a class, and create a object. Object name is like C is equal to college. And when I just try to access it like a C dot name, so you can easily access it, which is Rahul. And here I just want to write it, create one object self dot college ID. Okay, college ID, I just want to write it IIT Bombay 00156. Suppose this is the college ID is there, and when I just try to access it, the college ID, we can easily access it, right? C dot college ID. So you can easily access it. But what happened? Okay. But what happened if in case if I'm just writing here the double underscore? So what will be happen? You can't access it. Here is showing that the college ID is the college object, no attribute of college ID. Let me also use it under double underscore here. Still you can't access it. So that means this kind of variable, in case if you're using the two underscore before the any variable, you can't access it. But normally if you're writing any variable a is equal to 5, it's it can be accessible, and print a. Yeah, and if you using a double underscore a, and here if you're using the double underscore a, so that is also accessible. Here is not a issue. But if you're doing the same thing in your object oriented, so it's become a private variable. Private variable. So private variable have a only one way to find it out. Only one way to access that kind of variables, which is you have to call the college. So with the help of object, you can't access it. So here, when I just try to access only the name, so you can easily access it. But if I want to access the c dot underscore underscore college ID, so you can't. So the time you have to call the object name is a college underscore college, you have to write it, then you can access it. So the private variable cannot be accessed directly. So again, the encapsulation is the way, encapsulation is the techniques where we have a different topic is available, like private variable, static method, and static variable. So that topic will help you to achieve the encapsulation, because encapsulation is a technique to protect our variable and methods. So let's discuss about the how data abstraction is working. Data abstraction and encapsulation are synonyms as data abstraction. Okay, so you can just understand with these images. So encapsulation is also protecting the method as a variable, but abstraction is providing the complete restriction so that you can't enter it. So to reach abstraction, we need encapsulation. So that means first you have to protect the variable as a method, and then you can provide the complete shield, right? So just abstraction is totally give the restriction. Okay, so so here is the definition is also there. Let me just read it so that you'll get a better idea, and after that definitely I will discuss about the practical implementation. So abstraction is used to hide the internal details and show only the functionalities. Abstracting something, abstracting something means to give the names to things so that the name capture the basic idea of what a function or whole program does. Is give the just basic idea. Okay, to achieve the abstraction, so there is a two way. So an abstract class can have both the normal method and abstract method. Both can be present. An abstract method, yeah, we cannot create an object of abstract class. So how to achieve that abstraction? Let's discuss about it. So data abstraction. Let me just create the heading data abstraction. Okay. So data abstraction. Let me create a class. The class name, let me just write it here, a computer. Okay, computer. And yeah, inside a computer, let me just define one method. Normal method is a processing. Okay, and self is very important, and just write it the normal statement. Anything, just pass. Okay, so this is not abstract class or abstract method. Not, it's not here. So when we can have a abstract method, normally whatever you're writing here, okay, whatever you're writing here, print, this is computer class. Okay, and I can also write the object c is equal to computer. So when you just call it c dot processing, and you can easily access it. So now let me just create this class as an abstract class. So you have to import from abc abstract base class, import. Uh, Let me just take the abc capital, so which is the main class is there, and abstract method as well. Abstract method. Yeah. So here I will just inherit the ABC. So now the computer become the abstract method. So when I just here the abstract method is available. Okay, and this class, this computer become the abstract class. But if I want to make the method, so I have to use the decorator. So abstract method. So here, so when you just make when you just make this processing as a abstract method, and your class become the completely abstract class, so you here is saying that cannot institute abstract class computer with abstract method processing. You cannot use it. Okay, so you can't create a object of any abstract class. If when we are calling the abstract class, if you inherit from the abc abstract base class, and if you have a method which is the abstract method, so that time we are calling it the abstract class, an abstract method. So if I want to just create any other, you know, I want to use this is computer class, I just want to use it, so I can also create um a different classes here. Let me just create a laptop. Okay, simply laptop, and this time I will inherit the computer. So computer is inherit the abstract base class, and laptop is inherit the computer. And simple, I'll just write it here, the processing, anything I can just use it. Now here what will be happen, so here is kind of overriding. So because I just inherited that, so overriding here, just using a self, I'm just using it here, and whatever things is there, I'll just pass it is high. So instead of creating the object of a computer, I will just create the object of a laptop. So let me just comment it here. Lap L is equal to laptop, L dot processing. When I just use the processing, you'll get high because it's become completely inherited. If it's a completely inherited, the previous one will not be used. Okay, but in case if instead of processing, if you have a processing one, and if you want to inherit the, then again it's facing the same problem. You cannot. Okay, you cannot even not only the calling the methods. So if you're still running, so you cannot create the object of the class, the laptop class as well, because laptop is inherited the a computer is a completely abstract class, right? Because it's inherited the abstract base class. So here you cannot use it until unless you're not overriding the abstract method. So here I'm just overriding the abstract method. Now I can create object. I can also call any method as well. So this is the way to deal with any abstract class. So again, if you have any kinds of a method which you want to protect it, you can just use the abstract method with abc abstract base class. Finally, we reach the last topic of this entire Python series, that is multi-threading. Multi-threading is very, very important for a software development. Even you will find it out the separate job for for multi-threading. So even when you're entering the multi-threading, let's first discuss about the multitasking, how exactly it's working. Because day to day life, when you're using the computer, so different tasks we are just doing it. Let's say for example, I'm just doing a task is a word processing, and sending some emails, and doing some web browser, and our antivirus is running, so that entire thing is running on the operating system, right? And that operating system is on CPU cores. So even so, multi-threading is not only the software topic. If you're a programmer, you should know that it's not like that. If you're using a computer, the multitasking and multi-threading is running inside your computer. So let me first show you how exactly the multi-threading and multitasking is running in your computer. You can just go to the taskbar. You shortcut keys control alt delete. You'll find it out the taskbar. Go there, the taskbar will open here. So in your computer it will be open, and just go to the performance, and let me just maximize it. Yeah, you can see here, yeah, you can see I'm just running the 312 process with the threads. So what exactly the threads? Thread is nothing but a lightweight process. So I'll discuss in details. Let me first understand that, like, if I'm just running the multiple process, my computer is running the 312 process, which handles the 17,000 1,73,589, right? And that how much core is there? 10 core. So core is nothing but how your whatever process you're running is a distributing in the different core. That is CPU core. Okay, and every process have a different threads. That means small process is there inside one process. For example, you can go to the processes, 312 processes running, go to the processes, you'll find it out which 312 processes there. So 5 is ongoing processes there, 5 apps is running. I just open the PowerPoint, I open the taskbar, WhatsApp, Zoom is running. So much thing is running is here. And another process is also running, the background process. Because sometimes you confuse that here is the 312 process. Where exactly is that? See, some background process is also there and other processes also consuming, right? So after the entire process is 312, it's showing it here. So let's understand it, like how threads is working. Threads is nothing but just a small process of the particular process. It's confusing. Let me show you how exactly it's working. Let's say, for example, I choose the uh, normal things is game. Okay. In the game, I just open one game. So game is a one process. Okay. Game is one process, but inside that the multiple processes running. That is that is producing the sound, that is graphics, that is one a player is is a different opponent is there, the multiple player is playing the games. So kind of like the multiple small processes running inside the game app, yeah, game process. So simple here. So what exactly the multitasking? Multitasking refer to the ability of operating system to perform a different task at the same time. Because here in the operating system, I'm just running the multiple process at the same time, right? So as I said that uh, when you're going for a job, so you'll find it out the multi-threading is also very much required if you are entering the software development. That can be the web development, that can be the application development with a Python. Not only the Python, if you are going with a Java, that time is also required the multi-threading, right? So you can also search it on naukri.com. I just took this screenshot here. But yeah, so lots of job opening is there for multi-threading that is also required. And the interviewer is asking the question, right? Yeah. So here I took the example is a word processor. Okay, word processor. One example I just taking it here. Inside that, so graphic is there and responding to keystroke and grammatical check. That is a small process which is there inside a word processor, right? So that small processor, that small process is called as a threads. So simple word, what exactly the threads? So thread is nothing but a lightweight process. Thread is a lightweight process which is independently flow up execution. That means there is no dependent that when graphics will complete, then the keystroke will run. No, there's independently running. So whenever you're making the application, so threading is playing the very important role because we have to achieve the independency, right? So here so there are two types of multitasking in operating system, that is a process based and thread based, right? So what is a process based? Because the multiple threads running on the operating system simultaneously. For example, is listening the song and playing the game is two different processes running in the operating system. But when you're talking about the threads, so thread is a single process consisting of the separate task, right? For example, a FIFA game is a consisting of the multiple threads. So one game is a consisting of multiple threads is there. So now the question is, what is thread? Even I already explained that thread is nothing but it's lightweight process. So inside the threads, inside the one process, the multiple threads is there. Is this example is mentioned there. So the question is where we can use it. What is the purpose of thread? When we require the threads is there. So threads, when we have a multiple task need to achieve, you have a multiple task and you want to independently running it. So task don't have interdependency, right? If I'm running the one particular function, there is four function is there: fun one and fun two and fun 3 and fun 4. Okay. So so Python is a procedural programming language and functional as well, and object oriented as well, but usually is following the top to bottom approach. When the fun if in case if I call the first function, second function, third function, fourth function, accordingly it will run. But there is no any relation between the function 1 to function 2. It can be independently run. So in the time we required a multi-threading. So that is the mean of interdependency. It should not be any kinds of interdependency between the two different function, right? So there is two way to create the threads in the Python programming language. The first one is without creating a class. Directly with a function we can create it, and with a class we can achieve the threads. Okay, so there is the four things which is very very important to know about that, how to perform the multi-threading task. So run, there is run method, which is which method is the entry point of the threads, and start method, which is start the thread. When you call the run method, it will be start the thread, and join method, it will be wait for threads to terminate it, and is alive will check that your thread is still alive or not, and get the get name will return the name of the threads. So this five a method will help you to perform the entire thread operation. Let's take an example. Suppose I have a two task. The task number one, read read data from database, and there is a 10 data I have to read it, right? And the second task I have, read PDF file. Okay, that is also 10 PDF I have. So there is a two different task, and this one is taking every database, every data is taking a 0.5 second. That means it will taking, okay, 0.5 second. One task will take 0.5 second. One task will take, so it will taking a 5 second. Okay, all right. And the second one, read the PDF. So 0.3 second is taking, so it will taking completely a 3 second. Okay, so I'll try to optimize it in this problem, right? So the complete, if you're running the entire task, it will taking the completely 8 second. I'll try to reduce it to make it around 5 second. Okay, let me take it the four, and this will be 4 second. So total will be 9 second. Great. So let's do the practical implementation here. Def, I'll create one uh, function, def read data. Okay, read data, and symbol, I'll just create a for loop for I in range, and yeah, the 10 data I have to read it, and print the normal statement, read the data from database. Okay, and I plus 1 because it will start from 0, right? And let me also take the time import time, or I can, yep, and every time it will take time dot slip 0.5 second, 0.5 second. So every process will taking a 0.5 second, and then def read PDF for I in range 10. I will pass, and time dot slip and 0.4 second, and print the statement, read the data from PDF. Okay, read the data from PDF, and then I plus 1 as well because it will start from 0. All right, great. So yep, I'll just print it here. Start time, start time is equal to time dot time. I think time dot time is there. Let me just print it. Time dot time. Yep. So time dot time, it will starting time it will take, and mhm, start time, and at the end when I just call it, I'll just call this function read data and read PDF. Okay, and I will take it here. The end time is equal to time dot time, and process took process time. I can make it here end time minus start time. Okay, so it will start the process. So first it read the entire data from database, and then the PDF will start, and here it's taking a 9 second. Why is taking the 9 second? The reason behind that, because the first one took the 5 second and second one took the 4 second. That is the reason it's more than 9 second is taking here. So how can I reduce it this time? So we can use the multi-threading to reduce this particular time is here. So there is a library is called multi-threading. From multi-threading, multi-threading import, I'm taking everything, like even I required here the thread, so I'll taking the threaded here. Oh, sorry, better I can just take this libraries in the outside, so that it will be, oh, sorry, I can undo it. Yeah, undo delete here. Here I can pass my library. Okay, multi-threading spelling is wrong. Multi-threading. Okay, it's not a multi-threading. Sorry, it's a threading only. Sorry. Yeah, threading import thread. So currently, whatever process I have, it's not inside the thread. So I'll try to make it the inside the thread. So so this one is not required. This one is just taking the time. This one I'll just make it comment, and I'll make it as a thread. So T1 thread. So inside a thread, because there is no any class, so you have to decide the target. What is the target? The target is read data. The second one is T2 is equal to thread. What is the target? The target is read PDF. And the simple one, let's start it T1 dot start. Start the threads is here. T1 dot start, and then T2 dot start. When I start these two different threads, so here the threads will run independently. There is no relation between the read PDF and read data. So the same time, your data from the reading data from database and reading the data from PDF will start at the same time. So you can save a lots of time is here. You can save the entire 4 second. Let me just run it. Oh, what's the issues? That spelling is wrong. Seriously. Mm-hmm. THREAD. Uh, hey, it's correct. Okay. Oh, okay. Spelling is wrong. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So it started. The time is started here. The process time. Okay. The problem is here. It's attached with the completely. This time is attached with our threads. Okay. I have to also explain one more thing is here. So there is always one thread is always active, which called as a main thread. So because of this threading, so this one is also considered as a threading. This one is also independently run this file. right? This is independently run this file. In that situation, what I have to do, I have to just join it, t1 dot join, t2 dot join. So what happened is here, so T1 and T2 is joined. It's not joined with the main thread, right? So here, this process, this two lines, line number 27 and 28, is not joined with the T1 and T2. So T1 and T2 is running the independently. So that is the reason you can see here. It's reading the PDF, then database, PDF, database, and sometimes the PDF two time as well. The reason is taking only 2 seconds, and the entire process is ending with a 5 second only. Previously, it took a 9 second. I save a 4 second. So that means if you have the big process, if you have a big process, so and imagine that currently I have only two process. You have 15 process, and all the 15 process have independently running. So what which process is taking more time inside that the other process can also be finished it. So multi-threading is saving a lots of memory, lots of time. So that's why it's very, very important for a software development. So usually the software we are making with class and object. Read data from database, that it will take 10 seconds. And the second one, read PDF from read data from PDF. Yeah, we can say read PDF files. That is taking a 4 second. There is a 10 files, and every file is taking 0.4 second. The total time is 9 second. Okay, so I'll try to create with the class here the multi-threading. So the simple class name is mm, class of read data, and make sure that if you're using the multi-threading, so you have to inherit the thread. So let me just use the from threading import thread, and from time import slip. Okay, great. So I have to import thread here. Okay, all right. And inside that you have to create a function. Yeah, we can say method, def run method. Okay, run method self is very, very important. Okay, and after that, give me a minute. After that, just we have to run the file for I in range and the 10 times, and let's apply the slip 0.5 second. Right, this normal statement. Okay, read data from database, right. This is one thread I just created, and the second one is class read PDF, and thread colon def run, and pass the self is here for I in range. We'll pass the values is 10. Okay, the same thing. I'll just use it here, slip 0.4 second, and print the statement read PDF data. That's read PDF data. All right, and how it will be run? Just call create object of that particular thread T1, because every class is already become the thread because it inherited from thread class, is equal to read data. Okay, so if you're not using this thread inheritance, let me just show you. Okay, let me just show you. I'm not using inheritance of the thread, and let's create the object t2 dot t2 is equal to read PDF. So when I just run it, and let's run this file here, t1 dot t1 dot run. Okay, and t2 dot run, and just normally define it here. The timing, okay, start time is equal to time dot, okay, time sleep and time. Let me just take both time and yeah, just time. You can just take it, and at the last time, that is end time. Okay, that is the end time, and just print it here. Processed time, that is like end time, end time minus start time. Okay, so it will tell you like how much time it took to complete the entire process. We know that here it will take the 9 second, because the 5 second first read data will take, and the second one 4 second will take. So yeah, it took the 9 second. Yeah, let me also just define it, the number which file is reading, I plus 1, because it's starting from the 0. So that's why I'm just mentioning here the I plus 1. Great. So let's apply the inheritances here. Let's apply the threading with the inheritance concept. So we just inherit the thread, and let me also inherit the thread. So if you use the method is a run, and you don't need to call the run, so now the entire process has become the complete thread, right? So this entire class has become the thread. This one is a thread, and this one is a thread. So now I want to run it, then t1 dot start. That's it. t2 dot start. That's it. Now, when you just start it, the process will start again. Yeah. So this one, this print statement, this is completely a separate threads. That is the reason. That is also being independent. So that is why it's running first. So let's make it dependent. There is if I'm asking that how many threads is running is here. So there is a 3 thread is running. The first one is read data. Second one is, yeah, we can say T1, T2, and the third one is main thread. So main thread is always there. So all main thread is being independent. So making the T1 and T2 is a dependent. You can make it T1 dot join and T2 dot join. So now you both will join, and the main thread is independent. So the line number 27 will be running dependently, right? When the T1 and T2 will finish, then line number 27 will run. Then you'll find it out how much time it took it here. The last time it took 9 seconds, now it's taking only a 5 second. So this is the beauty of multi-threading. So let's also discuss the other things. Um, how many threads is there? We can also check it, and yep. So if I'm just printing it here in the next line, I can just directly print it here. Print like a T1 dot. I can check it like is alive or not. We can normally check it. So it will tell you yes, it's false, because the process is end. So it will tell you yes, it's a false. So if you're running inside that inside that threads, like here, if I'm just after start, if I'm just running, so definitely will give the answer is the threads is running or not. The T1 thread check. All right, 3 1 thread check. It will check that true, because the threads is running, right? So with the help of is alive, we can check it the threads is running or not. So we can also check the other things like the active count. Okay, so here when I just check it in between anywhere, we can check it here. um Number of threads, we can check it. Number of thread, so we can check it. So simply we can just pass it here active count. There is a method is called as active count. Okay, so active count, when I just run it, it will tell you the number of threads is 8 is running. Yeah, like number of thread is 8 is running, because The complete active count is 8 is here. Okay. And so the same time, like here, what is the thread name is, I can also check that what is exactly the thread name is here. So the same time I can also check it here, the current thread dot get name. Okay, current thread dot get name. So we can also check it, like which thread is running that particular line. And here we can also check it, right? So when I just run it, it will tell you, okay, so it's showing that 32, 32, like the thread number is showing that, and the last one is a main thread. So now here somewhere like number of threads is there because the entire thread is not stopped. That is the reason it's showing that is 8. So when I just check in the outside how many threads is running outside here, so it's showing 6. So it's the 6 is running, the 2 is not considered here. So hope you understand how exactly this working, right? So active alive, we can check that that particular thread is running or not, how many active thread is there, and what exactly the thread name is here. You can easily check it with all the methods.